morning, people. It is Thursday, the 28th of September. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favorite news platform and the home of popular culture, as defined by you guys, the culture. And I am one of your lovely hosts for today, my own royalty.
Good morning, big man Youth in the building.
They call me E-Man, the pro-black activist, TDA producer and news analyst, Melanin Jam Packed.
That's right. We have a special guest today.
We
have a special guest who is very, very good vibes from the moment he walked in. So, love that. He's a Nigerian brother as well. Love that.
Not giving up on us?
Don't never. Listen, Nigerian men are my, what is my kryptonite? They make me strong and weak at the same time. That's my calling. I accept it, and that is, I'm gonna stay true. Stay true to my people. But please introduce yourself.
Thank you for the beautiful introduction. My name is K. Adekunle Rufai. I am, a Nigerian brother, as alluded to. I am the founder of the Smile and Voice Project. I'm an artist, a mental health researcher, and multiple hats, literally and figuratively.
I love that. How are you today?
I'm very well. I'm really, really happy to be here for multiple reasons, because this place holds such a strong nostalgic feeling for me.
Yeah.
I've known, Brent's family, E-Man, for maybe 18 years now at this point, something like that. So it's just amazing to be in this space from that perspective, but also amazing to be on this platform, because it's been a minute that, I've definitely been dodging that. Not from a conscious perspective, but just like things just haven't aligned and I haven't prioritized it, to be very honest. So I'm really happy to be here for sure.
Love that. Very positive. How are you guys doing, the rest of you?
I'm running on empty, man.
So, do you mind this squeaky? Stressing me out. No, perfect. You run on empty? You didn't sleep?
I haven't eaten since yesterday, so they're very...
You're on a diet? Why didn't you eat yesterday?
Life is just hitting me.
Just
All
busy.
angles, man. Was that?
Just busy.
Adjacent.
Boy, life hitting you from all angles. I hear it.
It can be described as busy, but it can also be described as something else.
I'm hanging on by a thread. I hear you.
How are you guys, though?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, thank God.
Hanging by a thread. I'm good. Do you know, I saw a quote the other day that's actually changed. It's been in my head. It's been playing a lot. Basically, and the quote said, "You survived 100% of your tough days." It sounds very simple. Because sometimes I'm like, Lord, I actually cannot. Well, you can.
Yeah, 100%.
Because you have.
I have. Yeah. And I thought that is so simple, yet so effective.
That is.
So yes, I'm good and positive. How are you doing?
Yeah, can't complain. I'm here, man.
Love that for you. Brent, you good?
I'm blessed and highly favored. Thank you very much.
Amen to that.
I think the audience deserves to see your whole outfit, I'll be honest. There's no way you can come in there with them trousers on about the camera. Panning it down. Brent, come on.
Guy,
Brent,
that's serious. Bro, you don't even do that for other guests. Why are you trying to just...
special.
You're special, man.
I'll take that.
I've never introduced a guest like that.
You've
got to...
Oh, wow.
So you don't have to stand up. I would take a picture whilst it is that you guys doing.
Right. Okay.
Because you look good from this angle.
Thank you.
All right, question of the day. What's the last song you listened to?
Let me just
Go
check.
to my phone and have a look, innit?
All right, so I'll go first.
Yes.
Because obviously I was playing it.
You're humming it.
So it's called All That It Takes.
Ooh.
And it's by Odeal. Odeal. It's an absolute banger.
What genre is that?
I'll say R&B.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's not for the faint of heart.
What does that mean? I'm going to listen to it.
No, don't.
You know how I am. Am I going to cry?
You might cry.
I want to listen to it though. What's it called? All That It Takes.
Yeah, All That It Takes.
All That It Takes.
Yeah, by Odeal.
So I'm going to call you anyway if I just cry. Oh, I think I've seen him. I think I have. Mine was, you guys know I like to go to church every morning. Mine was...
Every morning.
No, not like...
Oh, right. Okay, right, okay.
No.
Yeah,
like,
okay.
I spend time with the Lord kind of
okay.
thing. Listen to gospel music,
Right,
listen
I
to
was
sermons.
like, that's different.
Get my mind right every single
okay.
morning. That's my vibe. But mine was Kirk Franklin, Always. Beautiful song. When he has the little choir in the background. There was a Victoria Monet concert the other day in America. And when everyone was leaving, it was raining. And they started singing Melodies from Heaven. Black people are so talented. Like someone just started randomly singing it.
Yep.
And when I tell you the harmonies of it all, different like levels, I said, nah, black people can do everything. It was absolutely beautiful. It felt like a whole choir. And it's just strangers. It just started singing together.
No, it's wild.
Beautiful. Yes?
According to my phone, it's Heady One and K-Trap Catfish.
Okay.
I don't remember listening to that song.
You didn't like it.
But it's just there on my, because I didn't listen to music on the way here.
Okay, so it's last time you logged in.
But I don't remember listening to that yesterday either.
But
But
has it started though? Because you know sometimes it's that was what was next and you ended it.
1 minute 14 in.
You
So
said you
clearly I
listened
did.
to it. Yeah, you did.
But I'm gonna recommend a song though. Everyone check out. There's an artist called Lola Consuelos.
Okay.
She got a song called Divine Timing. It's beautiful. Check it
Sounds
out.
like
Yeah, Lola Consuelos, Divine Timing.
divine timing. And what genre is she?
You know, it's like R&B. About R&B, a bit of neo soul. I
Okay.
think, if I'm not mistaken, like mellow, chill vibe.
I love that. That's my vibe.
Check it out.
Okay. Okay.
See, everyone's come with the low key vibes. I'm out here listening to City Boy from Burna Boy. That's
I
the last
love
thing
that,
I listen
yes.
to on my way down here.
That will give you the pump you need for your
I'm
day. When I'm going to the gym and I'm like, I don't want to go, I actually put that on and I feel like, let's do this.
That's
Yeah.
the last thing.
That's
I
such a
listen
banger,
to,
man.
For sure, yeah.
I wish he'd released it as a single though.
It is a single.
No, but like, you know how we did Top of the World?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean?
That should have taken its place.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
that would have been perfect for summer. He did it basically when summer was kind of ended, like end of August, wasn't it?
Yeah. Everything
Yeah.
is obviously with Burna, it's all strategic. And he was definitely trying to crack the American market in that way. And he had to use, Brandy was that inroad. Obviously, he
Oh,
did it with
absolutely.
with Tony Braxton and that worked
that
out.
was legendary.
So that was the formula he came with.
Yeah.
The City Boys for just us to just do what we want to
Just
do.
do
with
it,
that,
yeah.
really.
That does sound very burner. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we've got a packed show today. We've got a lot to get through. So
How
let's
about
get
you?
into our headlines. Oh, sorry,
I
E-Man.
thought I was going to be okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm surprised, man. It might have been the same situation as Yusuf, though, where I don't know how.
You don't remember this is the
Yeah,
song?
this is Drake and 21 Savage, man.
Which one?
I was in silence.
I don't know if they had that song.
Yeah,
I don't think I've heard it.
Why are you
And how many
surprised?
minutes? Yeah.
42 seconds.
Oh, you didn't really listen to that technically. What was the one before that? Can you tell?
But it's the album, so I don't know what's going on there.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's get into our headlines then. Oh, wait. Brent, you had a message. Wait, first of all, like the video, please. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, all that great stuff. And Brent, you had a message.
All right, so we are looking for a couple more researchers to add to the team. If it is you guys are interested in helping
Curate.
curate the show, please contact Emmanuel
Speaking
via
to the
IG
mic, right.
or email. Thank you very
That's
much.
right. Thank you very much. And yeah, ready for headlines.
All right, so our first headline is almost like a continuation of yesterday's topic of the day. So Suella Braverman is back at it again, basically. And she's kind of responding to some criticisms that were thrown her way from Sir Elton John. So this is what she said there. To defend herself, pardon me, she said, many people pretend to be gay to claim asylum in the UK. Right?
She said this.
That's what she said, yeah.
What's her problem?
She got loads.
Multiple. Exactly.
She's gone for every group. She said the
Damn.
ethnics get them out.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
So the Home Secretary yesterday delivered a controversial speech in which she claimed the asylum system will break if people are given sanctuary for simply being gay or a woman and fearful of discrimination in your country of origin. Her words were criticised by Sir Elton John and the Labour MPs Ben Bradshaw and Sir Chris Bryant, who are both gay. Speaking to ITV News today, Miss Braverman said that some people do game the system. She said they come to the UK, they purport to be homosexual in the effort to game our system, in the effort to get special treatment. That's not fair and that's not right. I'm afraid we do see many instances where people purport to be gay when they're not actually gay. But in order to get special treatment, it's not the way our asylum system should work. So in a statement released through Elton John's AIDS Foundation, the singer and his husband, David Furnish, said, "We are very concerned about the UK Home Secretary's comments, stating how discrimination for being gay or a woman should not be reason enough to qualify for protection under international refugee laws."
So what, does she want people to prove that they're gay?
I don't know, but I think she just wants a bit more. You know what I'm saying? Because she kind of sees it as, it's kind of what we were saying, right? why is it that you come from certain countries all the way to the UK, and we know that there's countries in between where you can kind of stop off at, and there's no real...
I'm sorry, if I'm already in the boat, might as well take me to the promised land. I don't want to stop in...
It's the main thing I was talking about when she said, I think the top 3 places where people travel from, right, is Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nigeria. And
of course Nigerians are involved.
You know what I'm saying?
Long trip too.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, from Pakistan and Bangladesh, you got to go through the entirety of Europe.
Do you know the issue, though? The issue is that, why I find this so annoying sometimes, because they've spent a lot of time making out to the world that this is the perfect place. This is the place where you have freedom. This is the place you can be somebody. This is a place where like life can flourish and whatever. So of course these people are not hearing about Switzerland and what's going on over there. But they're not hearing about Sweden. Do you get what I mean?
Also, they owe them. Like, I don't know why we're not. You know what I mean? Like they pillaged most of these places were colonized. The places you mentioned, at least, colonized by Brits. So at this point, they're like, obviously,
They're
I'm gonna go
back.
there.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. Because you're fine to take them in when you need the cheap labor. You're fine to take them in when you need this, when you need that. But again, you sold it to people that this is the place. We are the forerunners of the world. This is the best place to live in the world. And this, that, and the other places, Germany and them ain't got great PR, and they're not trying to have great PR because they don't want people in their borders. But you keep doing that.
It's true. It's true.
So, well, anyway, Suella's going to have the days she deserves. So, there's that.
Labour's back in the news as well, and they've basically come out and said that they're dropping plans to end charitable status for private schools, but says it would still remove other tax breaks if it wins the next general election. So the status exempts some private schools in England and Wales from taxes. But Sir Keir Starmer has previously said that charitable status for private schools should not be justified, or could not be justified, I should say. The party now says it can remove unfair tax breaks without changing the rules on charitable status. Labour says it would charge private schools 20% VAT, as well as ending business rates relief. A spokesperson said that the party would use the money raised from the changes to fund desperately needed teachers and mental health counselling in every secondary school. Driving high and rising standards for every child against the backdrop of a broken economy requires political choices. Labour isn't afraid to make them. This is what the person also added, right? Senior party sources argue that their charitable status pledge was just a shorthand for specific reforms to which it still remains committed. Tory Treasury Minister John Glenn said that Labour has been forced to U-turn on one of their major policies. This time admitting that that their school tax hike just doesn't work. They're just making it up as they go along. And the last headline is big trigger warning here, guys. And this is based on the unfortunate incident that we heard yesterday in Croydon, where a 17-year-old boy now has been arrested after a 15-year-old girl was stabbed to death outside of a bus on her way to an independent girls' school. She was repeatedly stabbed near the Whitgift shopping centre in Croydon, South London, after the attacker produced a knife from his pocket in a dispute over a bag. Police responded within 2 minutes, and a 17-year-old boy who's believed to have been known to the girl has been arrested over the incident. Witnesses told how a bus driver and a passerby tried to save the life of the girl, who was stabbed at around 8:30 a.m., while others chased the attacker. Victor Sari, who's 50, told how he saw the boy stab the girl in the neck with a knife, which was black, thin, and about a foot long. The boy wore a black blazer. The girl wore green. It looked like the girl didn't want the boy to come closer. This is what the security worker said, and the blood was just coming out like water. He said the boy ran away and everybody was crying and screaming, adding that the girl was on the floor. We tried to catch him and a lot of people tried to save the girl. I was so shocked. I was shaken. It's somebody's daughter.
You know, I literally just saw it, just read it now. An update on the story that she was actually trying to protect her friend.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Also a female friend?
Yeah, so there was two girls, two of them, and the guy is her friend's ex. So both of them were running away from him because he tried to give the girl a love letter or whatever and the flowers, and she didn't want it. And then and he was chasing them. So she jumped in front of her friend to protect her friend. That's when he stabbed her. That's so sad.
So the girl who got stabbed isn't
the victim. Sorry, she's not his ex. She's his ex's friend. And she just jumped in front of her friend to protect her friend from him.
So he was going to kill her.
So he was really going to do whatever he was going to do anyway. That's horrible, man.
Sad.
That's so horrible. Right, let's get into our what you saying topic of the day. Bearing up in mind. Thank you.
All right, people. So, like as I just said, our topic of the day is basically based on the last headline that we just read out. And I was on social media yesterday, but Brent was informing me that a lot of the narrative, is crazy. And obviously, I guess there's so many different discussions being had, right? But a big chunk of it apparently is being.
You just said a lot of the narrative was crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah. He was responding to part of what you were saying, and he was like, "Yeah, it was crazy."
Okay.
So please correct.
Yeah, Brent wasn't saying the narratives online was crazy.
No.
Yeah.
Just
Get
like
your friend in
it's
trouble.
crazy. A lot of stuff is happening. It's happened last week as well, isn't it? But yeah, I guess a big part of that discussion is basically around if this is being linked to the red pill ideology. So you know this whole incel, Andrew Tate, men against women type of talk, right? For those who don't know, right, because I'm new to this type of nonsense as well, right? And basically, the red pill ideology is basically a belief system that often involves rejection of mainstream societal norms and an emphasis on self-improvement and male empowerment. That's basically what it should be. I heard somebody else say it's basically just evolutionary psychology, where basically you're able to now recognize who you are in this day and age, love your wife, love your family, all them beautiful things, but it's based on biological imperatives, right? However, like this definition also says, like certain extremes, you do get misogyny, anti-feminism, toxic masculinity, and all those other ills, right? And people are saying this is the result of this. So obviously we're going to delve into this a bit more, right? But on the surface, what's you guys' thoughts?
On what, the red pill philosophy?
Yeah. Do you feel like it's linked to this type of behavior? Do you feel like it's linked?
What behavior?
So basically, where this guy feels like it's
He's
okay,
entitled that she couldn't have rejected him, kind of thing.
I mean, this is really my first time of really understanding or even hearing a real definition of the red pill philosophy. I know that there's definitely a growing susceptibility for young boys who need something to empower them. And I know that firsthand because I work with young black, and I hear it in the classroom. But the thing about that is, because I create a space where they can say whatever they want to say, but I will challenge them. So they have the freedom. So I hear this on a regular basis. And I know that some of the people that, purport this narrative seems easier for them to gravitate towards, because anyone else who's talking anything else like feministic or whatever, they see that person and think that's wet, he's soft anyway. So why am I even trying to be like him or look like him or whatever? So I think in that way, there's definitely a loose connection. I don't think they out here, listen, or, going on. I mean, there obviously are layers and levels to it. There's probably some people that go into those actual forums to really just take everything in. But in terms of the popular narrative around masculinity, there's definitely a loose connection to that kind of red pill philosophy in terms of just feeling like, we need to take back our masculinities type energy. That's my thoughts on that at this point.
I agree with that. I do think there is a link, because it's that idea of objectifying and feeling ownership over women, and that in some way feeds your ego and makes you feel more like a man. And I think with certain content out there, you never really know who is receiving the content. There are going to be some guys who, for them, where it starts and stops is them. They hear it and they just repeat it. They don't really understand the depth of what they're saying, but they just repeat it. They would never really harm a woman. They would never do anything to make a woman uncomfortable, but they would just see a woman as, I guess, below them. That's it. But then that kind of stuff, all those narratives, falls on certain people who already, whatever their background may be, but have screws loose. Yeah. And so that's the person that would then take it to the extreme of what that kind of situation we saw yesterday. But there is definitely been a rise in femicides in terms of, these killings of women. We saw with Sarah Everard, wasn't it? Yeah. Just being killed in the park, all this kind of stuff. Do you get me? I feel like I don't think it's wild to say that there is a connection. I think some people had that argument. I don't think it's wild to say there is that connection, but I also think there's many layers to it, but it can't be ignored that content based around misogyny and how it is that women are this and that and whatever is definitely affecting young people. Like even some of my friends who were teachers and stuff, and I've seen teachers online talking about it, how this is something that schools are having to take into, they're having to do. It's a program. It's something I'll check, but it's an actual active thing that schools are having to do in terms of like battling sexism and misogyny and stuff like that in the classrooms, in schools, and suspending them and teaching them about it and making lessons about these things. That it's a proper real problem. So yeah.
How about you guys?
The thing is, I've never heard of the red pill ideology before, to be fair. So I need a bit more information, time to soak it in before I can relate that ideology to what happened yesterday.
Okay.
Because what happened yesterday that's just, words can't really describe what that was, right? And even talking to the mentality of the boy, because he's carrying a knife, which speaks to his lifestyle and what he's about. And for him to do that, to me, it speaks to more than me trying to compare it to this ideology that just manifested in recent times. It's deeper than that for me.
Because I guess one of the reasons why I think people are kind of linking it is because we saw how, especially if you want to hear the other side, how dangerous Andrew Tate's ideas were, right? So people kind of, especially when you see little snippets here and there, talking about, oh, you should be able to do this, I own you, and obviously I'm kind of paraphrasing here, right? I don't want to misquote him, but that's the type of energy that a lot of people are saying you get from someone like Andrew Tate. And when you have millions of people, no exaggeration, millions of people around the world listening to him, he's been on the news, he's then obviously been arrested and put on a house arrest for all them other situations, right? It's like, wait a minute, if this guy is successful, if this guy was allowed on Big Brother, if this guy was doing all these type of things and living a particular lifestyle and it's working for him, surely this is the way, this makes sense. And you're getting a lot of people who, you know that whole alpha nonsense, right? That are going out of their way to kind of prove they're alpha, right? And then who are designing programs for these people who are struggling with, I don't know, in their sex lives to get some type of assistance. They're exacerbating the situation because they're charging these people and making them like adhere to this type of ideas instead of actually getting real help. You know what I'm saying? Because like, why is it that you hear this, take this on board and feel like you're now above women? How does that help the situation?
But
I don't actually know like what happened.
Okay. Let me we'll just give you a brief thing, right? So basically in Croydon, a situation where a young boy, 17-year-old, was speaking to his ex or whatever. It seems like from the situation that maybe, I don't know, he did her wrong or whatever it may be, he's trying to make amends. So he's come and given her flowers and a love letter. She's not been on it. Like, don't give it to me, I'm pretty much done, right? And she's standing there with her friend. And so obviously it got to a situation where maybe he didn't like the embarrassment, he didn't like being rejected, this, that, and the third. He's now brought out a knife. And her
machete.
A machete.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because one of the witnesses said it was like a foot long, right? So her friend is trying to protect her, like push her out the way and let's run type thing. And she's got in the way, right? And she's been stabbed in the neck. Although it does say she was stabbed multiple times.
Yeah, in the neck and the chest.
There you go.
Basically killed her.
So how did Andrew Tate get involved in all this?
Because basically people are saying that whole thing about women rejecting you and whatnot, which a lot of women talked about, I've talked about it, but a lot of women rejecting whatever, all this stuff, that entitlement to women having to say yes to you and whatever, all of that stems from misogyny.
I can't lie. I don't think this is related to Andrew Tate at all.
Obviously, Andrew Tate came up because he's one of the faces of misogyny.
Remember, Andrew Tate's only been around for the past couple of years, right? This guy, this 7-year-old boy, he's obviously involved in a certain lifestyle. He's carrying around a machete, right? And obviously he has a certain issue with his mentality. Because why would you bring out a knife to stab someone multiple times over that situation, right?
I guess
it's not about. Go on.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I'm going to say, to me, it's not about. And I know we're just bringing this theory in for the conversation, but I don't think it's related.
Well, I guess the question is like, it's more the psychology of the child, though, isn't it? It's
that's what I'm referring to.
Andrew Tate is one cog in the multiple things that fill up the psychology of this child. Prior to him was that guy that had that
Kevin
show.
Samuels.
Exactly. There was that brother there who had his own narrative, and prior to him there was other guys too. Do you know what I mean? So it's like
I don't push this narrative. So what are you talking about? Extremism or something?
So basically, this example is something that it's an extreme. It's extreme. It sounds extreme. However, though, this is not like a one in something. Like in different areas of the world, in different communities, in different spaces, women do get killed for declining offers from men.
Yeah, but you can.
So that's what that conversation is about. So yeah, Andrew Tate came in because yes, that's what he does. But at the end of the day, like I understand, yeah, he was carrying a knife and whatever, and that crosses over to street crime life. I get that. However, though, the idea that a woman said no to you, and your what's it called? Your response to that was to kill her. Like there's guys, there are men who have killed women who also said no to them. They're not part of this road life. They're not carrying knives. Do you get what I mean? So this is where that conversation came from, where it is misogyny. So all of that misogyny does play a part in this.
So has he got any history? Is that like, because look, stats could be massaged to suit any narrative we want in it. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, so it's easy to jump on this. Like, is there any reason why this actually happened, or is just people just doing this?
No, this is what happened. This is what
No,
happened.
I'm saying, like, has the guy got a history of like saying stuff or doing stuff? Does it like? Do we know he's even subscribes to this stuff?
We don't have a
like
clue.
that,
No, we
Because
don't
he's
know.
17.
We don't know who the guy is. He just,
So
it's
people
not-
are literally just saying this is the blue red
No, but you know
pill
what it
thing.
is?
This
Do
is
you know what it is?
Andrew
Like,
Tate's
you don't need to go on his YouTube and see who is subscribed to on YouTube for it to be a case where a woman said no to you, and your response to that was to take her life. He went there with flowers, a love letter, and a knife. And as soon as she said no to you, your response was to bring out a knife and to kill her.
Yeah, but men have been sick from the beginning of time. So one stupid man's actions.
It's not one stupid man. That's the problem, though, Marks. It's not one stupid man. It's not one stupid man. Last month or a few weeks ago, I saw a young girl, a teenager, get killed in India because she did not want to sleep with this man. A young girl. And he beat her to death.
Yeah,
So it's not
violence
one
against
thing.
women is not a yesterday thing, my friend.
There's literally rising
Let's
statistics of
remove Andrew
femicide.
Tate from this.
Exactly.
Andrew Tate is
This
just
is-
one
yeah.
aspect of this radicalized misogyny. Do you understand? We're just using this name because a lot of young boys look at this
Listen to
content.
him.
Like he's the new face.
Like
Exactly.
literally as young as
Yeah.
12 years old, they subscribe to him and they listen to him, and like it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's
because
not
to be
pushing
fair,
this.
he's
not
never
telling
said
them to do this stuff.
Yeah,
He's
but
never
that's
said
the
stop
thing.
That's what I
women
was
and
saying.
all
You
them type of
don't know
things.
whose
Yeah.
ears is going to fall on. But also as well, I don't believe if any young boy who's 12 years old listens to Andrew Tate and whatnot, that's not going to be the only page they subscribe to. How many podcasts you listen to? How many whatever? So yes, he's the person. He's the most famous person we know and whatever. But there's forums of all these things. When they go and speak to their friends are saying the same thing or whatever. You guys are amping each other up, saying, "Yeah, it's a violation. She doesn't want to do this." Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
All of that stuff plays a part.
And Marx is just saying that Andrew Tate is not telling them to do that. And of course, I don't even listen to his content. I don't know the actual way he explicitly says. But most of the time, whoever it is that influences people doesn't have to explicitly spell out what they want them to do or what they want them to say. It's a mindset. It's a psychology that they infiltrate in the channel. And of course, looking at the ages of these people who are the most impressionable, they're still their frontal lobe is still developing. So anything they're taking in is absolutely, especially if there's in their head there's a payout, and the payout is power, right? So that's the biggest trick that patriarchy sells men. It's like it shows you that the end of the road here is power. So you need to follow what I'm saying. And Andrew Tate demonstrates that in the biggest way possible. You know, he drives all these fancy cars, and he doesn't have to be, like, he's shown the mold that you don't have to be, like, I guess, a top boy in terms of, like, be the most good looking guy, whatever, all of these things to actually have power, which is speaking to the majority. Whereas prior to him, there's been people that's like, you know, you have to look like, I don't know, Morris Chestnut, Shimmer Moore for you to be in that top echelon. Like, he's come true and said, bro, you don't even have to be that guy. You just need to follow these principles and you get everything else. So the average kid is like, bro, I don't even have to be Lang no more. I don't even have to be whatever. Like, I just need to, and then I just have the power. And that's the bit that then leads into, because that speaks to misogyny. And then power over, so when you make the connection about he was carrying a machete, I don't think when he left the house, his intention was like, if she don't have it, I'm gonna stab her. Because those two things are probably separate. Like, oh, I'm just active on road. So if any man tries to move to me, I've got machete here. But at the same time, I'm out here trying to get my goal back. But it's the same philosophy of, if someone approaches him, the feeling of like, oh, I don't want to look like I'm wet.
Yeah.
So that's what happened when she
That's his reaction
didn't
to it.
respond to his. He's like, bro, this same feeling that will make me stab a man, I feel it when she's making me feel like I'm wet. So,
But does that same feeling stem from this red pill ideology? Was it not there present since the beginning of time?
I feel like misogyny and stuff like that's always been existed. I feel like the way men are raised, men have been raised to believe women are property and objects that they need to be owning, and women have been raised and conditioned to also believe that they belong to men. So all of this stuff has always been since the beginning of time. I think that obviously with social media, there's just now different ways for this message to be spread. But I feel like misogyny is very, very present in too many cultures, if not all. And for me, it's always had harm against women. That's why there's domestic violence and all these things. So and even when it comes to like men killing women and partners killing their wives and stuff like that, that's existed from time. But I think one of the things that sparked this conversation yesterday was their kids. She's 15, he's 17, like your kids. And we've had people online talk about, like 12-year-old boys saying this and saying that, and it's like, what are you talking about? You know when people go and interview people on the roads and stuff, then do those little content stuff. I remember watching one time, and literally these boys don't even like they're probably like in year 9.
It's like 3 or 4 boys around central London, black boys. I've seen that.
And you know he's saying,
and I was just like,
oh, what's a red flag for you? This little boy used to get £10 a week pocket money from his mum, talking about if she's a gold digger, I can't have that.
I saw that.
You can't even define gold digger if they ask you to. What are you talking about? But again, just I mean, and these boys did not look a day older.
They're like year
than
7.
13.
They're like year 7, year 8 max.
Maximum. And he's standing there talking about, if she's a gold digger, man can't have that. I was thinking, like, what are you talking about? So these things, for me, as far as I'm concerned, it's been, when it comes to misogynistic ideas, misogynistic ways of living, and it's been that from the beginning of time.
Absolutely. And obviously the kind of intersection of race in that, like the misogynoir piece is the other piece. Because I think the reason why that is brought up to me is because that is probably the most like alarming in the cultural sense, that a lot of black women, black queer people have been killed and no one even really questions that. When Sarah Everard gets killed, everyone's wild about that. So what I'm saying is, so there's been history and track record of a lot of people getting away with killing and hurting black women, period. So the kind of outrage is nowhere near, which then gives almost like a license that, bro, like, you can get away with that. Black women are, black women are, they're tough anyway, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So there is that underlying piece that also kind of underpins what is also happening in this case as well.
Do you feel like, because everybody in the room will say killing is bad. Killing doesn't matter. Human being, man, woman is bad, right?
Yeah.
I'm on the fence with that one still. But
Why
that's real. Obviously, like...
You mean like war and stuff? Or what?
I definitely am anti-war, but I'm just saying, everything is circumstantial, you know what I mean? Everything is nuanced. I think our society definitely has that outlook, but then there's obviously the thing about self-defense. If you kill in that context, well, that's not bad.
Oh no, that's wonderful.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It's like
that's wonderful.
I wasn't gonna highlight that.
No, joking. I get what you mean. But generally, right, when you're murdering someone, man or woman, it's a heinous crime, right? So I don't know. Do you feel like this is just a particular side in society trying to use this to kind of scapegoat people who have this idea? Because the reality is, if I kill a man, it's a bad thing, period. And it might be the same thing inside of me that makes me want to kill a woman if she disrespects me, just like if the man disrespects me. It's not because I have a hatred for women or black women, but because I have a hatred for disrespect. And because that disrespect is maybe misplaced, that's why I'm acting like this. So really, the blame shouldn't be about the misogyny thing or the red pill, but more so just about the fact that in society we have this issue.
So before we get to the call up, the issue though is the increase and quick rise in femicide. That's why it's an issue. So it's not a case of everyone's killing everybody, so it's a problem. Is there's actually an increase in women targeted killings.
Okay.
That's why this is an issue.
Okay.
But morning caller.
Call back again, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Before the person calls back, just to present another argument, right? Do you feel like this is maybe, again, this whole thing about maybe blaming a particular side because we've all known that, and you obviously will speak about this more, Cornelia, that the whole male on male violence in the streets, right, is rampant. We, to some degree, we've become desensitized to it, right? You'd agree, right? But now that it's a girl, maybe it's almost like does her life mean more than a boy now? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if we didn't care about, again, I'm being extreme when I say if we didn't care, but if we didn't care about boys killing boys, what else do you expect? Surely we've created an atmosphere where killing is okay, or at least it's not the worst thing in the world. So if I kill, so I'm going to move on to girls one day. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, if that sick mentality hasn't been dealt with, isn't that just maybe the result of that?
It's a tricky one, really, because I don't like to make comparisons about, I guess, ranking the value of a particular gender over the other. But society does make that. And
isn't that what's happening now?
Yeah, because I think
how's that happening now?
I don't think so. We talk about black boys and black men being killed all the time. We talk about knife crime, stuff like that.
But society cares less. That's factual.
Yeah.
I think, in my experiences, I think there's a desensitization with black boys that kill each other because people it's normal.
Do you know what I think it is though?
It happens a lot, that's why.
Yeah.
But do you know what it is? I think also as well, when it comes to women's issues, women speak up. Women don't speak up about the issues that you all go through. I talked about it. I said this last week. Sorry, caller. I said this last week when sometimes the conversations are always about women. When really, in that same conversation that's being had, there's conversations to be had about how to help men with their suicide rates and their mental health and this and whatever it is. So maybe that's probably why. Because I don't think men don't have enough conversations of how you can help each other. No. But when it comes to women, one thing happens to a woman, all women rally up.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would say that.
Yeah, but I think it's, to what Emmanuel's point was, it's a society thing. Because again, it's like, yes, the way women are socialized, they talk about the issues much more. They have more spaces to explore these things culturally and societally. Men are not raised that way, especially black boys and black men are not raised that way. So that's the first bit. So they don't even have forums to feel safe to even talk about these things when they feel that. So therefore, obviously, that's why anger is a very rampant kind of, tool that boys and men use to express their emotions to actually get people to hear them because they don't have the language otherwise to do that. So therefore, I think, the desensitization when men kill, just like when men go to war and people get, die on war, it's like, it's a collateral damage. Everyone expects that some people are going to die. They come back and whatever. But, women, again, in line with how patriarchy sells us the fact that women are this piece that complete your kind of patriarchal journey. You own them. You do all these things to be powerful, to make money. And then, your possession is the woman, so therefore, when the woman is now being killed, patriarchy allows us to be outraged. I mean, how are you taking my property? Which is essentially kind of the narrative around how patriarchy sells us this concept that, when you do all these things to get power, blah, blah, then the woman is the final piece of the puzzle for you. So that's your property. So if that is now being in danger, there's a bigger outcry because, especially white women, white women just needs to cry and police officers are there every moment, So that's why I said that the piece about black women is different because they don't get the same privileges in that way.
Morning, caller.
Hi, morning, guys. It's Satanda. I just wanted to quickly call in because I had sent something to Iman in the community yesterday about this, but I don't know if you saw it, but essentially, I understand the points that a lot of people are making, saying that we can't associate this with like YouTubers and we don't know maybe if it's something that boys have been doing for a long time, which is already an issue in itself. But if Brent can see in the WhatsApp group, I just sent a link to a video of young boys meeting a YouTuber that they love. And there are a lot of young boys, and as Esther said before, boys in school are literally now telling female teachers, you can't tell me what to do because you're a woman, because they're watching people who make content like this. And on my personal side, I said to Iman as well, I have young cousins that I make sure that I'm constantly in their lives, because as soon as my cousin told me he started watching Andrew Tate, I lost it. I told him, you cannot be watching him, because unfortunately, while some people might think he's putting a different point of view that people need to hear, he's still spewing rhetoric that is evil and abusive. There's literally a video of him saying how, okay, I'm not going to hurt you with my penis, so I'm going to punch you and beat you down to a woman. He said that talking to someone. These are things that he says out of his own mouth. And if people aren't seeing that he's actually a danger to society, and these type of channels where young boys are now saying, fuck women, fuck gay people at 10, 12 years old, what makes you think that's appropriate? And I think a lot of the times we say things like, oh, boys will be boys, or it's just boys growing up, or it's just boys. No, it gets to a point where we have to stop that, because a young girl went to school. Her parents took her on the safe route. Again, we talked about the other day about how can women protect themselves. That young girl was going to school. She was in a public place. She did nothing wrong, and she still died. And she still died. Imagine sending your child to school thinking they're going to be safe, going to school. She wasn't going to a party. She wasn't out late at night. She wasn't dressed inappropriately, and she still died. So I obviously sound quite shaken up because the story is really upsetting me. And I just wanted to send that through to show that young boys are genuinely going through something that's terrifying. Again, on the flip side, we could say that women are saying that they want things from men. Young girls are thinking that they should get this, they should get that. I understand the parallels, but they're not the same when young people are now dying because somebody was no. Like, I think we have to really put it into perspective that a little girl, she was 15. She probably hadn't even touched her GCSEs yet. A whole life is lost because of someone's ego and because of what they were told they should do when a woman says no to them. And it starts small. This is what we say when people say things like, oh, there's rape culture, and how things start. You can say like, oh, he's teasing her, he's being mean. It starts from somewhere. There was a point someone could have hit it in the butt and said, no, he's saying things that he shouldn't be saying. It's going to lead to something bigger, because he didn't just start off thinking, I'm going to kill her. It was small things throughout his life that people didn't check, that people didn't stop, that allowed him to think he had rights to take her life. So thank you again, guys, for discussing this. But I'm just going to quickly hop off because I got to start work. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What do you guys think of what Stenda said?
I mean, she definitely hit the nail on the head there. I mean, in a very kind of specific anecdote for me, there's a young boy, particularly in the school right now, that I'm actually worried about. I had discussions with the teachers. I had to remove him from our Smiling Boys sessions because he sends me videos of Andrew Tate on Instagram. I specifically said to him, don't ever send me any videos of this guy ever in your life again. And he kept sending it to me. And then in the classroom, he still spews. And then I saw the teacher a couple of days ago, because I still catch up on how he's doing, even though I removed him from the session, just to see what they're putting in place to support him. And she said his dad came into school the other day just crying because they were going to expel him because he's part of a group, a WhatsApp group, where they basically anonymously threaten girls and say things that they're going to do to them. And then somehow that got leaked that he was part of that group. And then this girl has been threatened about they were going to do things to her and rape her and all this kind of stuff, right? And then his father got brought into school, and then obviously they showed all the kind of investigation they did, and they proved that he was in the group, and the father was just breaking down in tears, saying, "How did this happen? How did this?" And I'm just, again, that's a direct link, because I've seen priors of this kid who absolutely just takes on everything that Andrew Tate says,
consuming it.
So it's not even like an investigation to see who is it that he's taken in. There's been priors of him constantly talking about this guy and then being in line with this group of boys who have this group where, they're doing this to girls, and ultimately who knows what more, that they're doing to girls in this context. And the only way he got found is because he's the only one that goes to their school that's in that group. And the girl that was being harassed was from their school. So he's like, oh, I don't know what happened. I don't know. I said, well, if these boys are not from this school and they don't know her, then so the only link to it has to be you. So, yeah.
That's so scary, man.
But we're going to come back to that.
Morning, caller.
Hi, it's Chims, by the way. Right. You guys okay?
All good, all good.
Yeah, how are you?
Good, thank you. On this topic, I think it's similar to the topic we spoke about the other day. So to be honest, I'm probably going to re-emphasize the point that I made the other day, which is, I guess, was the point I was trying to get across, is these things happen within closed doors. Do you know what I mean? They happen in conversations. And the reason I'd say, I'm particularly quite close to this one, I have a lot of nieces. So, for example, I've got a niece, and she's only 6 now. I think when It was only about a year and a bit ago, so she was 5 still. And she came back and she talked to me and my sister, her mum, and she talked about what one boy said to her. And it was something around the lines of, it was just basically, I don't want to say on the line, but it was just sexually influenced. And she came back to us and both of us were flabbergasted. Do you know what I mean? We didn't understand where that came from. That means that little boy that was also her same age in nursery, and, you know, or at the time that she was there, was where she heard it from. Who he then said he heard it from, because me and my sister applied pressure, was because he heard it from his big brother, who was only 8 years old. This comes from a place up. Do you know what I mean? So these conversations that they have and things that they hear, they happen in closed spaces. So I think what we need to be able to do is to firstly start to target the adults that pass down this kind of behavior and these kind of comments that allow kids to be able to, because I was honestly, when I tell you, I can't let you know how much anger I had when my niece said what that little boy asked her to do. He was 5, she was 5, granted, but you know, he heard it from his 8-year-old brother that asked him to talk to my niece about it. It's disgusting, but it comes from somewhere. Do you know what I'm saying? So we need to be able to crack down on the adults that have these conversations, but you need to be able to tackle people that are willing to openly speak about these things. And the only way that I would say with this, and I'll have to back Esther on this one, in the sense of make people feel ashamed for the way they speak and what they think and what they talk about. You know what I'm saying? Don't be shy to shame people, because we have to. It comes from somewhere. So every time that you see sideways comments or comments that you like, maybe if you just hear something and you're just like, it's a bit dodgy, call it out. Like, call it out as soon as you see it, because it festers. It festers to the age of 8 and 5. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I've seen it in real time, is why I think that significantly about this stuff.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay. Thanks, James.
Yeah, thank you very much for calling.
Thank you.
It's like, I actually saw a tweet not too long ago from a mum, and I think her son is in like nursery, but you know, like when it was like private nursery, and she was talking about like how he was coming home saying certain things to her about like, oh, like as a woman, but obviously in nursery, like you have different, because you kind of have like different ages. Like if it's a private one, you have different kids or whatever. And he's saying things like that's different to how she's raising him, to respect women, to respect people in general. But he's coming home talking to her some kind of way, because like, well, you know, because women and she's like, what? Like, where are you getting these ideologies from? And all the ideologies, what he was saying as a little boy was about how women are inferior and how they're this and how that. So she actually went to nursery and the woman was like, and the lady who runs the nursery was like, yeah, it's a problem we've been having with the older kids, because the older kids are taking in all these stuff and then they keep letting the younger boys know and blah, blah, blah. Like, so it's actually an issue. And I think sometimes as well, because we think of how it was when we went to school, we assume, and because we're older, we don't get pressured, well, for the most part, we don't get pressured into things and whatever. I don't think that we can fully deep, unless you work closely with young kids, fully deep how they're being influenced. Like, it's an actual thing where schools are having to step up in terms of talking about sexism, in terms of misogyny. Like, it's an actual issue in society. And I think sometimes we can't, because we can be far removed, unless you've got nieces or nephews and whatever. It's sad.
Yeah, I mean, I really always like to, tread carefully when I talk about like influences, because I think it's not a zero-sum game. But when you hear something like J Hus in the previous album where it says, I slept with my friend's girl, so when I have a wife, I'm gonna let him sleep with her too. Remember that bar that he said that in his previous album? Do you remember that bar? How wild is that bar? And that in itself tells you about the idea of possession. That I took my friend's prized possession. When I get mine, I'm gonna give her to him.
She's an object.
And that's a normalized bar.
Yeah.
Like, there was no outrage, but that's what I'm saying. So that's So young boys today are absolutely like, I could pick up bars from everyone, from Sench to even Dave, who I love and I think is really conscious. But there are all these lines in there that highlight the ways in which it reinforces this idea that women are a possession. And especially when I have power, I mean, he says, now my new girl is dating P. Diddy. So I'm going to get 20% off of what, you know what I mean? Like she's a property.
Wild,
you know what I'm saying?
That's
like
crazy.
those types of lines reinforce, again, that narrative that women are something that you own.
What about if you see it from the other angle, right? Where you've got the other narrative where women, for example, musicians as well, they say certain things and is talking about how you can get this, that, and the third from a man. Does that not also perpetuate the same thing, that men are just good for being able to give certain things? You know what I'm saying? The reason why I mention that is because surely in all areas of life, there's going to be someone who represents a particular societal ill. Always. You can't get rid of these people. This is why the other day we were talking about how do you kind of protect yourself from the animals out there, the trigger warning, the potential rapists and all that type of stuff. Because as much as those animals deserve to be taken off the face of the planet, you can't get all of them. And whilst the transition is to try and get them off the planet, there's still a risk that some women and some men are going to come into contact with some of these people. You know what I'm saying? So I say all that to say, in all areas of life, you're going to find some of these horrible ideas represented. Somebody messaged me, right, and basically said, are we kind of making social media a scapegoat here? Is the failure us? And I'm linking it to what you said today as well, right? Because you're saying basically in the music, we're hearing this stuff. Men and women are dancing to J Hus. Men and women are know them bars. But when it materializes and manifests now and the girl's dead, you know what I'm saying? No, it's Andrew Tate. Why is it not you also buying the record and dancing to the record and enjoying the record? Why is it not us as a society, every one of us, taking on responsibility instead of blaming one man or one particular section of society? Do you get what I'm saying though?
That's 100%. But that's why I've said I don't believe that. Like Andrew Tate is not the only podcaster out there that's spinning all these crazy things. As far as I'm concerned, society was never set up to benefit women. As far as I'm concerned, when I talk about misogyny and stuff like that, it's been existing from the beginning of time. I was raised with misogynistic views and misogynistic mindset that conditioned me to believe that actually, I am, my sole responsibility, my sole existence in this world is to please men, is to audition for men so that I can get the best man I can get. It's even when women are taught about that, your purity and is keep yourself pure so that a man can pick you.
Right.
Men are not taught to be pure. Men are not taught to respect women, how they sleep with them or whatever it is. It's always about don't sleep with too many men because, that lessens your value. So misogyny has been existing. Sexism has been existing. I agree with you in that sense. However, I think that we're here now. We're here now. So how are we going to move forward? Because really and truly, the people, they can say the stuff they say in the music because, again, it's normal. Because again, no one's gonna bat an eyelid because it doesn't sound wild. Do you know what I mean? It's unfortunately it's extreme things like this that happen that make us be like, oh, But the issue is that this is one case that went viral. Yeah. There are many cases like this on a regular.
Absolutely.
Domestic violence is a whole thing. That was a whole 100%. Thing. The government had to try and find ways, even like with therapy. Because one of my friends is she's a therapist, and she was saying how during COVID, with women who face abuse and stuff like that, they had to be talking in code. They couldn't know that they had a therapist they were talking to. And that's the extreme that certain people in different industries and different places and whatever have to put in place. I've told you about in Nigeria how if a woman earns more than her husband, their work HR, the actual HR, give her a false pay slip.
No,
so that for her to present to the man and be like, and then they will then pay the money separately. These are the lengths in so many areas of society that people that's having to go to just to keep perpetuating and keep pushing masculinity and keep pushing patriarchy and keep pushing sexism and misogyny and stuff like that. So it's crazy. It's so sad because I feel like why a lot of women would have felt the way they did yesterday, because those are fears. My little sister goes to school herself every day. Every single day, there's not a day I don't think about her. I go out as a woman. Every single day I think about being sexually assaulted. I think about that even if a guy moves to me and he's disrespectful, like I think about these things. I can't say to a guy
what you really want to say to him.
I can't. Like these are real life things. Even like what we wear, like going out and you're not even showing that much skin, but it's like, oh, but then this might be too tight. What if a guy, like these are real life things women think about. And there's a reason why women are saying the things that they're saying. Like I don't think it's not coming out of anywhere. It's not coming out of thin air. It's because it's literally our life experiences. So I believe that society in itself is founded on misogyny. It's founded on sexism. It's founded on women being objects. It's founded on using women as property. But the issue now is that I don't think it's a case where we're blaming social media. Mm-hmm. Social media is our biggest way now of communication, like around the world, all over the world. You get what I mean? All these newspapers and whatever, they're not selling that much in print anymore. Mm-hmm. It's all about subscriptions online. This is how we live. So I don't think it's a thing where we're blaming social media too much or we're putting too much emphasis on social media. We're absolutely not. In fact, we're not putting enough. We talked about the other day about what was it in done out here, how there was a game challenge and the prize, sorry, trigger warning. Yeah, the level 50 of the game challenge was for the kids to be killing themselves. And I've talked about how that was a whole thing during lockdown where it was infiltrated into YouTube Kids, where there was basically like, whilst they're watching that Peppa Pig or whatever they're watching, there would just be random subliminals about put a fork in the socket. Like these are real life things. And unfortunately, unless you've got like a kid, you got a niece or like you got friends who have vulnerable kids and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. They're not really stuff you hear about all the time. But just because it's not stuff we hear about all the time, doesn't mean it's not true. I don't think we're putting enough emphasis on social media.
And again, right, I'm agreeing with you, by the way. Yeah. But it kind of goes back to that same discussion we had the other day about the types of prevention. Mm-hmm. Now, we know social media is like this, right? We know all of this nonsense is out there. This is the way people can get their messages across. Good message, bad message. Mm-hmm. Is there something we can do? Because like you just said about watching Peppa Pig, if you leave your kid to watch Peppa Pig for 17 hours a day and they're putting metal in the plug, this, that, and the third, like, should we start taking responsibility? Should we start taking responsibility for taking off the Wi-Fi at certain times for our kids?
No, but we have to. That's why I emphasize how don't just have kids because your eggs and your sperm work.
Facts.
Literally, being a parent is actively being a parent. Of course. Is actively being involved in your child. Of course, we've heard many stories where the parent can be as active as they want to and the kid will still be influenced by whatever they want to be influenced. But you have peace at night knowing that you've done this. Yeah. I feel like there's so much that can be done. I feel like just because things are the way they are, just because social media has bad and good information, or there's killings with boys and with girls, there's domestic violence with boys and with girls, there's rape with men and with women, doesn't mean that we're like, okay, we'll do nothing about it. I feel like there's something to be done from inception, all the way from the tiniest age, all the way to, but again, it's everyone has to take responsibility. It's everyone's issue.
This is what I
And to your point.
Morning.
Oh, morning, caller. Who are you speaking to?
Jackie, good morning. So I've missed a few bits, so I might be repeating. But based on Emmanuel's question, I wanted to ask, how much do we, I don't know the race of the child, the both of them, but just in terms of the demographic or it being South London, how much do we as a community owe to give back to those who are still from ends, for example? And we always blame social media. It's not entirely me, but I don't know any young kids that are listening, sitting down for 1 hour listening to podcasts. It might be 15-second reels from Andrew Tate, but how they were blaming drill music, similar to how they were blaming drill music back in the days, how much is it that is not they see on their screens? Is also the fact that they have so much access to screen time. So if you compare kids that are from different areas, they don't have time because they're doing basketball, they're playing this, they're doing all these extracurricular activities, so they're not at home to actually have those influences. Also, there's different people in the community. So the question is, rather than us blaming, I know we're not just blaming social media, but how is it our fault as well that we've left ends, but we don't give back? We don't maybe spend an hour in a community centre or something like that, you know, mentoring different kids. And we're always blaming, 10 years ago it was drill music. And today, it was always drill music, always rap. And they always used to blame it on gangs, the gang lifestyle. But now it's Andrew Tate and all these podcasts and the misogynistic views. But there's also boys that kill boys. And no one really, we're almost desensitized when boys kill girls. The minute they kill boys, the minute they kill a girl, oh, no, it's really bad. But they were killing before. But now they've just upgraded or changed the gender. But they were killing before. We didn't say anything. And the minute, I'm conflating the issues, but the minute also a police officer kills one of our own, again, I don't know the race of the people, we know how to stand up and we know how to change the laws. We know how to implement. Like the London Met with the young guy that got killed last year, Chris. We know how to then ask for change. Chris Cabba. We know how to ask for change when it comes to that. But when our own people kill our own people, we don't take responsibility. Actually, I could have given back. I was from Croydon and I could have given back. I could have spent an hour. I could have gone back to my community, could have gone back to my schools, and I could have actively done something rather than us blaming people, because there's so much we can blame. Single mothers, that we can blame broken homes. I teach and I saw how hard even single mothers used to work, or even mothers with husbands used to work, and how they didn't have kids to no fault of their own. Like one parent was like, I don't have time to look after him. I've got to be a nurse. I've got to go out the time he comes back home. So I have to trust that he's doing his homework. I have to trust that he's going home. But who's there to help? And then if he's listening to Andrew Tate, for example, for 15 seconds, we then blame him for listening to Andrew Tate, like the gentleman. It's like kids are young, so they're very impressionable. So they've got that time. But at what point are we going to say, let's fix our community? Let's give back. Let's make sure there's a mentoring program. Let's make sure there's a cousin that we know, that we make sure that he comes to our house on Saturdays. He does that. We're telling the mum, put him in basketball. Let me look for a local football team. Let me do this. Let me do that. We are keeping up tabs on these young kids. But who kills in the daytime? Who kills in the morning? You'd be mentally ill to kill in the morning. Like there's something wrong with you to kill at 9 a.m. This is not a gang life. This is, do you know what I mean? So where do we point the finger back at ourselves and say this is our problem that we have to fix?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Jackie.
I mean, I think, just like Jackie highlighted, I think we always like to look at binary solutions. I don't think it's one thing. I think, this concept of giving back, I love the intention of that. But in reality, the bigger question is, who are you to give back and what are you giving back? Because if you are some guy that made it out of ends and you now, I don't know, living good, but your mentality is still seeped and steeped in misogyny. But you got a nice car, you come in through and say, yo, let me give back. What are you giving back, bro? What are you giving back? So
but is that the type of person that would give back anyway?
Exactly. That's not the type of people.
You say that because there was a debate yesterday. People saying about how more men need to go into schools and blah blah. People said, wait a minute, you need to be screening the kind of men that are going again because they probably would, because again it's about feeling good. It's having people to charity. So they would go and give up, but again, it's an ego thing. So you want to go back to your ends and let these little boys, and you can become something one day.
Exactly.
And then they ask you this question, and now here you go spewing all the madness that you're thinking in your house. So we need to.
Let's then go back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, let's talk about ourselves and good people that have moved out. People that have actually gotten good qualifications and are working hard and are calm people. Let's talk about them, not the toxic people. Let's talk about the other good people, us.
But you know the issue,
everyone here on the call.
The issue though, Jackie, is that even with the people that we say have made it, if you're going to go back to talk to kids about career stuff, fair. But right now what's being talked about is mentoring.
Yeah.
And I don't even hate to say, I'm saying it proudly. A lot of people that are successful as well have very crazy
problematic mentalities.
So yes, they're the ones who are like, okay, go and speak to them because you're successful. 1 second, hon. Go and speak to them because you're successful, blah, blah. But again, what is it that they're going there to talk about?
Yeah, because that's the thing. Our parameter for what a good person is,
is
so intrinsically linked to capitalism and patriarchy. Yep. So if someone has made it out and they've gone to university, got a good degree, and they've done that, we look at them, that's a good person. But no one knows that's facts.
No one knows. It's when it's scandal hits. We're like, oh my gosh, I never would have thought that.
Exactly, because those things don't actually amount to someone being a good person. And even our idea of someone being a good person is such a binary narrative anyway, because I don't think anyone is good, nor anyone is bad. We make decisions that are good, we make decisions that are bad. Exactly. So even the fact that we, even as a society, look at people and put them in a box that you are a good person because X, Y, Z. And that's when the person comes through and then they do something and you think, case in point, Will Smith, we've looked at him for so long as this guy that's a good guy. And all of a sudden, he shows that he's a human being and everyone's like, I thought Will Smith was a whatever guy. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So it's like, that's our problem as a society.
I want to let Jackie speak here, but just a quick thing to say, right? It's just like, a lot of the time, people don't care if for example, you come across racist people, if they don't show you that they're racist. You don't mind that they keep it in their brains. So if this particular person who's in a fantastic career, occupation, comes and is teaching people certain things, why is that a bad thing? He's not out there trying to kill women. He's not out there trying to be misogynistic, right? He's a productive member of society. So can't that be the very thing that he passes on? Even if he does have... the fact that
the same way pastors preach, you don't know what they're doing in their private lives.
Just like Esther said, like if they're coming to tell you about career and trying to get you a leg up in life, then they can do that. That's calm. That's not mentoring,
no, but we're saying that. No, but it's linked.
Well, yeah,
it's linked. But the issue that we're talking about, we're not talking about the success rates and the job rates and stuff like that. What we're talking about is the mindset that people have, where there's this ownership to women's bodies and whatever it is.
Yeah.
That is not. We can't deal with that by talking about you can be a successful barrister one day.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't add to it because you know how many we look at Hollywood all the time.
Ones. Yeah, of course. The
how many
and the most
rich
powerful.
people abuse their power when we see that with women? We talked about Russell Brand the other day, didn't we?
Yeah.
We've talked about Harvey Weinstein. We talked about R. Kelly. We talked about all these people, and they're successful. They're the ones that you go to school and talk to them about they can be successful. It's not. It's beyond that. It's about how it is that they relate, how it is that they speak to women, how it is that they treat women. The issue here is mentors for mindsets, not mentors for schools and scholarships and university.
Money and
it's
career.
not that.
Don't get me wrong.
Absolutely. No. So I wasn't saying mentors for academics. I'm just saying us feeding the same way Andrew Tate and TikToks can feed into their brain. If we fed into them as well, the good would outweigh the bad, or whichever one majority that they hear would outweigh itself. So it's not about academics. It's just about a positive influence in the person's life. And as Iman said, you don't have to be portraying, oh, come and get this job and I'm driving a Maserati. In fact, we don't want you in those kind of situations because they're always going to link success, as you said, to money. But just being there for the children in that area. When I say good people, I'm talking about us. We are good. We are successful on so many indicators. Where are we in these communities? And I'm saying that from people that I've moved out of ends myself, and so has many other people in the area I live in that have all moved out of ends. We're all from ends. Not one of us will go back. It's not even on our list, our to-do list, to say, oh, let's go in every Saturday. Let's maybe set up a Saturday school, or just even like a mentoring club
to go back to. Do you know what I mean? Physical
for someone,
but we make our own though.
But if it was when Chris Cabba died, we fought for the London Met to be held accountable. Why are we not having that same energy for youth centres to be reopened? It's £20 an hour to open a youth centre. Mm-hmm. So we could have done, if we cared, we could say, okay, how much is £20 an hour a week? Do you get what I'm saying? So if 5 of us did that for every day, we said we're going to book this youth centre every day. But I'm just saying, for example, I don't have the solutions. I'm also part of the problem. But at what point are we going to say we are going to help and give back? If Esther gave back an hour, if I gave back 2 hours, someone else did so many things. Little drops can help.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? He's killed a girl, but so many young boys die. Right. Always. Absolutely. That don't even get said on the news, and we ignore it so much. Because he's lost a life as well. The 2 lives have lost right now.
People don't want to talk about that part, you know, because, you know, it's like, you know, we live in a very punitive society where, you know, it has to be binary.
Thank you. I've got this victim.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you. There's a victim, and then there's the perpetrator, and not even recognizing that both of them are victims. At some point. And obviously, most people are not ready for that conversation because it's like, how dare you group this person in the same category as this person? But for us to truly look for how to actually, when we're talking about transformative justice, we're really thinking about how we can think about the causations of harm, right? Then we need to look at him as a...
How did he get here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And talk about all the systems that also disproportionately impacted him.
Yeah. This is it. And that makes for a more productive conversation to me. Right. Because when we have the men versus women thing, I just feel like everyone's going to get lost spending time choosing sides. But when you talk about the responsibility being on society and how we all contributed.
Right.
Not one side, not just men or just women. We all contributed.
Right.
Right. And if we don't do anything, we're contributing to the next generation suffering it. Right. Then it's like, cool. Who wants to have this blood in their hands? Let's do something. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
It's sad.
Right, yeah. I don't really think it's like a men versus women thing. I think sometimes when we're having proper serious conversations, people reduce it to gender wars. And it's not that. And I think there's nothing wrong, absolutely, with looking at how because he is actually, I'm not going to say that. Nope.
Yeah, she's not going to use the V word I hear.
No, I was going to say he's a victim too, but I thought, actually, that don't even sound right when I say he is of something, of a system. But under the circumstance, I think the issue is there's nothing wrong with that conversation. There's nothing wrong with figuring out how he got there and how we can prevent future ones from getting there as well. I think the issue is that the reason why there's friction sometimes is because when something's happened, there is no some people don't want to spend a moment to acknowledge what has actually happened. They're thinking, well, it happens to men too.
Yeah, it's the gaslighting.
That's great. No one said it doesn't happen to men. Like, no one is saying that only women are killed. Nobody is saying that there's not crimes even amongst the men gender. Like, nobody is saying that. However, right now, the topic at hand is that this young girl has been killed by a young boy.
Yeah.
That's what needs to be discussed. How do you move forward from there? So the issue, when something serious happens and it then quickly becomes a men versus women thing, is because, again, there has been from some men, there's no acknowledgement of what it is that's happened. It's just, well, it happens to men too. And so when it happens to men, no one say anything. I've said this many, many times. A lot of men that spend their time talking about how women are not women these days and how your mother and your grandmother were great, even though you've never sat down with them to ask them how they really feel because those women were depressed. That you sit there and you compare every girl you meet to your mother and your grandmother. These times, your mom and your grandmother are outside meeting random strangers like me and telling us not to depend on any man. So while you're sitting there thinking they're the prototype, these women are going for what they're going for and advising other young women about how to live. But anyways, I digress.
I had to get that one off your chest real quick.
I had to, 100%. So do you know what I mean? Like, you spend time saying this, that, and the other, when really, I just feel like there's ways around having these conversations. Do you get what I mean? It's not a boy versus girl thing. It's not, because it's all of our problems. At the end of the day, kids come from both men and women. And a lot of men that spend time talking about how women are not great. Women are not great single mothers. Single mothers are ruining society, blah, blah. The energy is not really there about, okay, do you know, how do we get more present fathers? Let's have conversation. We see even in things where something comes up and a girl says that this guy abused me. And the guys are like, oh, well, we need evidence first. I know him, he's not like that. What, were you dating him too? How he is with, do you get what I mean? So it's not a boy versus girl thing. It shouldn't be that. It's a case of, let's sort this out. I will always say, a lot of men that spend time talking about women and women's issues and whatever, you need to be putting that energy into your gender and the things that affect
exactly.
you. There's way too much conversation being had about women and what women and how women are not women. That needs to be poured into men.
And the thing is, I understand what you're saying, but this is the difficulty of these type of conversations, because as much as I understand what you're saying, I can see somebody who doesn't fully understand hearing you say, well, this, that, and the third, men are not having the same energy for women, men are not doing da-da-da-da-da. And it becomes...
No, that's what I'm saying. But that's the thing. Whoever heard me speak, and that's what they picked up, then their brain cells is somewhere else. No, but that's because what I'm saying, what I'm saying to you, do you know what? I'll be honest with you.
Just like you said.
I'll be honest with you,
if you have a problem with the truth, the problem is you.
100%. Okay, but do you know what it is? Do you know what the honest issue is? A lot of women's issues, women do not wait around for men to help them speak up. My thing is that men need to start fighting men's issues rather than putting your nose in women's issues. This is my problem. I'm not saying don't support women on their fights and whatever. I'm not saying any of that. But I'm saying that a lot of times when men want to have voices, it's to berate women. It's for when women are fighting about the issues, you're telling us, yeah, but it happens with men too. Okay, but how many fights have you fought? How many conversations have you had about it? If we're being honest, women fight a lot of fights, and they fight issues for black men too. 100%. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So what I'm saying, whoever's listening to me and you're hearing me say that, you know, men's issues don't matter, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the energy that you pour into saying that women are not great anymore and women aren't how they used to be and they're all just city girls and gold diggers now. I'm saying pour that into your issues that you are going through. That will help these issues of the street crime you want to focus on. That will help the issues of mental health with men and all that kind of stuff. Black men have the highest suicide rates. I've never seen on my page on TikTok, I've never seen a conversation about that. But what do I see? Who should pay on first dates and how women are gold diggers and whatever else. And I'm consistently blocking those things. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, you know, men's issues don't matter. I'm not saying everyone should do for themselves and fight only wherever it is. I'm saying we all have a responsibility to fight all these things. I'm saying that when an issue comes up, rather than seeing as this is a boy versus girl thing, rather than seeing this as, oh, here women go again, bashing men, rather than just see the issue. The issue is killing. The issue is young people with knives. The issue is misogyny. That's the issue. Stop looking at it like it's a boy versus girl thing. And it isn't.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say to you. Because and again, this is why I say it's difficult to have this conversation, because when we mention it and we mention the victim being a girl, it becomes subconsciously a gendered conversation. But if the victim is just a victim and we all have the same energy for the fact that somebody who's 15 years old minding her business, or their business, I should say, lost their life, then I think it becomes a societal productive conversation.
Right. Absolutely.
But it's hard to have that if, for example, you just mentioned a girl or you mentioned a boy.
But it is a girl though. But we
I know,
can't.
but I'm just saying how society is when we hear these things.
Yeah, but that's society is the one that needs to sort that issue out.
Facts, of course.
No, because think about it. Yeah, we talked about earlier. No, but we talked about earlier how it is that people are desensitized to
black boys
being killed and stuff like that. Yeah, I get this desensitization angle. But I honestly feel like as though if it was spoken about more, I don't think it'd be a thing where people are it appears people are desensitized. Because at the moment, what I'm getting in terms of desensitization is that it's a conversation and it just passes by. No one really cares to follow up with it.
People just like, that's a shame, but it was probably a GM anyway. That's the narrative, I think. For the most part, if a black boy has been stabbed, they'll be like, that's a shame, but it was probably active. But that's the baseline of.
But we need to start talking about these things more, so that way people do not have that. Because how many kids, how many black boys have been killed and they have nothing to do, they haven't come from anywhere.
This is it.
No street life, no nothing. But again, these conversations can be had. So it can't be a thing where when something happens, we start to remove gender, we start to remove sexual orientation, we can't do that. Because that in itself is unproductive. There's a lot of killings in the LGBTQIA community.
Right.
There's a lot. If someone from that community gets killed and we just say it's a victim of the killing, certain things need to be highlighted in certain conversations. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I 100% agree, because it's necessary. It's just more so because it seems as though society struggles to differentiate or to fix a problem without choosing a side.
Right.
How do we remedy that? That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. That's a really good point.
We got a caller. Good morning, caller.
Morning, everyone. I just wanted to say a quick thing about what Esther was saying about men needing to talk more about, our issues that we're going through. It isn't where the whole red pill rhetoric has come from, men talking about how we're going through these things, and that was their kind of way to combat that. So I'm saying, as men, I don't think we're allowed that space to talk about our issues. Like, we will always be kind of judged.
I've got to respond to that. I think, personally, no disrespect, I think that's a weak excuse. I think that, because again, if I'm going to go off the conversations, what I'm saying, the spaces where men gather to talk about women, the kind of girls they like, talk about these things, talk about all that kind of stuff. Use those spaces, group chats, podcasts, whatever, I don't know, however else men meet up at sports games and whatever else. I'm saying change the conversations in that. You're having these conversations with your friends. I know, yes, we men have been raised to be that whole be a man thing. I think all that is so damaging, and I don't believe all that kind of stuff. I understand that. However, though, the older you get, at some point, you cannot blame, and this is for everybody, man and woman. There's only so much you can blame your upbringing. There's only so much you can blame society. There's only so much you can blame conditioning and how you were raised for certain issues that you have. You are aware as men that you have issues. You are aware that you deal with mental health stuff. You are aware that you don't have the space, blah, blah.
That's
Create
the problem.
them.
A lot of men are not aware.
But
that's the problem. A lot of men are not aware.
You can't lean on it. You can't lean on that excuse of, well, we were never really given the space. But now you can have the spaces, so do something about it. You can't lean on that. So that's why I say it's weak.
I'm just saying, my thing was, I'm saying we've had those spaces now, and that kind of led to this red pill thing. I don't think it's just men need to talk as a community, black women. We need to talk about these things, because you have certain inputs that, as a man, we're not going to be thinking about. That's what I'm trying to say. So you're saying, this whole men get together, and now we've created another issue. So I'm saying I don't think that's necessarily the right way that we should be combating the issue.
I think what you did say. Okay, thank you, Han. Yesterday's guest here, when he talked about dealing with anxiety, and then you guys just started talking about therapy and all that kind of stuff. Was that not a space where you felt like, we can actually share this? Do you get what I'm trying to say? I don't know if what I'm saying is coming across. I'm saying the spaces that you use to have unproductive conversations, make them productive.
But those spaces are few and far between. That's what I think, he was probably alluding to, and there's no safety in those spaces. Like, and it has to also be like led by people who have either further along in the work or people who have expertise. So even if you try and switch the conversation on group chat, but if all the man them on group chat are not even man them that ever open up to those kind of conversations, they would just bully you out of that group chat. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think the infrastructure is what the issue is. And, you know, when we go back to like a solution-based thinking, solution-based conversation, is really thinking about the multi-layered things that need to be happening. It's not one thing that needs to happen. I think, you know, men have to hold men's spaces because only men can create. I'm telling you, that's one of the things that, with the work that I do, that is so powerful about having a space that's only just black boys in there. Yeah. Because they look at you and they look at me and they think, oh yeah, I can say all the wild things because he looks like he's one of me. And then they have that disarmament of just being like, I can say whatever I want. Yeah. But then when they say, you be like, why do you think that? Let's get into that. And that's why I disagree with something that I don't know who said that about shaming. Shaming is not a productive emotion, right? Because what doesn't happen in that session is when they say things, you don't shame them and say, oh, you know, you're a bad kid because you think that. You don't actually walk me through the thought process about this. And let's start to pick in the holes in your thinking process. Because then at that point, they have the ability to reflect. And you give them opportunity to be introspective and think, actually, what I say doesn't really bang. Because actually, if that was my mom, would I say somebody to do that? Right? And then they start to make the connections themselves and realize that actually these thought processes are flawed. But if you shame somebody, they just go back into their shell and think, I'm not going to say that around you then.
To educate them.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah.
Also, just before the caller speaks, right? So even going back to yesterday, and the spaces have to be the right spaces, like you just said, right? Yesterday I shared that I suffer from anxiety and I didn't feel any better for saying it on the show. I didn't feel like I was in a safe space, or I just wanted to say it because I relate to what he was saying.
Right.
But I didn't feel like the people in the room necessarily could help create the space for me to feel comfortable. I left here feeling worse. So it has to be the right spaces. It can't just be just because we're boys, we're going to speak about issues. How are you going to help me? This isn't the right space.
Right.
And sometimes we don't have the right spaces. Even though we are all boys, you may not be the people that can help me.
Exactly.
Or even sensitive enough to even understand what I'm coming from.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, that's a really valid point.
Yeah.
Really
Morning, caller.
Good morning. I was literally about to ask Yusuf about this sex scene thing he's just talking about. I was just about to say, Yusuf, how do you feel about this conversation? And then literally he decided to talk.
Oh, that's divine intervention, right?
Yeah. Sorry?
No, I said that's divine intervention.
Yeah, literally. That's the reason why I called, because I was just going to say, Yusuf, what do you think about it? Obviously, you did speak about it yesterday. So I was like, what do you think about it? As someone that speaks, in fact, I'm studying to become a therapist myself, and it's true what you're saying. There's not enough spaces. So it is easy for us ladies to speak. I don't know what it is that God made us that way, where we can talk to, I guess, anybody and take it out of our minds, and then we solve situations. I was going to even ask Iman, in the, like, what's the word? Who's the person that stood up on the bus?
Rosa Parks?
Yeah, there you go. Rosa Parks, all those people that kind of stood for us back then. Majority of them were women. Even like, you know, yeah. Being that and seeing the evidence that are just naturally we fight a cause. Won't you think that, okay, I think it's our time to also stand for the cause? And I'm not trying to turn it into a boy versus girl, but we've been doing it for decades, bruh. We've been standing up for everything. Like, when something happens, we stand up, we rise. Black girls, black to everything. When it comes to someone, I don't know, got offended in hospital, or someone had a mistreatment in hospital, who stands up for the lady? Black woman. When something happens, black woman. When this happens, black woman. Even this that is affecting your sons and your nephews and your whatever, it's still us that we need to also stand up for this as well.
Yeah. Definitely hear you.
Because trust me, we can talk for days. Ladies can talk for days. It's in us. But we're tired.
Yeah.
That is a word. I do, and I think that's what it is. Like, I get that men say they don't have the right spaces and stuff like that, but something has to be done. I've been hearing men talking about they don't have the right spaces for the longest time, but what is being done to then create these spaces? Do you get me? Like, I feel like even having conversations, like you would, if you have a conversation with your friends and they might not be able to help on whatever, but the way I personally operate is I would leave that conversation thinking, I've got to do something about this. Do you know what I mean? This is a common thing. Do you know what I mean? Just in that way, but we can't keep relying on the fact that, men don't have these spaces and this and that. Like, there's only so much that excuse can run.
Yeah,
or not excuse, but
exactly.
that narrative can run. Something has to be done, then create the spaces.
And I think, again, that's incumbent on all of us.
Oh, thank you, Valerie. Sorry.
Back to the all of us conversation, because
I was going to say, I was just going to ask Mark's a question.
Oh, sorry. Let Kay finish.
No, let her go.
No, that's fine.
Because, I look at, a recent scenario that I had where, one of the boys from my program got killed. He died in front of his school. A lot of his friends were there. They held his hands. He was bleeding on a couple of his friends. I went in and had a session with them. And I said, how you guys doing? They said, man's all right. I'm like, that's not, that's the standard response.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're not all right, bro. Like, how can you be all right? And it's like, what has been put in place? They had a therapist come in, a white woman, who she was chatting all this West,
group therapy.
She's like, I know him because he's like, he wears hats, and they were just like, what are you chatting about? You don't even know the guy. So like there was a cultural disconnection. So they just shut out with this concept of therapy. So I was like, bro, what are you even chatting to me?
This
like,
then you put them off therapy.
So again, that was an attempt to create a safe space for them, but obviously didn't bang because there was so many things missing in that space. So they just went back to reverted to type of just being like, no one's out here to really actually provide a space for me, because they had so many layers of emotions they came out with eventually, but it was a struggle to even get that far. But it's also because I had already done a lot of work with them prior that I was able to have that trust to continually tap into and just get them to feel like this space is okay. You can cry, bro. Like, I'm here crying, and I only know him for however many months. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay for you to feel that way. And then also to then think about, what types of culturally intelligent, culturally nuanced therapy they need from a black person, particularly in this case, a black man, where they are able to actually feel like, this guy actually knows.
He gets it.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the biggest barrier for a lot of boys, which then obviously turns into men. And because they don't see these things modeled by people that are in their everyday lives that they look at, like fathers and uncles and all these other things. So, it's a collective thing that we all have to address to provide those safe spaces. And back to your point, Iman, about, women who also purport these same systems. When you think about how oppression works, the oppressed then also
100%.
Exactly. So women also embody the same tenets of patriarchy, and they in some cases are the biggest advocates because they have also bought into the rewards that provides them. So looking at them is where the challenge is, as opposed to looking at the system, because they are also victims of the same system. They just happen to be the gender that is also purporting what also creates harm for them. But in their head, that's not how they see it. So that's why the issue has to always be tackling the system, not the individuals.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. All right, man. I think we've kind of touched as much as
Valerie's still there,
Oh,
sorry, Valerie.
Valerie, you're not there. You are.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to ask Marks, when Jackie was talking about the bringing back the what they call it, youth, and stuff. You seem like you didn't seem like you fancied the idea. I just wanted to know why.
Yeah, youth clubs ain't going to be a safe place in this day and age. Yeah, it's going to be a hotbed for stabbings.
So what do you think is the safe space then?
What, for the kids?
Trap houses.
Well, trap houses. Yeah, probably. It might be safer in the Trizzy. No, I don't know.
I said Trizzy.
No, it might be. But yeah, if there was like a spot on all the different estates where all the kids congregated and went to at a certain time and there was always going to be there, that kind of information would be used.
That's community centers then.
Isn't that community? Yeah, literally.
Yeah, but they don't.
Community centers.
have those like that
anymore.
Like they're not. There's no place where everybody goes and congregates, and that's where all the events would take place. That's where everything would happen. When you go to the estate and you go and you're looking for this, you just go to the youth club where they're at. You know what I'm trying to say? So that's.
So you're saying youth clubs are not a safe space, but let's create another youth club for them to feel safe.
I wasn't saying create a youth club. That wasn't me. I never said create a youth club. I wouldn't put them in youth clubs. I'd take them out of the area.
No, because you said you need to find another place that they congregate in the area. And like example, places like Kingsmead have one place, which is like an after-school club and stuff. It's called Concords or something like that. Yeah, and it's like a youth center that's in the middle of like 7 blocks of flats.
Yeah, but I don't think
you're saying that.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise no one to go and do that. I can't remember what they're called, man. Do you remember that Hackney Quest and all that thing, all that stuff where they take the kids away and all that, go and do things, all
different
that,
activities and
whatnot. They got an office there, but it's not really somewhere where you can congregate. You can go and sign up. It's not really a chilling thing, innit? They put things on, they take you away, they make you go and experience different stuff, all that kind of stuff. I think there's a lot of time for that.
Okay.
You get me? That would probably be more better. I'm just saying, just the way like society's.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a place where everyone knows where you are.
Yeah,
basically, you know what I mean. Like especially in this day and age, sometimes it can be a bit mad. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't say that's.
But not for everyone though.
Not for everyone, no.
Not for everyone. There's plenty of boys and girls who are safe. When I say safe, I don't mean from harm's way of the ills of the world, but just they haven't got ops. They're not into gang life.
And that's the majority of children.
Yeah,
they don't have ops.
Yeah, like the whole notion of I don't want people to know where they are. That doesn't relate to everyone.
Yeah, but again, that's where good kids get caught up in rubbish, fuckery. They might not have no option, but it's on their state. It represents their state. It represents their thing. When these people go, people get caught up. This is where these kids are getting stabbed who ain't involved in nothing. Like, you know what I'm trying to say?
Okay, I'm going to go. Thank you. I just wanted to hear from Marg and Yusuf, and that's what I just wanted to hear your face because obviously you guys are men.
I'm sorry, Valerie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Valerie. Have a nice day, hon.
Yeah, bye.
It's harsh to just take them away from them because obviously people who ain't got nothing to do with it are gonna like. You get what I'm trying to say? But yeah, just my thinking and just my logic of just seeing.
Do you believe sometimes there has to be collateral damage for a better cause? So put these things in place, even though there is a risk of something bad happening, for the better good of the majority. Because I went to youth clubs growing up, I never got involved in any fuckery. You know what I mean?
And if you're coming from like a risk-assessed based mindset, then you have to put something in place for that. So either you get certain men that have been on road, and then their role in that space is to, it's to kind of chaperone the space and just be like, whoever's coming in here, you're coming through me still. Like, you know what I mean? And put those things in place because as Yusuf said, more kids will benefit from it than not benefit from it. And if there are going to be instances where certain kids end up being collateral damage, the damage is already happening.
Yeah.
That, you know what I mean? That if a kid gets stabbed in a youth club doesn't mean that's a justification to shut off all youth clubs.
Yeah, of course. But then that kind of goes back to what Jackie was saying about us coming back to ends and doing our part as well, isn't it?
But the thing is, this whole go back to the ends of community, I think it's so, people talk about it so idealistically. Like, what does it mean tangibly? Does it mean I'm going to roll up on my ends on a Saturday and be like, hey, yo!
Come
kids, gather around. Well, come on, man. Let's talk about what it actually means, bruv.
No, but she gave examples. So she was, for example, even if you're talking about these youth centres, right? She said, if the government ain't going to do it for you, it's £20 an hour. Let's come back, put the money down, £20 an hour that we can spend in Nando's.
But whatever hear the conversations, though, even though this conversation was happening now, I guarantee you next week, no one's going to talk about this. That's the thing. Our problem. That's the thing. Oh, yeah, let's go back to the ends. All right, cool. Let me check in with you in a month's time. Yo, you been back to ends? Nah, I've been busy, work, life. Like, come on, man.
Because we're not prioritising.
Exactly. And it's always just chat.
Morning again.
Good morning.
Jackie.
Hello. Sorry, it's me again. Sorry. I know you guys are going to end the topic, but I was just giving examples because we're all part of the problem. We have to admit that. So if the studio you're in, if you're comparing it to the best studio and you say, oh, actually, we're just going to come in the studio. We're going to use our mics, but our own personal mics. Everyone's going to use their own headphones. Everyone go and buy their own headphones. You wouldn't be competing with the best podcast out there, would you? But you're going to buy the best things. You're going to ensure that your industry standards is you're going to be comparable to everything else. Why is it that we don't do the same when it comes to communities? So great communities have certain things like, so if you read Malcolm Gladwell's book on David and Goliath, and David being, so we're winning because of your differences. So you win because of your differences, not in spite of your differences. So for example, he was saying, in a community, if you have a broken home, but in a good community, the kid is more likely to do well than a kid in a good home, stable home, in a bad community. So we can't say that single parenthood, for example, I'm not saying that's the problem, is indicative or a pandemic in only ghetto areas. There are white middle class, black middle class people that are also in single parent homes, but they have all the social settings that will make their kids thrive. So I'm not saying community centres. I'm saying if that's the solution, for example, like Mark said, taking the kids out. So you said we could go on Saturday and say, look, every Saturday morning, the same way loads of parents in the area I live in are taking their kids to football on Saturday mornings. One of us, you people that don't have kids, for example, could say, actually, Saturday morning, I'm going to dedicate 10 till 12. I'm going to take the mandem out of ends. We're all going to get on the bus. I worked in a school in Lewisham. The kids did not know the neighbouring areas. The neighbouring areas, like, tell me another area that borders your area. They couldn't tell me. There was 4 of them. I sat on the table with them at lunch. They couldn't tell me. That means they don't go out of their area. So if I came back on Saturday for 2 hours a week, I could open up their mind a little bit to see other opportunities, other possibilities in life. So these are the little solutions. Every drop, tiny drops make an ocean or whatever it is. When it's Chris Cabba, I know I'm conflating the issues, but these are all related. And Esther, you made a point, and others also make it. The minute we group the issue, everyone says, no, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. Let's focus on the matter. Every day we're always focusing on the minute matter rather than the bigger picture. There are boys killing, the young people killing each other. Even girls do the honey trap. That's also an issue. They might not be stabbing, but sometimes they do the leading up to the issues of the violence. I'm now relating it to gun violence. But there are little things we can all do. And what I'm saying is, if it's, for example, in the area I live in, the kids are busy. The kids don't have time for crime because they're busy. They're doing tuition, they're doing swimming, they're doing whatever it is they're doing. You name it, every day after school, they are busy. Compared to a kid from ends, they've got nothing to do. They've got nothing to do. Their parents might not even be in. So is it not my responsibility, people in my area, for example, say, look, let's go back to Hackney once a week, one evening a week. We could just be doing coding, for example. All these people, the guy that came yesterday that's doing tech and whatever it is, he can go back one day a week and say, let me teach you guys about project management. Let me teach you about agile, whatever it is. If we all do something, there's one kid that might change. And that's what I'm saying, but we're doing nothing. But we only do the most when it's an outsider that affects us, if that makes sense. But we could all do it. But women can impact positively boys as well. It's not just a man thing. Females can do it too. And that's the point I'm trying to make. If it's a youth centre that we need to hire, so we can sit down, hey, you want to set up a podcast? You guys like listening to Andrew Tate. Why don't you set up your own podcast? Let me you can use my studio for an hour. I'm just saying, for example, if we all do something, we can then say, actually, I've added to the quota of change. And then it will be a ripple effect. Once I see E-Man doing something, it will ginger me up to do something else. And then I would do something. Then someone will be encouraged by me. And that's how change happens. And at least with 1 less death, potentially 2 less deaths.
I agree with that. I think it definitely sounds simplistic, but it also is simple. But
yes,
I think obviously in my case, I started what I didn't see. I wanted to create a safe space for Black boys so that we can explore all the things that you just talked about. But at the end of the day, I don't see a wave of that since I started it. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's like all you have control over and what you have agency over is what you choose to do, right? And this idea of a collective community in a very kind of disparate way, I don't think that exists. And that seems very bleak. I just don't think it does exist, especially in the UK context. I think people galvanize when it comes to things like this, galvanize online for sure. That's a fact. And then obviously the Black woman that was harassed in the hair shop in Peckham, all of that kind of stuff. People galvanize for those types of things. But then after that, it's like,
Yeah.
You know,
things have shock value.
Exactly.
You know
and that's the thing. So actually we need to go back to the real question about what is community, you know, and how do we actually create that? Because that's what's essentially missing, you know. So this idea that, you know, we just go back to the ends, that's a fragmented, and I'm not knocking that idea, but it's not a collective thing. You know what I mean? So if one person that grew up in, I don't know, you know, some, you know, ends in Croydon decides to drive back one day, that doesn't, yes, it does, it could affect one child or whatever, but it's like, you know, what the real impact could be on a community-led basis where a collective genuinely value that as a move to really then invest energy, time, resources into doing that. Because nothing is really going to happen on an individual. I mean, I wouldn't say nothing because what I'm doing, you know.
It's still individual.
Right. And that's doing significant. But I still had a child that got killed 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So that required more than just me to be involved in creating the safety in that child's life and collective things that needed to also happen, which didn't happen, you know? But obviously for him, there's multiple other boys that are saved, you know? But there was one that definitely got killed, you know? But that's what you said about the collateral element of just things need much more than individuals to really start to see real seismic change.
100%, yeah. All right.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you very much, Jackie.
I think as well, like the kids, like we talk about social media a lot, but I feel like kids need to be reached, or young people need to be reached the way in that they're, according to their interests. Do you know what I mean? The things that they're interested in, social media, podcasts, YouTube shows, all that kind of stuff. And I think people in those places, I feel like it's a community issue, and I think everyone in those places has a duty to be responsible, to be a mentor figure. Maybe you can't mentor them one-on-one, but while you're on your platform, you can reinforce positivity in them. You can encourage them through the things that you're talking about. Morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lillian. I would like to say, first of all, I love the show.
Thank you.
And second of all, I feel like this, like when people are talking about this issue, what's happened to the poor girl, and I saw in the news this morning that I think they said that she was actually defending her friend, and then she got harmed. So I feel like when we're like reducing it down to like, oh, it's just a gendered issue, I feel like sometimes what the Black community does is it doesn't realize that there are other groups in the Black community. And I think for a lot of times, especially for Black women, it's quite hard to vocalize the struggles we go through, especially when it's kind of reduced to just, oh, let's not reduce it to man versus women, or do you know what I mean? Like if it was, I hate to say this because obviously the poor girl has lost her life and it's horrible to create, you know, what ifs, but if it was a white boy who had killed a Black boy or something, we would know 100% like this is a race issue. Do you know what I mean? So I don't understand. I feel like I said, a lot of times when it comes to like Black women being harmed, it's like, let's not make it about gender, blah, blah, but Black women do face, you know, gendered issues. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like when we're talking about we do, and I feel like a lot of Black men need to understand this as well. And I feel like that's what it is, because maybe sometimes the delivery, you know, like Esther said, if you're taking, if I'm trying to say something and you're only taking the bad things and you're feeling like I'm attacking you, then that's kind of more on you. Do you know what I mean? If Black women are saying this is a gendered issue, men need to stop doing this, or, you know, we need to create a space for young boys to actually positively, you know, have good role models, and you're taking that as, oh, we're attacking men. Oh, these are women haters. And I see that a lot online as well, where, you know, women will come and they'll be like, you know, this is very harmful, blah, blah, blah. But it's like they kind of just brand them as, oh, you're a misandrist, you're a man hater, you blah, blah, blah. I feel like that's so reductive to the actual issues that women are facing, especially Black women. And yeah, that's just what I wanted to say.
Do you know what it is, yeah? I fully agree with what you're saying, right? The issue is, like you just said as you was wrapping up, there will be some people who hear it and take it to the extreme of gender wars. And that's the problem. And also, like you also said when you first started, there's so many different groups within the Black community. And the reality is, there's some people from some groups who don't give a damn about people in another group. So if you come and tell me or somebody else that somebody was a victim from a group I don't give a damn about or don't resonate with, I'm not going to care as much. But if you tell me a Black person died, I don't care about your group. I care about the fact that you belong to my community, and that's enough for me. And this is what I'm trying to say. When you start highlighting certain things, don't get me wrong, sometimes you need to. I'm not saying that you don't need to, but sometimes when you highlight it too much, you start getting pushback from people who don't care. You know what I'm saying? And it defeats the purpose. The intention is good, but sometimes the product isn't. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not able to touch people who can. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I 100% get what you're saying, and you know what? I feel like you said a really important thing. You said that if and I feel like that's the thing with a lot of black men as well. Because a lot of black women are saying, oh, it's because she was a black woman. It was because she was a black woman. They're having an issue with that. But they're just seeing it as, oh, she's a black person. But I feel like that's the issue. And the issue is with them. So it's not that we as women should stop focusing on the fact that she's a woman. I think it's the men need to focus on the fact that she's a woman as well. Do you know what I mean? The problem is not with the people who are pointing out the issue. The problem is with the people who are taking it in wrong. And I don't think that, I feel like that's a lot of things that women have done in the past as well, is where you kind of just, okay, let's not focus on women, let's focus on the fact that she's black. We need to focus on all identities, because this issue, like, I'm sure there's so many factors to the way the boy grew up, to the way the girl grew up. Like, she went to an all-girls school. Like, there's so many factors that play into this. I think it would be like, we shouldn't just reduce it down to, oh, she's a black person, so other black people can now see the issue. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
I get what you're saying, but
I fully get what you're saying. I 100% respect your view, but it's just one of those things where it's like, I forgot what I was even going to say now. It's just escaped my mind. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. In the chat as well, someone said that, I can't remember who it was, but someone was talking about how, yes, I do agree that there's no safe space for black men, and a lot of these men online, like Andrew Tate or Sneaker, all these random men will like create a safe space for misogynists. And it's like, I feel like we do definitely need more like good mentors, especially for black men, because like someone said it, like there's safe space for racists, there's safe space for misogynists, there's safe space for like all the homophobic people. Like all they have to do is go online and all of the people start flocking to them. So I feel like we can definitely create a safe space for black men. I do think that we need more mentors, but the mentors, the thing is with them, they need to see all the problems, not just black issues, but other issues as well, like misogyny. They need to talk about that as well, not just talk about being black, but talk about being a black man, how that affects black women, how that affects people as a community. Like, and I do agree when you guys talk about like as a community, we all need to do things, but I also think that we need to identify the issues that the people in the community face. Do you know what I mean?
100% agree with you. I just remember my point. And again, I'm not trying to belittle what you're saying at all. I agree with you. But if we have a situation at hand and you're telling me, look, the issue is how I'm viewing it. Do you want me to fix the issue? Do you want me to fix how I'm viewing it? Or do you want me to fix the issue that happened? Do you get where I'm coming from? Because people have a limited amount of resources, time, effort, whatever it may be. I can either fix the issue that's with me as a man who doesn't see the world in the way you do, or I can fix the fact that we've got a community which enables this type of nonsense to happen. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just looking at the most productive thing, the thing that's going to get those results as quick as possible, because we're dying for no reason out here, for absolutely no reason. You know what I'm saying? So
you know what? I think we should choose. I would choose both. I feel like a lot of the times we feel like we need to choose one. And I don't think the quickest solution would just to be let's look at the issue at hand right now and just try and fix. Like, that just sounds like we're trying to put a bandage over like a wound. Do you know what I mean? Like there's this is not going to be, if all the men, like, especially on Twitter at least, I had to log out because it was just too much. All the men were kind of just reducing it to, maybe it's like a knife crime thing, or, it's not a gender thing and blah, blah, blah. And like, I'm sure those men would have, talked about it like and understood it to a certain degree. But I do feel like that a lot of men kind of need to reprogram their thinking, because moving forward, those men are going to have children. They're going to have kids. And I'm not going to say their kids are going to be, do you know what I mean? God forbid, do something like this. But it's like certain ideas that you have, they're going to rub onto your kid, and then it continues and it continues and it continues. So I don't think that it should be a quick. So I don't think we should be even looking at a quick solution. I think we should be looking at the most effective solution, and we need to focus on both things and how to see, like I said, people as like all the traits that they have. Like, we need to advocate for black gay people, black women, black men. It shouldn't just be, we should just advocate for black. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like that's what a lot of black men tend to do. They don't see other people's identity as an issue because they don't face those problems. that's what we need to focus on. That's what I think.
I hear you. Thank you very much
Thanks,
for calling.
Lillian. Have a nice day.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We definitely need to move on quickly.
All right.
Before someone calls.
Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
All right, so our next headline. Remember, the other day we were just chatting about this guy, innit? Dan Wootton.
Yes, I saw. He had the day. He got the day he deserves. That's it. No, listen. All you got to tell God is let people have the day they deserve.
For
and
real.
he does the rest.
So, Dan Wootton has been suspended by GB News after comments made by Laurence Fox during his show on the channel. So, Fox was taken off air following comments he made on air on Tuesday about female politics journalist Ava Evans, which have been described as unacceptable, unjustifiable, and indefensible. One of his remarks included asking, "Who would want to shag that?" That's what he's saying about it. Right?
Yeah, I'm mad. I saw the clip. Disgusting, man.
GB News said in a statement that we have suspended Dan Wootton following comments made in his program by Laurence Fox last night. This follows our decision earlier today to formally suspend Mr. Fox. The channel said it was conducting an investigation into the comments. It came after the broadcaster said it had suspended Fox immediately and claimed it would be apologizing formally to Miss Evans today, Wednesday. So Wootton offered an apology to Miss Evans in a public post on X, in which he described the reporter as brilliant. "I apologize," is what he said in that post. "I apologize for what was said during the course of my show and should have done this immediately on air." Next headline.
Sorry, wait. Did you see? So he said that, released that statement. And then the Fox guy showed a screenshot of Dan's DM to him the night they recorded, saying, "Oh, like that was something, wasn't it?" And then I think Fox was like something about, "Yeah, I bet they're gonna be angry by whatever," and he was like, "LOL." It was basically like, so when he posted his apology, Fox then quote tweeted and was like, "Honesty, no, the whole truth," or something like that, and then posted a screenshot of where in his DMs he was saying it was a great show. Thanks for coming on.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Jeez.
Crazy, man.
Next headline, and we kind of
no honor amongst the kids
at all.
Right. Because how dare you? Everyone's throwing me under the bus now, and you think you're gonna come in and add fuel to the fire? He said, "No, we did this together. You thanked me for the content I gave you."
Jesus,
it's a wild.
Oh man, this next headline, it kind of just makes me think of that devil that Mark's put in Dunnow the other day. You know, the police officer, the one that you told us about.
Oh, the one that hit the young girl and then said she's only 27. She's ain't got much to live for.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you hear about that?
She's only 27.
Yeah, he's like, she'll be alright. Just give her family 10 grand and she'll be alright.
And he was caught because he had the
body cam.
The body cam. Thank you very much.
He's just trying to phone to a colleague, just saying, "Oh yeah, he hit her, but it was another police car hit the girl."
Yeah.
And he was saying, but just give her 10 grand settlement. They'll be alright. She's only 27. She ain't got much to live for.
This is it. You're even forgetting the laughter.
Oh yeah, they laughed, of course.
The laughter too. Animals.
Wow.
Literally.
Anyway, I say all of that to say that police officers are switching off their body-worn cameras when force is used, right? As well as deleting footage and sharing videos on WhatsApp, right? So a BBC investigation. So this is not America. Say it. A BBC investigation has uncovered more than 150 reports of camera misuse by forces in England and Wales, described as shocking by a leading officer. In one case, siblings faced a 2-year legal battle over footage showing officers' use of force against them. The Home Office says that police use of cameras must be lawful and justified. The rollout of body-worn cameras, costing at least £90 million over the past decade, was intended to benefit both victims and the police, protecting officers against malicious complaints and improving the quality of evidence collected, right? But during the 2-year investigation, the BBC has obtained hundreds of reports of misuse from Freedom of Information requests, police sources, misconduct hearings, and regulator reports. The cameras, like I said, were introduced to improve policing transparency, but what they found was that there were more than 150 camera misuse reports with cases to answer over misconduct, recommendations for learning, or where complaints were upheld. This is what they be doing, man. And the last headline here is the UK's first official consumption room for illegal drugs, including heroin and cocaine, has been approved by authorities in Glasgow. The facility is backed by the Scottish Government as a way to tackle the country's drugs deaths crisis. The pilot scheme will be based on the health centre in the east end of Glasgow. It will see users take their own drugs under the supervision of trained health professionals.
Well, where are they getting the drugs from?
I don't know.
So it's no question asked. You just come in with a house.
Basically.
And
Yeah, and your equipment.
Your paraphernalia, you just slide up.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And
Glasgow. On the
phone. One second.
I know that's vibes. Yeah. Carry on, sorry.
Glasgow's Integration Joint Board, which brings together NHS and council officials, ratified the plans at an online meeting on Wednesday morning. It's hoped that the project, which is funded by the Scottish Government, will be opened by next summer and will run for an initial 3 years at a cost of £7 million. The doctor, who's basically an associate medical director of Glasgow Alcohol and Drug Recovery Services by the name of Dr. Saket and Priyadashi, told the gathering that he was speaking to that the project would reduce drug-related harms. So this is why they're doing it, you know what I'm saying, for individuals, as well as providing them with opportunities for treatment, care, and recovery. We kind of had a topic of the day on this about a month ago, where it's like, if we kind of legalize it in certain areas, it may be better for people. But yeah, that's basically what it's based on. Hello, caller.
Hello.
You right?
Vibes. You right, babes?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I have been on the line for a while. I didn't want to interrupt. I have a few questions. Oh, go on. Go on, sir.
No, we thank you for your patience.
No, I'm just laughing at what you said. You're just so funny. Sorry.
I actually despise the fact that you clocked me by my cough alone. I'm just going to say that.
But you're a very dramatic human being. So we see each other because I'm as dramatic.
So, I think it's quite interesting, actually. Well, first of all, the guest, your hat, you need to drop the deets when you get a chance because some of us need that in our lives. You know, you guys mentioned, so the drugs thing, so that's not even what I wanted to for, but here we are. The drugs thing, I definitely think that we need to definitely start treating drugs like a medical health issue rather than a crime issue. And I think that's where that place comes to play in Glasgow. And Glasgow is actually a very interesting, case study for the earlier topic you guys discussed about youth violence. But and my point was, obviously, you know how the host kind of made a joke there. So I think I'm a bit ahead. But slow down. Too fast, sorry. Some of us don't know how to do a 0.75 speed on the playback. You can slow down. So the host obviously made a light-hearted joke and said, but where are they getting these drugs from? Like, are we not going to ask any questions? In the past, similar pilot schemes have been done. I know for sure in Glasgow, I know definitely places in America. I think for sure, like in certain crime, certain crime hubs, like big cities, where it comes to like weapons and like kind of handing them in and kind of creating that kind of, a safe space. Because I ended the go on.
So I said amnesty type thing.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, in this scenario, when it comes to the drugs, I guess somebody would say, what's the point of it? The purpose is like, even step one, you can even be educating people on how to even get, I wouldn't say how to get more cleaner source, but as in showing them like, okay, look, this is what you brought in. You do realize like this looks all murky and stuff, right? Like this most likely has XYZ included in it, and afterwards is more likely to kill you. So step one, educating them in that way, but also step two, making sure they use cleanly and safely, because I'm sure you guys know like certain things like bloodborne diseases and stuff like passed on when people are not like doing it in safe environments, and as well if there's a chance of overdose, to educate them, blah blah blah. So I don't want to pull us back to the old topic because I was on the line from before, but I just had a few questions for the culture to leave you guys thinking. Oh, sorry. I was wondering why Yusuf actually felt bad about things, about him talking, being honest about his situation. And I think potentially that is something that, because it's new anyway for humans, but I guess for more black males, to open up about their emotions, I think they have to accept that it's not going to be a nice feeling in the beginning. Like it never is like kind of like fun, you know? So I think maybe for him to like in his own time why he felt bad about that. Fernand mentioned in the comments about the language needed. Guys, I think the basic language, like how you're feeling, happy, sad, I feel like that's kind of all we know. And often, like a lot of us, but especially more black men, they don't get to explore it. They don't have like the wide range of, language to describe our emotional situation. And now this one kind of goes on both. So even emotionally, and when it comes to drug-wise, but easy example because it's quantifiable, what we define as a safe space. I feel like maybe Ivan can do that as a topic next time, because I think the barrier to what is a safe space for women to talk about their issues is much lower because we've been doing it for years. So I feel like what even is a safe space full stop, plus also what a safe space looks like for the black male youth, that is like a conversation to have for another day. And what else? Oh, and then of course, as the caller mentioned, Lillian, like kind of the fact that it's a nuanced issue. And I feel like there's many ways to attack it. So I feel like someone's style might not be somebody else's style. And then someone says something like, oh, we're talking about this week. We have to talk about it every week. That's the whole point. it's not going to make you feel good. And like someone once gave me an analogy about basically a suitcase. Like basically when it comes to like your trauma and stuff, you work with it, you deal with it. But sometimes you pack it away in a little suitcase and you drag it along with you. And there'll be times throughout your life where you can unpack the suitcase, and there'll also be safe spaces where you can unpack the suitcase. So I feel like kind of thinking about it like that would be a helpful scenario. So sorry to drag you back on the topic. I know Brent is bad with me, but that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call.
Thanks, Vibesy.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
anytime.
Okay. Is that it? Yeah. We're gonna pay bills or?
Let's pay the bills. God damn it.
Thank you very much. Let's get into Word on Road. All right. So in sad news, Nelson Mandela's granddaughter, her name is Zoleka Mandela. She's passed away at the age of 43. She, over the years or in recent years, she's been going through cancer treatment. And yeah, man, so sad. So she passed away from cancer. Sadly, she's been open about, sexual abuse in her childhood, addiction to drugs, all that stuff. Her family posted a statement on Instagram. 1 second. And it says, on Monday, September the 18th, Zoleka Mandela was admitted into hospital for ongoing treatment for metastatic cancer to the hip, liver, lung, pelvis, brain, and spinal cord.
Jeez.
It's a lot. Recent scans revealed significant disease progression, including fibrosis in the lungs, as well as several embo. I don't know why they use this font. Sorry. Zoleka passed away on the evening of Monday, September 25th, surrounded by friends and family. Our sincerest gratitude to the medical team that took care of her. So, R.I.P. to her, man. Sad. So, I've spoken to you guys about the whole Erica Mena, well, not the whole thing, but Erica Mena on Love and Hip Hop had an argument with Spice. Spice said she was a bad mother. Erica said Spice is a blue monkey. Went ahead to then make monkey sounds. That whole situation with all of that stuff. Of course, there was online outrage in which Love and Hip Hop then released a statement she's not going to be on the next season. And another show she's meant to work on have said they finished filming, cool, but, that will be released. But after that, she's not going to be with them. Even though I really think if you want to make a stand, you just don't release what you've had. But that's just me. Anyways, Love and Hip Hop, everyone obviously has been saying that Love and Hip Hop is just doing it because they got out. It was because of the outrage, basically, because of the backlash. Because this was filmed months ago. And they still went ahead, obviously, and showed the clip anyway. I'm not gonna say yes TV, but other franchises, say Bravo, for example, that does the Real Housewives and whatever. If someone does something like that, we would say this is the filming months. The public will know that this person was fired. They may not know why the person was fired, but they will know that this person has been fired because it will get leaked and whatever because of a consequence of something they did during filming. Love and Hip Hop went ahead to film with her even after she did all that stuff because she put the receipts out, but she was like, I was on set the next day and this was not a thing. Like, so basically, they've got content featuring Erica for the rest of the season, but because of the backlash, they're now moving as though they don't allow this kind of foolishness up in their home. So what they've done, there's going to be a Love and Hip Hop table talk. So funny. So round table. Why does everyone go for round tables? Jada started this. So it's a round table talk, and it's called Love and Hip Hop Atlanta: Racism, Colorism, and the Uncomfortable Truth. Because they're doing something about it. And basically, it features Spice, who, of course, was the victim of the colorism. It's got Yandy as well, who... I'll get to that in a minute. Yandy. It's got Young Jock. Big up Jock. I like when Jock makes an honest living. I'm always... He does. Why are you laughing?
What's he do?
So we're Uber driver.
You what?
He's an Uber driver.
Okay, I thought it was something else.
Yeah.
Say. Okay.
No, he drives like Ubers and like cars and stuff like that.
Nah, you're lying.
People try to...
I think I heard
he does.
actually. Yeah,
People try to shame him. First of all, that man has kids. He's got child support to pay.
He's got bear in it.
So he was like, yeah, this is what I do. So he has no shame in his game. So I like it. I like the fact that he has no shame in his game.
Like that,
rather than sitting there acting like you're making money when you know you're not and incurring stupid debt. So big up Young Jock every time. Yeah. It's got Scrappy. He was with Scrappy. It's got Sierra as well. It's got Amy and it's got Rashida. Oh, Kirk and his 3 earrings on there. Okay, so yeah. So those are the people on the table, right? So obviously that was then posted online and whatever. And there's been a lot of like different comments to them. People are saying, first of all, if there was ever a show where people can be as wild and as unruly, be in Love and Hip Hop. Do you know what I mean? Like you guys have had a lot of colorist stuff going on. So why is it now that you're taking these measures kind of thing? And I guess Erica's very unhappy about that. So she spoke out. She commented under the post that talked about the roundtable talk. And she said, I think it's absolutely fair that I speak under this post, especially because I was indeed filming non-stop for 7 months after the actual incident between me and that other individual happened. The network chose to still film with me non-stop, which is why I was used as the base storyline for the whole second of this actual season. They had this footage for months. They chose to edit it how they wanted and aired it. It's only now they're desperate trying to save face and using me to do so. If I'm being used to set an example, why was I not a part of this roundtable discussion? Why are they so desperate to film non-stop right now to make up for everything I shot that they can't use now? Desperate to save face, but true and only reason a statement was even made by the network was because of the backlash. Not because they truly believed that what I said was a racial slur. The fact that they are now they're now making a mockery of the situation by... Sorry, girl. Sorry. I can say they're making a mockery, she made a mockery, whatever. The fact that they're now making a mockery of the situation by using individuals who have indeed said things just as bad. Messi Yandy herself in 2015 at Hot 97 on air called me an ass monkey. To try and save face for this network sponsors is pathetic. If you really wanted to save face, why not have the two women who are just as wrong in that scene have this conversation, since now this network feels it needs to be had. I gave this franchise 13 plus years and now they need to save face, so they're going to wear my name out on this to make up for their F up. The sad truth in all of this, listen to this, right? The sad truth in all of this franchise has always depicted us as zoo animals anyway. Sending as much love to my supporters, blah, 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 blah. And then Bambi, who was married to Scrappy, who was also on the show, commented under the post about the roundtable. Interesting. I don't know. I feel like what would have been more productive was to have Erica and Spice talk about it. But in the next episode coming out, I think something like that anyway, there is a scene where people, I guess they do like a real life reaction after. I guess they get back to filming after the incident happened, which obviously we know now that this was the other day. It wasn't months ago when it actually happened. And basically, Yandy said how she actually tried to speak to Erica and tried to educate her on why what she said was damaging and why what she said kind of fuels racism and it's colorism and whatever. And in the clip, you see Erica basically doubling down on what she said. She basically said how she came for her kid, and when someone comes for her kid, all bets are off. She goes low, she's going to hell. This is what it is, da da da. And they were like, well, you mean you say it again? She's like, I'm not saying I will say the exact same thing again, but I'm saying that I will react in the same way, where if you come for my child, this is what I'm going to do. Then she went on to say, anyway, she goes on to say that she has black kids, she's married to a black man, she's got black something else and whatever else. And people she was talking to were all black and actually dark skinned. She's just as black as them. She went on to say she's
her
just...
kids or she?
No, as in like Yandy, Rashida, Kirk, all them black people that were trying to educate her on why she did what she said was wrong. She
is as black
Dominican
as them.
lady, Latina lady, is as black as them.
Wow. That's what happens. Huh?
So that's just that on that. Yeah, she's gonna have the day she deserves. That's what I could say. In other news as well, J. Cole basically put out a statement. So Colin Kapernick, who we know, took a knee at one of the football games, and that was what caused the whole thing, wasn't it? Because
rebirth of that Black Lives Matter sort of post. Yeah.
And then he got fired because of that and stuff like that, and he was playing with the Jets at the time, wasn't he? Yeah, all of that stuff.
Was it Jets? Was it Jets he was playing with at that time? No, it wasn't the Jets.
I don't know.
Is it not?
It was a different team.
Okay.
Marks might know.
It was Colin playing with any took the knee.
Colin Kaepernick was with...
Was it the Raiders?
No, it was a red team.
You can check to be fair.
Okay.
Red Sox?
No, it was either like Kansas or the 49ers or something like this.
Yeah, something
it was
like
red.
that.
I'm sure it was a red team, innit? He plays.
Okay. So all of that stuff, anyway, since that time, he's obviously been a lot...
49ers?
49ers, there you go.
You said something about 49, didn't you?
Yeah, I said the 49ers.
Okay, yeah. So since all of that time, obviously we know his story. He was fired. He's lost endorsements or lost deals, lost a lot of stuff. He hasn't exactly recovered in that space like that. So basically, he wrote a letter. He shared a letter that he wrote to the New York Jets, and he shared it with J. Cole. And basically, J. Cole said, he posted a letter and he said in his caption, I asked Colin if I could share this letter with the world. He was reluctant. My argument was that I believe the people and all organizations should know the truth about how hard he works and how much he still wants to play, and always has, in the end, he agreed, and always has wanted to play. And he said, in the end, he agreed to let me. He says, I wish the New York Jets organization luck. He talks about Bars, who is an artist on a Dreamville, big up him, sick artist, supported the Jets and stuff like that, blah, blah. And he's basically saying everyone from the coaches, he wishes them a great season and whatnot, but essentially they should consider this. So I guess the letter, in a nutshell, is a long letter, I'm not reading all this, but essentially it's talking about how I think they just lost one of their star players or something like that, and how he knows that they want to win, blah, blah. Essentially just saying that he could be of value to the team and for them to kind of consider him. So did that, which is great. I hope they do consider him. But obviously, Charlemagne, they talked about on Breakfast Club, and Charlemagne basically said that he hates the fact that he did that. He hates the fact that he wrote the letter to him, because he said you called out a whole organization, calling them racist and calling them this and whatever.
Who did that? He said he's mad that Colin wrote the letter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Essentially asking for a job, basically. Mm-hmm. And he's saying you did that after you called them racist and said this. Mm-hmm. And he's basically said that you are now an activist. You're basically an activist, right? Mm-hmm. You stood up for the truth, right? Mm-hmm. Walk in that. And he said he just finds the letter very sad and rather pathetic. And obviously Envy was like, he's been playing football since he was a kid. So that's what he knows. It's in him to do that. And obviously, from what I believe, he hasn't got a championship ring or whatever. So I guess that's a goal of his. So he was saying how he can understand why he would want to just get back to playing again, doing what it is that he loves. And Charlemagne's argument is, God has given you a new job.
Kaepernick's not getting back into the NFL. He ain't played since 2016.
Yeah.
He's not getting back in.
It's sad.
Is it true that he wasn't, no disrespect to him?
I'm not big on NFL, so I don't even know if he was a good player.
Okay.
Apparently he was, because the girl on Breakfast Club, like me, she was like, was he a good player? Like, was he actually good? And they were saying, yeah, he was.
Cap was decent.
He wasn't the best.
Yeah, I heard he was decent, but he wasn't like a star like that.
No, but he was all right. But since he's not played, there's bare quarterbacks in the league with jobs who he's better than. That's what the problem is.
Who he's better than, or better than him.
He's better than.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh, so they could do it. They could use him on the team then.
He could have played any year since he's left. He could have played. It's not he's not playing because he's not good enough. They're blackballing him. They won't take him. You know what I'm trying to say? He's definitely good. He's good enough to play in the NBA every year in the NFL every year since he's not been there.
But don't you think that because of why it was that he got fired and he's been blackballed, if he has to make a choice? Because if they get you back in, you can't now be doing Black Lives Matter.
No chance.
I know it's a really tricky one, because at the end of the day, it's actually about, at this point, it's because the money he's making, even though he had a big payout, supposedly, I don't know. I think they settled. I think it was
a lot, right, as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's hundreds of millions.
Yeah, but when you got $1 million bills.
So I don't know whether it's a money situation or it's just a love of the game situation. Because if it's a love of the game situation, obviously on a competitive level, you probably have to accept that you can't play on a competitive level, but you can still play the game. You know what I mean? But so I feel like there's a question about money. Whether he also needs money, that's why he's coming back. Because on paper, it sounds as though it's contrary to his stance, trying to be back with any institution, which is still under the NFL. Yeah. So there has to be something bigger than, I don't know. It could just be the passion itself, I guess. But
I'll be honest with you, the letter is giving a bit of both. Because he hit them with bullet points. You know when you hit someone with bullet points? Yeah. That's a serious matter. So basically, they've lost a player. So in the letter, he basically says, just a quick summary of it. He says, I hope this letter finds you. What would you have to do? Because you've got manners, I hope it finds you in good spirits and blah, 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 blah. He says, I'm writing, of course, in response to the unfortunate loss of Aaron Rodgers. I know the aspirations this season's were, blah, blah. Then he talks about the great hole that needs to be filled because they've lost Aaron Rodgers and whatnot. And then that's where he gets into he says, I know there are currently depth issues at the position, and I've heard the backup spot is likely to be filled by a veteran quarterback. As much as I would love the opportunity to fill that spot, I'm writing you in hopes that you can imagine a much different approach involving me. I'll be honoured and grateful and extremely grateful for the opportunity to come in and lead the practice squad. Okay, he's not really asking for much. I will do this with the sole mission of getting your defence ready each week. Oh, he's just trying to be a coach.
Right.
Oh, that's all right. They can give him that job.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
He says, if I were able to fill this role for the team, I believe this allows for multiple things. That's where he gets into the bullet points. He said, one, it gives your defense the advantage of getting a truer read on the more mobile, athletic, versatile quarterback, blah, blah. He does some phrasing, some stats in there. I don't know how to read. Then he talks about point two. This would also allow you guys as an organization to take a real look at where I'm at football-wise in game-like situations against an elite defense. Blah, 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 blah. I guess.
Being a coach. I think that's definitely slightly different. But
they'll have the eyes on you, man. It's just different now. Because they know you're kind of like a risk, because God forbid something to happen, and we know it's America, things always happens. They'll be like, oh, you're going to say something now? Like, you're going to speak against us?
I'm also interested, this is a side note, it's like, why J. Cole? Why did he reach out? Who's J. Cole to him? Maybe they're
J. Cole's the realest there is.
Because I'm thinking that kind of conversation has much weight if Jay-Z was the one that said that. I'm not saying...
Yeah, but you know Jay-Z's on Renaissance tour at the moment. Supporting his wife.
I'm just thinking, like, I like, obviously...
Yeah, but like, what would J. Cole... Yeah,
I mean, like, J. Cole doesn't have the kind of weight that the owners of the Jets are going to listen to what J. Cole's got to say.
Yeah. It's true. Big up J. Cole. Love Jermaine. I hope he can figure it out, kind of thing. It must be difficult. I can't imagine like having a passion for something, and because like you wanted to speak out against injustice, and rightfully so, now you're deprived of doing that. That must be very difficult.
Yeah, it is difficult.
It is, yeah. But someone else had a difficult day. Kerry Washington. So she's got a memoir which is called Thicker Than Water. Came out on Tuesday. Big up Kerry Washington. And basically in a memoir, of course, she talks about different aspects of her life. I read a snippet yesterday, and it was about trigger warning. It was about like abortion and when she got her first abortion and stuff like that. And she wasn't really known in the scene, in like the industry like that. She'd been on a few magazines and stuff like that. And she said it was something that she did, but she always felt like she had to keep it quiet and blah, blah. Now she realizes how important it is for women to have those spaces where we do talk about these things. Because we're going to talk about like miscarriage and stuff. Whenever miscarriages happen, people keep it to themselves, but actually when you hear the stats for miscarriages, it's so mad. Like it's so common, it's ridiculous. So she talked about like the reason why she's talking about that abortion in her memoir is because she realizes the importance of women having these conversations and us creating a safe space for ourselves to have these conversations. But one of the biggest stories that's got everyone's attention is that she basically found out that her biological father is not her biological father. But she found out was a biological father. She thought, so she was raised that's my mom and dad. Turns out she was it was a sperm donor, basically. So she found out because she was going to go on a show called Finding Your Roots, and I guess she shared it with her parents. They've then reached out to the people that say, hey, we have a conversation we need to have with her before you go ahead and do this, and it's something we need to talk about privately. So I guess Finding Your Roots, it traces all the secret would have been out. That would have been horrible, basically. So they had a conversation with her, and this was 2018, by the way. This is like 5 years ago. And they had the conversation with her and basically told her, oh my gosh, yeah, she was 5 years ago, she was 41. That's wild.
She was 41 5 years ago?
Yeah, she's 46, I remember, yeah. Wow. So, yeah, they had a conversation with her. Her dad is not her real dad at 41. That's horrible. Wow. But basically, she said they had a sit-down conversation with her. And she said, when I got this information, I was like, oh, I now know my story. She said basically she always felt that there was just something off, I guess, in who she felt like she was, knowing herself and stuff like that. She said, I didn't know what my story was, but I was playing this. She felt like she was playing the supporting act in their story. That's how she felt growing up, kind of thing. And she also talked about it was difficult for them, but she gave them grace and was calm with them, understanding that it would have been difficult for them to get to the point of telling her this. I am interested. They say she never went on the show where they've never said anything.
Most probably not.
That's wild, man.
Probably on the deathbed.
Yeah, someone can't tell me something on the deathbed. That's it. I'm slapping you to heaven or wherever you're going. I'm actually going to slap you. I don't know what that means. You can't. I think that's one of the most selfish things to do.
It's cowardly. Yeah.
You tell someone something that you know they're going to need a conversation, they're going to need more answers, and you tell them just when you're about to die. But I serve a living God. You will live for months until you explain the situation to me. But she said she felt like she just kind of knew something was off and blah blah, and she's dealt with a lot of issues in her life in terms of like anxiety, all this kind of stuff that she didn't really understand herself. So in a way, them telling her that, it gave her a sense of relief, of understanding. And the reasons why the parents used sperm donor was because they had fertility issues. So one's got to give them,
grace.
Grace as well for that.
So it was a real sperm donor. I thought it was like a sperm donor in the colloquial sense.
What's
where the real dad.
Oh no, she grew up with both her parents in her life.
No, but I mean, as in the biological dad. Yeah,
it was an anonymous person. They did they basically chose an anonymous sperm donor.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but big up Kerry Washington. I might read it actually because it sounds. I'm going to see if it's on Audible. I can listen to like as a podcast. But it sounds really interesting. I mean, it's interesting. Another thing about the abortion stuff she talked about. Well, she said it was so ironic because she was in Scandal. Great show. If you haven't watched it, you need to. But she was talking about how basically on Scandal she had an abortion. Is that spoiler? Scandal's been out for years.
Yeah. For who? Fitz?
Yeah. Imagine carrying Fitz, baby. But basically, she had an abortion, right? And she was saying how at the time she was the first black woman to have an abortion on a TV show like that, on a big TV show like that. So it's interesting now knowing that she acted that out, knowing that she actually had done it in real life and was keeping this secret kind of thing. I like Kerry Washington, man. She's really, really good vibes. Her TikToks are hilarious. And then what else am I talking to you about? Oh, Naira Marley and Mohbad. So obviously I've told you guys about the Mohbad situation, him passing away at the age of 27. He was signed to Naira Marley's label, Marleyan Records, and...
Previously, though?
Yeah,
at the point of his death.
He wasn't. No. At the time of his death, he wasn't signed to them. I think he left them a year ago, I believe. And during that time, up until earlier this year, they were, what's the word I'm trying to find? Bullying him, but like I need something more serious than bullying. Harassing him, intimidating him, harassing him, showing up on his video sets to just beat him up and doing all that kind of stuff. Like he really felt unsafe. Ended up having like high blood pressure. Had to hide his wife and his son from the kid because he was scared of what would happen to them. His mom went to hiding as well because she was being threatened. A whole thing, and there's been a lot of protests since his passing because of the circumstances in which he passed, and also the circumstances of how he was buried and whatnot, and blah 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 blah, all that kind of stuff. Basically, Naira Marley and a guy called Sam Larry, who's also Naira Marley's friend, have basically they've been on the run essentially because people were like, and the police has actually got a warrant for them for their arrest as well because people were like, there's video evidence, there's receipts, there's all that kind of stuff, and also Mohbad filed several petitions to the police for what's that thing? Restraining order, thank you very much. Yeah, restraining order and stuff like that. Of course, Nigerian police being what they are, they didn't act on it, so conversation for another day. So basically, he put out a statement and he said, in the last few days, there's been a lot of onslaught on my person and reputation globally over the death of my former signee. Interesting that, because when Mohbad died, he referred to him as a brother. Now he's a former signee. He says, all manner of stories has been woven against me in respect of his untimely death. I have not only been in shock over the death of the deceased, whom I consider to be my brother and member of our music family, but over the various lies spread against me. He says that this has been traumatic for him, bearing the death of Mohbad. He says, may his soul rest in peace, all that stuff. He says that he has to categorically state that he has no hand in the death of, he calls him Ileri Oluwa, that's what his parents named him, that's his Nigerian name, beautiful name as well. He says, I have no hand in the death, either directly or indirectly. It's not unusual in the industry, just like in several other industries, to have family friction, even amongst blood relatives. Truly, we had our own share of misunderstandings whilst working together, but the disagreement between us was never to the extent being painted by some, I don't know what that word is, by the public, I guess. It never degenerated to the extent of wishing each other death. That's an intentional pause. Even at that, we were resolving our business disputes legally before he passed. I have chosen not to say anything since due to being distraught over his death and in order to not jeopardize the investigation being carried out by the government agencies. Then, sir, go and speak to the police that they've asked you to do several times. He says he's been out of the country since the 31st of August and he's yet to return. In light of the police invitation, I am making arrangements to return to the country to assist the investigation and give my version of the events. I am fully cooperating with the police team and I certainly have no reason to be a fugitive when I have had no hand in his death. He also says about a vendetta against him, but he will have the day he deserves on that. What else? Yeah, he just basically talks about that whole stuff and blah, blah, blah. And he sends his deepest condolences to the family. He had nothing to do with it. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, also, sorry, there's been a whole narrative about them being a drug cartel, which apparently is one of the reasons why Mohbad actually wanted to leave, because it wasn't just about music. It's about drugs too. And boy wasn't trying to get involved. He says the rumors regarding the label being a drug cartel are untrue. I am not a drug lord. Neither do I, Marley, belong to any cult or fraternity. In Nigeria, there's a whole cult thing going on. It's diabolical. I'm dedicated to proving my innocence, and I'm cooperating with authorities to clear my name with sufficient evidence. So all of that stuff's going on. I don't know if this is going to prove to be anything. I don't think people really believe, because there's so much there's so much receipts that is just ridiculous. So even if you say all of this stuff, whatever, I actually feel like this is one person that that people are really going to cancel, that they're dead serious about cancelling, just because of everything surrounding the death, and just all sad. But sad news, the 8 Mile actor, Nashawn Breedlove, has passed away at the age of 46. Very sad news. So he's famously known for taking on Eminem in a rap battle in the film 8 Mile. I haven't watched that, I don't know. Yeah, that guy. So his mum confirmed his death on social media on Tuesday, and he died in his sleep in his home in New Jersey on Sunday. So sad news, and RIP to him. That's all from me. Let's get into People's Journal.
All right, people. Welcome to the People's Journal, where I give you the news from an economics point of view. First thing I wanted to mention is the thing that we brought up yesterday. Yusuf obviously chimed in.
Not the Dartford. Yeah,
and
the
we've
Blackwall
got confirmation, man.
It's happening.
We've got confirmation. This guy has confirmed.
I can't
Sadiq
believe
Khan,
that, man.
Yeah. Confirmed that drivers will have to pay a toll to use the Blackwall Tunnel from 2025.
Do you know how expensive that is?
These people are, yeah. When I tell you people, anyway.
2025.
So basically, as you guys know, it's currently free to use, right? Obviously, at certain times, loads of high traffic and congestion and whatnot. And so I guess that went towards the reasoning behind building the Silvertown Tunnel as well, which is to help divert traffic from the Blackwall Tunnel. And that's also going to be open in 2025.
And they're going to charge for that as well?
They're still charging for both of them.
So how is that going to help traffic?
It's just, you just have two different routes, that's all. The same money.
Do you know what £4 per trip is? Do you know that you're in and out of that tunnel in 3 minutes? And that's going to cost me £4?
Yeah. Yep. It's sad, man.
Is that for like petrol cars? Electric?
Just cars in general. What they're saying is motorcyclists, it will be £3.
That's still rude.
Cars, £4, and them other ones, £8. So yeah, man, there ain't much else to talk about, to be honest. It's just disappointing, man. And I don't put nothing past this guy, man. ULEZ was a situation. Council tax going up is a situation. Every single way they can take money from people. Sadiq Khan has mastered the technique.
Yeah, the NHS people are still crying about money.
This is it.
What are they pouring the money into?
Yeah, but it's two different governments, though. You know what I'm saying? Because this guy is Labour and he's in charge of London. You know what I mean? So he's doing all this. But you're right, NHS, what are they doing over there as well? The Tories ain't doing what they should be doing. Everyone's finished. This is why I say I don't really care about what side is what side. What are they really doing for the people? You know what I'm saying?
What's the best country to live in a minute?
Nigeria.
No, Nigeria.
That's
a social experiment.
At least over there, you know what you're getting.
Do you? You don't
That's
really.
True, you know,
you don't.
It's still exciting.
You don't. You go out and you just hope for the best.
That's true.
Bro, I don't think there's it's all subjective. There's 100%. No answer directly, you know, because I kind of, I mean, there's arguments, but for who though? For white people.
This is it.
You know what I mean? Because they treat indigenous people better than they do in Australia, but they have much less of them, you know.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, so it's like, but
you know, a lot of people are moving to Canada though.
Canada is definitely in that list,
for
sure.
Because even from like when we were back in school times, it was rated the most developed country in the world. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Can you put your earphones back on, please?
So there's a caller.
Yeah. Well, one second caller. Yeah, it's the most developed country in the world. So, and people are still since then. It was rated the most developed country in the world. So, because obviously there's a lot of different factors, you know what I'm saying, that goes into it. But yeah, people are still moving there like crazy. But yeah, good morning, caller.
Hiya. What's this called? Have you guys noticed that when the what they call the introduction thing comes on, it sounds like the no Allah.
The TDA one.
Yeah, like not even the introduction, even the thing that went before you introduced a new headline.
Oh,
like,
does it?
No,
Okay.
la. Yeah.
I'll listen.
Anyways, that's not that good. I called because I wanted to ask Iman, is it possible if, obviously, I'm not sure when the next elections are coming when it comes to the UK one for London mayor and stuff, but is it possible you can read out the policies and stuff? Because these are the things that...
Most definitely.
It's in his secret to do so.
I'm waiting for that.
Yeah,
100%.
but also don't forget, like, make sure you read out the policies of even the ones you don't like. Don't read the policies.
100%. I'm not going to read out the policies of the ones I like. I don't like any of them, to be honest with you. I just like.
That would be just conservative if it was just.
Bro, can you imagine?
Nah, not at all, man. You know what I'm saying?
On them.
Yeah,
all of us
because like what you said, people are just voting because they saw a brown man and stuff like that, and look where he is. He's just fucked up the ass. So it's like, yeah, like let's not do that again. So please, thank you. That's all I called for.
I'm glad you said it and not me. But yeah, 100%.
Well, you know you're always
when it
gonna do
happens, when it happens, I most definitely will be reading out all the policies and stuff. But yeah, thank you for the call.
Oh no.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Sorry, I just seen a picture of the girl that died. Yeah.
Next thing I wanted to mention is, you know the guy David Walliams?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so basically he's filed a high court case against the production company that makes Britain's Got Talent. Yeah. Basically, long story short.
I was going to say, David that was on Britain's Got Talent.
Yeah.
Little Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, that same guy. So basically, long story short, yeah, there's not loads of details about it, but what it is a whole situation around data protection. So he got in trouble, right, because he must have made some disrespectful comments about one of the people that was on the show, right? But it only got out because someone released the information. So now, obviously, he's basically saying, why was this released in the first place? So I'm suing you guys because you lot should have been responsible for not, disseminating this information to the public. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, he apologized for his role in it, but he's still thinking it shouldn't have been out there. So he's suing them. He's suing them.
Do you know what was? Was it like any isms?
I'm not too sure, I'm not too sure. Yeah, but he's basically saying that they were never intended to be shared. It was about two contestants during the filming of the show in 2020.
Contestants should be suing.
Boy.
Do you have a caller? Morning.
Yes, good morning, caller.
Morning, guys. It's Paul Wiley.
Morning, Paul.
How you doing? You right?
Oh, yeah, not too bad, guys. Not too bad. Great show so far. Great show so far, guys. It's been in the background. I just wanted to call up about Sadiq Khan just then, man. We need to get him out. Get him out. What's that meme? You know, that Nigerian guy. Get out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah. Man, he's taking a piss with this new toll, man. He's taking a fucking piss.
Can I ask you?
What?
Did you vote for him last time?
No, hell no.
Okay, so who'd you vote for?
Definitely not.
Then not him.
I slightly didn't vote still.
This guy.
Slightly, yeah. But this time round, oh for sure, definitely will be, yeah. I was gonna say, what were you saying, man?
No, I just said that's good, man, that you vote, man, because when we don't, this is what happens, man. We suffer for it.
Well, when's the mayor elections?
I'm not too sure. The last one was recent, isn't it?
Oh, he won.
Yeah.
He's going to be there to see the 2025.
Oh, for sure.
See all of us pay.
Well, how long does the mayor get in time?
Ain't it like 4 years?
Oh, is it?
4 or 5 years? Yeah,
I think, is it about 4 years or something like that, isn't it? I think so.
But the thing is always about lesser of two evils, because the guy that was running against him, the black guy, that guy was the worst, bro.
Was it in what way, though?
He was just the worst, bro.
Because he wanted to reduce council tax, isn't it?
So, on an economic standpoint, maybe.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul.
No, all good. Yeah, love the show, guys. Carry on. All good.
Appreciate it.
But he was...
Take it, guys.
He was one of those guys that believed that we need to be tough on crime, lock up black boys. They're the ones that are causing... Like, he had that rhetoric.
That's what he was saying?
Yeah, he had that rhetoric. Cool. Maybe not in those exact words, but he was basically that guy that was basically going to do what that Kwame Kwarteng brother was going to be doing.
He's a Tory, so I guess it would be sprinkled with some of that as well, innit? But at the end of the day, all of us go through the economic challenges, you know what I'm saying? And it helps if we're not paying crazy council tax and ULEZ for no reason. People are having to buy new cars now.
Them
that make no sense.
They're not gonna go though, even with a new mayor, unless someone's running on the fact that they're getting rid of it. Why are they gonna take it away for?
But this is the thing. But I'm just saying, at least he had the wherewithal to say, you know what, this is a ridiculous thing. Like, I want to try and get rid of it. But if you've got somebody who put it in, and right now is now giving us Blackwall Tunnel, making us pay for that, there's going to be something else on his paper. So the next time he's going to come and say we have to pay for something else too.
But is it possible for someone else to come in and be like, we can take this off?
I think it's possible, but then he's going to have to find the money somewhere else.
That's what I was going to say. So
problem.
really and truly.
But at least, hopefully, it doesn't get worse. Because Sadiq Khan, every single term, he's introduced something else. Remember,
I don't think it gets worse than. I think it's covered it all. It couldn't get worse. I think obviously you can put the prices up, but what else could he possibly charge us for? You got ULEZ now.
Was you expecting Blackwall Tunnel?
Of course,
what I'm saying.
That's true.
There's always a way, man. There's always a way.
It's because charging forever have to.
You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine?
Can you imagine? Because that's going to be crazy traffic.
That's basically saying, if you want to get around London and we couldn't get you via the ULEZ, we're going to get you via something else.
How do they want us to get around London? Because not them dirty buses that they don't wash. They've got undiscovered diseases on there.
These guys, they're just crooks, man. Well, he's a crook anyway. But yeah. Anyway, that was the situation with David Walliams. And the last thing I wanted to mention is the average mortgage rate on a 5-year fixed term, right, has dipped below 6% for the first time in 3 months. So,
honey.
It's not the biggest thing in the world. Let me just wrap this up quickly. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but it's still a sign that hopefully things will improve, you know what I'm saying? So right now, the average 5-year fixed mortgage is 5.99%. You know what I'm saying? But when you compare that to 2 years ago, October 2021, the average rate on a 5-year was 2.55. 2.55%. It's gone up to, basically 6%. Well, it was more than that. It's kind of dipped just below 6%. But yeah, that's basically the situation. Hopefully, this is a sign that things are getting better. Remember, the Bank of England did put a freeze on the increase on the basic rate. So at least we didn't get another increase for like the 14th consecutive time. But, you know what I'm saying? We can only hope for the best, man. Hopefully this time next year, we'll be back to much better rates, man. But that's it for the People's Journal.
Hello.
Good morning, caller.
Morning. Sorry, it's Chims again. Sorry. I had to come back. E-man, big man. I think on this one, bro, I can't let you get away with this one. I can't let you get away with this one, bro.
Okay, tell me.
I can't. Because with like, you're mentioning Sadiq Khan's policies, but he's Labour. But we've been in austerity since 2012. There's nothing that the Tories' policies have done that have helped at all. Like, the economic downfall has been under the Tory government. So why would you point out one point?
No,
there's the rest of the country, you know.
I agree.
You're only addressing London. There's the rest of the country, bruv.
Yeah, 100%. But remember, this is what I'm differentiating between the Tory government that takes care of the entire country and London. Most of us here are feeling the effects and will be feeling the effects of this Blackwall Tunnel charge, the Silvertown Tunnel charge. We thought congestion was between a certain time. He expanded it, said he would remove it, hasn't done so. ULEZ as well was a certain diameter, right? Increase it to the entirety of London. Now he's charging for the tunnels. Like, this ain't good. Like, it's right in front of us.
On that one, obviously, I'm not London, so for that one, I can only say Pele. Do you get what I'm saying? That's honestly the only thing I believe in. But in terms of just general policy, you're too. Why are you so Tory biased? Like, I don't get it.
Do you know, I'm not really. I know it sounds like that, yeah, but really, honestly, yeah, my thing is just
no, because like it would assume that you're assuming that they've led us to a good space. Where
they definitely haven't.
Every time that you talk about when we listen to like the politics side, you talk about how the economic downfall is going on. This has all been under this Tory government.
No, I agree.
So how far?
I agree with you, but you know the thing is, right? Like I always say, yeah, if something can get worse, it can get better. But the thing is, it can get worse. Mean, man? It means it can get worse. It means it can get worse. So that means if somebody comes in who's more incompetent, it can get worse. Don't get me wrong, 12 years of this nonsense, I understand why you would say, you know what, anyone else will do. I fully understand what you're saying. But I still have to look at the policies, you know what I'm saying? I still have to look at the competency of the particular people that's going to be in power. I am not ever going to say I'm just voting for red because that's what I do.
But have you taken into account why the economic downfall is going on?
Yeah, of course. But then if I do that, does that maybe not remove some responsibility from the Tories then? Because did they start a war?
No, it doesn't. It adds it. It adds it all.
No, but it depends on the angle you're looking for. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not even an angle.
Okay, tell me why.
I was neutral. For example, like I'd say from a business perspective, we've lost a significant amount of income in terms of the UK because of the loss of the European Union. That's just happened based off the trade deals that were there. I'm well aware of EU law. We locked off a lot of deals, and if you speak to most people that voted Brexit that are farmers in the UK, which is a big income for Tesco, like there's a threshold that we hold that means that we have to be able to bring in a certain amount of income from local or homegrown sort of products. And they're just like, fam, the tax bracket's too high. So leaving the EU did that. That was a Tory policy. That's all Tory.
Is that a result of Brexit?
Like, and the thing is, the Tories brought in austerity. We're talking about the youth clubs earlier. They locked all these things off, and there's nothing to show for it. How can they lock off so many things that they said weren't essential to the community? But we're here now.
Yeah, I hear you. But
now the next blame victim is the migrants, and we're speaking about the people coming over in boats because they had to just shift the blame. Before it was the youth. And now it's just the migrants.
I hear you.
That's it. That's what Tories do. They shift blame.
I hear you.
They don't take accountability.
I hear you. But when you say stuff like Tories just shift blame, that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Like every government shifts blame. They all do it. That's the difference between me and many other people.
Okay,
I don't look at a particular side as better than the other side. You know what I'm saying? I don't look at a particular side as better than the other side. So my thing is this, right? The issues that you mentioned about the EU law and things of that nature, and things of that nature, right? A lot of that is a result of Brexit. That's us. I personally don't think, right? And again, I'm not trying to absolve them of any.
What did you vote? What did you vote?
I voted for Remain, but I'm not trying to take away any of the responsibility from the particular government, right? But do you feel as though, two questions here quickly, because we do have to wrap up here. First question is, do you feel as though if Labour was in power, they would have handled Brexit a lot better? And secondly, do you feel like Starmer is that much of a Labour traditionalist to make a difference to what's going on now?
All right. Answer to the first question. If Labour was in power, Brexit wouldn't have happened.
It would. You say it wouldn't have?
At all. Yeah, it wouldn't have taken place.
Okay.
That was David Cameron trying to win more votes because he realised the growth with Nigel Farage is following from the right wing. That's why Brexit took place. They thought, like, the Conservatives realised there was a disdain towards, like, it all happened around, like, I don't know if people remember, it was around the Syrian refugee kind of epidemic kind of area. I mean, that's when it happened. So it just ironically took place at the same time. So if you actually paid close attention, what they were talking about was about how people were able to come through the borders, etc., etc. Like, people didn't actually understand what the policies were. So, granted, Labour wouldn't have handled it the same way that the Conservatives handled it because they knew that they had the support of the right wing. Because the right wing typically doesn't like foreigners. So that's just what it is. In terms of question two, what was question two again? Sorry. Say again.
It was more so, do you feel like under Starmer, it will be different to what's happening now? We kind of have to wrap up quickly.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I'll keep it quick. That's not my guy.
Okay. All right. Guy. Cool.
I'm Labour, but that's not my guy.
Okay. Cool. All right then. I hear you.
Yeah.
All right, man. Appreciate the call, man.
See you later, man. Thank you, bro.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So that's pretty much it for the People's Journal, man. Yeah.
All right. Let's get into our interview. I'm so glad you joined us from the start, because I feel like obviously you haven't answered our call for a minute to cover the show. So we've really got our visits worth. But yes, as you guys know, we have a lovely, lovely guest with us today. You've heard him speak already, and he is a poet, a photographer, a filmmaker, an author, a mental health researcher, and he's also the founder of the Smiling Boys Project, which focuses on like youth and working with young Black boys. And we've got a lot to talk about, but how are you enjoying your experience so far?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm enjoying the multiple conversations around various themes, and it's always a great learning experience, just hearing like firstly anecdotal experiences, but also like really, rooted in like evidential experiences that people are sharing as well. So it's just been really great being on here. So thank you so much.
Love that. Thank you very much. So we have a game that we play with our guests. We basically ask general knowledge questions. Some of them are preferences, like this or that kind of questions. There is a leaderboard. I am rooting for you. My Yoruba brother. I am really rooting for you.
Who's on the leaderboard?
At the who was it? It was Lippy.
Lippy's at the top, man.
Lippy's at the top.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's
so
hope.
he's got the highest score. And fortunately, yesterday's guest was definitely the bottom. That wasn't him. I don't know why he asked.
What did he get? 1 right or something?
1.
Oh, sheesh.
Terrible. But yeah, so we're gonna ask the question. It's gonna be over a 140 beat. So we don't have to rap anything. You just have to. And then you can also pass. If you don't know the answer, you can pass.
Yeah, I'll give you like a hint. That's the best thing to do.
To pass.
If you don't know, don't waste time.
Okay.
Yeah. Because some people spend too much.
So what's the time frame?
1 minute.
Okay. So as
many questions as you can get.
Okay.
All right. We ready? Brent, you ready?
All right. Yes. By the way, this young, beautiful man is Emmanuel's best friend. We didn't say that at the beginning of the show. Literally.
They've known each other for like 18 years, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah. It's been a minute, bro.
Has he always been this crazy, or did life happen?
Pass.
Love it. All right, let's
3,
do it.
2, 1.
What's the largest planet in the solar system?
Pass.
What African city means lakes in Portuguese?
Pass.
Religion or way of life?
Way of life.
What temperature does water boil at?
100 degrees.
What author wrote To Kill a Mockingbird?
Pass.
Heady one or K-Trap?
Heady one.
Who painted the Mona Lisa?
My God. Pass.
What country did Lennox Lewis represent in the Olympics?
Pass.
TikTok or Instagram?
Insta.
What postcode does most of Mashtown come from?
Pass.
What's the most populated black country in the world?
Who came runner-up in the 2022 World Cup?
Pass.
What Jamaican artist could you find in every cinema?
We shouldn't have told you about pass, because you use pass way too much.
You didn't
Trying
even
to
try.
skip the and I was trying to give him some points. I was like, let me give him a chance to win some points. He said pass.
Which one was you going to give me? The 2022 thing?
No, when I'm saying what I was supposed to ask you was just like a
Either or.
Either or, like I don't know if you get points for that.
No, you don't.
can't. Yeah. No. So I asked you a question that you can win some points on.
And you didn't know that.
Yeah, there was just something that I think you should have told me to pass it. I'd have probably tried harder, but I was just in my head,
you are
like,
passing.
I was.
You are tired with yesterday's guest.
Sheesh. What's the
most
African
populated
one?
black
The most
country?
populated. Which one?
Nigeria.
Yeah.
I was looking like, come on,
That's like
babes.
Brazil, you know.
I would have never said Nigeria, you know.
I wouldn't have even attempted to see the answer in front of me. But
Yeah, definitely not a general knowledge guy.
yeah, I think we've established that. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for your optimism, though. You was rooting for me. You know?
I was rooting for you.
But some of them I know that you know, but it's like giving it a bit more time.
Yeah, like the Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the To Kill a Mockingbird as well.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah.
But it's all good. It's all good. All right, so I think it'd be interesting to know, learn about what it is that you do. So how did you get started? I don't even know which one to get into first. Which one to get into first? You do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think if you just ask me a specific one about what particular thing you want me to start on, and then I could maybe, yeah.
Well, what's the things? What do you do? Let's talk about that, and then we can pick.
I think it's evolved over time, but what I do now predominantly, is I use creative arts as a tool to try and respond to social issues, and the specific social issue I've chosen to address particularly is the mental health of Black boys, the masculinity, identity of Black boys, and the dehumanization of the Black male body through the eyes of young Black boys. So that's the issue I've chosen to focus on. Yeah. My kind of artistic history over a length of time has delved into multiple things. I think, you know, a lot of my work initially is just around exploring firstly xenophobia. After Brexit, I did a lot of work around that, which is how I created the Smile Project initially. Prior to that, obviously, I had a life as a musical artist. But yeah, so I guess if we start from, I guess, what I focused on in the last 6 years, which is like really specifically working on the kind of betterment of the life outcomes of Black boys. So in 2018, early 2018, I quit my full-time job working in a charity, and then I decided to really take a trip to Ethiopia, not with a clear idea of what I really wanted to do. I just knew that, you know, it's known as the cradle of humanity.
Yeah. What kind of charity was it? Sorry.
So it was a charity that worked with young people and young people's families to really provide opportunities for them to, again, come out of like lots of, you know, systemic issues, either housing, drug addiction, you know, unstable families, all those types of things. Yeah. So I was in there for about 4 years working directly with young people. Then I got to a stage where I became like a manager and training people. And I thought that's not really what I'm on. Like I really am a very hands-on person. I love creativity. Yeah. So I decided to quit that and then kind of pursue, or just even really get on a journey of trying to figure out what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Because I was at that cusp of like transitioning from like making music and just really thinking, you know, I didn't have joy in the actual industry of music anymore. And I knew that I wanted to kind of, you know, segue that into something that I felt like was more purpose driven. And then I decided to just travel to Ethiopia. And prior to that, you know, I knew I didn't want to stay in a city because Ethiopia, because of the nature of how Ethiopia is the only African country that wasn't colonized. There's still so many, you know, indigenous, native peoples that live how, I guess, our forefathers kind of lived without, you know, internet, without access to phones and things that we, I guess, would call on this side of the kind of world as more civilized ways of being, you know. So I was so intrigued to really unlearn a lot of these kind of Western ideals that I kind of had up until that point. So I went and spent about 6 weeks traveling that particular region in the southern parts of Ethiopia and really going and spending time with these tribes and really, I wouldn't say I lived like them because that's definitely not the case. I was going
to ask you, did you?
I mean, in my context, yes. But in the context of what the reality is, of course not. No.
What's your context? Like you weren't really on your phone and stuff like that?
Well, there was no reception. So that was not a possibility. There was no phone lines anywhere that could even capture anything after a particular point. I wasn't walking around naked like they were. You know, I was...
They walk around naked?
A lot of the particular tribes did. You know, the men just sat on trees and another guy would just climb up and just groom his privates. They're just all naked. There's women that were topless. Most of the tribes, the women were topless. Some particular places, they had just like, you know, animal hide just covering the front area. And they were really naked, but they just had it just flapping in the front, you know.
You didn't have to flap.
No, I mean the hide, the animal hide.
Oh,
come on. I mean, the animal hide was flapping.
Bad, sorry.
Yeah. So I didn't do all of that because, you know, culturally and just like, I couldn't just meet them there because that was just impossible for me to even get there. I mean, I was based on the heat and just a lot of things. I was topless a lot of times, but I was definitely not naked like them.
Well, they're aware that you're... Sorry. Are they aware that you're a visitor, so they don't take offense to you not living how they're living?
Yes, exactly. Okay. Because particular villages, I had to have negotiations with the chief of each village to allow, and they had to give me particular, what's the word?
Permission.
Yeah, but like we had to establish what is the
nature of your visit.
No, not even that. Like, so basically every village, they had to give me a particular sort of like, before you come into our village, let's address what are the kind of
how we live, like rules and regulations.
Yeah, like what are you gonna adhere to? What are we gonna expect of you to come in here? So certain villages, I had a physical challenge that I had to do before I was allowed to come in.
Not preview.
Certain village.
That's so cool.
Well, like fighting the bears and thing.
Definitely no bears in Africa, but
no, it's like the metaphorical bear.
Yeah.
Wouldn't make them prove their manhood kind of vibe.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So, a particular village, I had to do that. One particular village, which are called the Musi tribe. They're seen as, they have very interesting tenets and I guess cultural normative. Things around masculinity and how they kind of established the more masculine men in those villages. So because when I came in, the way I look aesthetically, on paper, the men in the village who are already kind of ascended to that rank of being the top kind of most masculine, most feared men, when I come in, they're like, this guy is either he's walking around thinking he can take us, or like other people are gonna look at him and think he's the man. Do you know what I'm saying? So let's just sort that out before he comes in.
We're the top dogs around here.
Exactly.
Yeah. Distract our women.
So that particular village, that was, because again, like the character in Black Panther, where Killmonger was basically created based on that, is these particular guys. So the stripes on their arm is how many people they've killed or how many wild animals they've killed. So like that's a real thing. So Ryan Coogler did that research. All the people with the big lip plates that people see in some of the Black Panther visuals are from those villages. So I had to be tested to be able to come into that particular village, which again we had to negotiate what the test was, because usually they have something called like it's like a fight to the death, where they use sticks to fight each other.
This is wild because it's just so wild because this is real because I've seen this in films and stuff.
Yeah, it's real. I mean, over the years,
death, how would I visit if I die?
How would you what?
Like if I'm fighting to death, how am I going to be a visitor?
No, but that's usually not for because one, people don't really visit there. That's one. Two, as visitors, I think again that's why there's a negotiation about like what you can do. Usually, and that's really interesting because when white people do go, because they are these white anthropologists that go there, they don't see them men as threats. So they don't really, that's a separate thing entirely. Do you know what I mean? It's
but they see you as black, you're one of our own.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there was a different thing that I had to negotiate and be like, okay, cool. Because once you come in here and you're topless and you're walking around, everyone's thinking, okay. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like,
did they tell you can't chop down the things in the village?
Yeah, not even that. Not in so many words still, but.
They told you, make sure you don't chop
you
down.
You have to go meet the family and all sorts.
I mean, different villages have different kind of rules and stuff like that. So yeah, I had to do that, which again, I had to definitely opt out of the fight to the death because boy,
I was gonna say, what did you negotiate? Because
it had to be like a wrestling sort of thing, which favored my size because these guys are kind of lean. It's like Ethiopia, they're quite lean shape. And kind of tall and skinny, but they're killers.
They're strong.
Do you know exactly? Like it will take a second to kill me because I don't even know the first place to hit a man to actually go for death.
Yeah.
So I definitely had to negotiate a different challenge, which was more on a physical sort of like wrestling thing, and then favorably that worked out for me. So that allowed me.
Can I just ask, like, were the village people watching?
Yeah.
So it's not like a little hand wrestle. It's like a fight kind of.
I mean, it's more of like closer to like a sumo fight where it's not like you're hitting anyone, but it's more like
just wrestling.
Yeah, so it's like more positionality. If you could get someone out of this particular parameter through strength or lifting them or putting them out of because they draw like a enclosure exactly. So it's like
you can't step outside.
Yeah, exactly. Those types of things. So it's more like a test of might more than anything.
You have lived.
So anyway, again, those things are things I'd never done before, and then that gave me access to that particular village, which all those things really challenged and changed the way that I perceived masculinity, African culture, what civilization meant.
Yeah.
And it just made me unlearn a lot of things. And so when I came back, the experience was just so mind blowing for me that I was like, wow. Because while I was out there, I was documenting, I was filming, I was taking pictures, but I didn't know what I wanted to do with that because I'd never done an exhibition, I'd never done anything like that. So I came back and I thought, wow, like these experiences I had are things that I know majority of people I've never experienced. I don't even know people like this exist. I don't even know things like this. This is way before Black Panther as well.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm like, most people don't even know that there's these types of civilizations that blow our minds. The people that can just literally just like, they don't have no clocks, but they know the times of the day. They don't, like, they just be like everything. You know what I mean? Like, this idea that women are walking around naked, most people are thinking, raw, there must be bare rape happening here, but actually,
no, they're not sexualized.
Do you know what I'm saying? So all of these things that just blew my mind, that I'm just like, raw, like I had to struggle with the idea of just seeing breastises just
Cheeks.
walking around, and I'm just thinking, in a normal context, in the world that I've come from, if I see women's,
that's attractive. That's this. That,
you know what I'm saying? So I had to really just like do a lot of mental work to not just be walking around with boners all the time, because I'm just like this is not really like, my brain was really doing overtime trying to think, are we not supposed to be looking at that and thinking that's nice and just keep it moving and just think that's normal, or just you know? So I was in real time, I was just really just trying to make sure that I was not trying to be disrespectful in any of these ways, but also understanding what's happening to me psychologically inside of my mind, you know? So there was a lot of that, which really taught me so many things about how much of what we see as the normative ways of being is a socialization, as opposed to something that we just think is innately how we are, you know? It's like, so all these questions came up for me. So I wanted to curate an exhibition that really gave people the opportunity vicariously through some of the curations to understand what it meant to actually experience some of these things that I experienced. So I put up this exhibition, you know, which, you know, I got some actors to come in and to really reenact some of the things that were happening in those villages, where the audience just came in and they didn't know that there was these actors that were just really in this immersive space, and the way they interacted with the actors determined the experience that they got from the exhibition, which was like something that, you know, was really cool. Amazing to really curate and experience. And then from that moment, I realized this is what I'm meant to do. I'm an artist. Like, this is what I'm meant to do, to curate things and to create opportunities that challenge people to think differently. And then from then on is when I just started to really recognize that, okay, cool, like now I know what my lane is, which is to be an artist, to use art to generate outcomes that I feel like would change the experiences for people. And then fast forward 2018, you know, that was the year when I came back from the holiday. I was like, okay, cool, I have no money. I don't know how I'm going to put this exhibition on, but I have a dream, I have a desire. Brent's brother, you know, Daryl, incredible human.
Big up, Daryl.
And he just reached out to me because I put out a couple pictures here and there on Facebook, and he was just like, yo, these things are mind-blowing to me. Like, what's stopping you from putting this exhibition on? I said, bro, bread. And he was like, okay, how much do you need? I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, just tell me how much you need. I'm about to do this renovation of my loft, but on my attic or whatever, that could wait. And he just threw me the bread. I was like, bro, I don't know if I can make this bread back. He's like, that was that. And then I put that exhibition on, and that literally was the most life-changing thing in my artistic career, you know.
Black men supporting black men. Love
absolutely. With no intention to get anything back. That's the key part.
Beautiful. That is the key part.
You know what I mean?
That is the key part.
Till today, you know, every time I see him, I'm just like, bro, he's like, yo, bro, tell me anything you need. I bumped into him at the airport the last time I was going, not the last time, a couple times before when I was going to LA. And he was like, bro, like seriously, because he was with his family, and, you know, we just serendipitously bumped into each other. And he was like, yo, bro, like, I see what you're doing. You're going out to LA to start it up again. And just let me know, be safe. And then after he left, he came back and he hugged me and said, honestly, if you need anything, like, just get in touch with me again. I was like, this guy, like, so anyway, he's just like divine angel. So that year, obviously that didn't solve my brokenness. So that year I was just, you know what I mean? I was on my mom's couch after living by myself, all of that stuff, because I quit my job, and then, you know, I went to Ethiopia and came back, put this exhibition on, you know, it was successful, you know, sold some books, whatever. But it wasn't like bread, you know. So I was still back on my mom's couch, just thinking, all right, okay, cool. I need to figure out how to actually make a sustainable life from being an artist. So that year I just started to write, like, ideate about what I was experiencing and witnessing. So in that year, that was when the biggest kind of shift in like the dialogue and the narrative around Black boys killing each other. Like 2018, I think there's something about just the way that the media started to portray, I don't know, because there's always been violence in London and just in inner cities, period. But I think something about 2018, that narrative became very racialized and very
black on black crime.
That's when those kind of, you know, phrases were born, and just like, Black boys are killing each other, they're aggressive, they're dangerous, they're gang members, all of these things. And all the images that were surrounding Black boys was just like your typical stereotypical images of Black boys. If they've been killed, the first picture you put out is like him looking like he's on like crud. Like all of that kind of vibe.
He might even be the victim. You don't even know.
Exactly. So I just thought raw. And because that year I was working in prisons, like I was doing a lot of projects in prison. So I designed a project where I was working in Feltham. So predominantly, you know, under 18s. So a lot of young boys. And I just thought, you know what? That was the birth of like my abolitionist mindset, to realize that, you know, there's a lot of these boys that if I was in those conditions, I'd have done exactly the same thing that these boys did. So actually, we need to be looking at the wider systems, because there's a lot of these boys in there who were so sweet, they were so amazing, they were so kind, there was all these things, but they got M charge. Some of them have like, AMs. They have all of these charges that you're thinking raw, like.
Yeah.
And some other guys like, bro, I didn't even do that, but I'm just holding it for my older. And I'm just thinking, all of these things I started to really realize, like, raw, like this is how the system fails young people. Yeah. So then with that, I started to hear all the narratives about everything that was happening on road and just how they was portrayed. And I was thinking, that's not a nuanced portrayal. Like there's so many things that people are not talking about. Like safe spaces for black boys to come back and say, a man shook to walk around the ends, And because of that, I have to carry this thing. No one's talking about that. That actually these boys are experiencing paranoia because they've seen their friend G-checked, and from them saying, I'm not giving you my phone, to getting chefed up. So actually, like, he's experiencing multiple layers of mental illness, which is now kind of showing itself through all of these other behaviors, which is like, I'm going to be not food. I'm going to be the top dog that's making everyone else food. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what that year really taught me. And I thought, I need to do something about this, because this narrative is harming more black boys, because they think everyone thinks I'm this guy anyway. So why do I need to why do I need to be whoever else? So I wanted to create something that first centered the mental health of young black boys, because I recognized there was nothing that was even talking about that. So before I did that, so eventually I spent that year writing about 38 different grants. I don't know if anyone's ever written grants before. That's not a 10-minute job. You know what I'm saying? So for that year on my mom's couch, I was getting the best jollof. I was getting, the best care. Shout out the greatest moms on the road. All of that. So, yeah, I had the space to really do that. And then, I got multiple no's, 38 no's to be specific. And on the 39th grant, I got the first grant that I got, which allowed me to travel to the top 5 happiest countries in the world to experience what makes people happy. And then, to then use that research ethnographically to design a program that improves the happiness levels of black boys, that gives them the autonomy to really understand what are the things that actually make them happy, what things are in their own control. And then the autistic piece at the end of the 8 weeks of working with them. So the 8 pillars of happiness, which I used to design a program, is trust is the first week. The second week is togetherness and belonging. The third week is on money and wealth. The fourth week is on freedom. The fifth week is health. That's physical and mental health. The sixth week is democracy and civil society. The seventh is balance, and the eighth is purpose. So then I use photography, film, and poetry to help them interrogate these individual pillars. So on the first week, I give them cameras and say, go and photograph the places you trust in your neighborhood and places you don't trust. Who are the people that you trust? And come back into the classroom. Let's annotate that. So you tell me, all right, why'd you photograph this cage where you play football as a place that you don't trust? Because then they say, bro, when it's past 6 o'clock, bro, people get G-checked out here. Even though, it represents a place that I enjoy, but actually I recognize the dangers of being out here past 6 p.m. So like all these things gave them a voice to be able to articulate things that people don't even want to hear them say, so and at the end of the 8 weeks, I then challenged them to show the world a version of themselves that's counter-stereotypical, a version of themselves that probably their man them even look at and say, bro, that's wet, that's moist. Because I get them to understand the parallels between how they are socialized to perceive themselves and the way that the world ultimately sees them. And get them to understand that you also have the power to start to actually challenge what you want the world to see of you. So at the end of the 8 weeks, I photographed them in that particular kind of artistic style, which is very close up. You get to see that they're children. You see the tiny little, mustache that's coming out and the little pimples. Because these boys are like 6'2" and they're only 14, 13. Because when you see them on road in 3 dimension, you look at them and people think of them as men.
And society labels them as men.
Of
and
course.
They're just kids.
Absolutely. Yeah. So on a kind of artistic level, I want people to really... Again, we talk about the adultification of black children. It happens a lot with girls, but also with boys, black boys for sure. So I really wanted people to be connected to the fact that these are children. Yeah. So actually when someone gets stabbed and you think, a 15-year-old, he's probably a GM, but he's a child, right? So actually understanding that what's happening to them psychologically, there's a lot that's also not just their choices, because yes, they make their choices, but it's understanding the bigger system at play. So you can humanize them and think, actually, if your little child breaks a glass, you don't just look at them and think it's a child that just breaks all glasses. You think, actually, he's a child, so he's bound to understand that there's so many causations behind that. So that's basically what I've kind of dedicated my life to doing, to really challenging the systems that posit the disproportionalities when we think about stop and search. Black boys that I work in all boroughs of London, predominantly a lot of boroughs of London, inner city. So, from Peckham to Tottenham to Hackney to, all of these places where there's like, the intersection of poverty and race when we think about those who occupy those areas the most. Then we think about the experiences of the police. You know, the black boys are 9.5 times more likely to be stopped by the police in London. You know, as you mentioned, you talk about, you know, suicidal ideations of black men and the kind of proximity of black men to kind of ill mental health. You know, the detainment act of black men in the mental health system. Black men are 4 times more likely to be detained. Black boys are 3.5 times more likely to be kicked out of mainstream education. So all these statistics point in the direction of just how the society doesn't care about black boys. And then this school to prison pipeline, which is not a language that people use in the UK as much, but genuinely does happen, because you think about boys getting kicked out of mainstream into PRUs, and then PRUs pretty much is a gateway to prison pretty much. So a lot of these things are things I wanted to really tackle, working with the young person individually, but also working with the school to challenge their systems. As I'm sure all of us know about what happened with Child Q and those systems that exist where they create more harm for children in schools, where they bring police into these spaces and get them to actually continue these violations that happen when they're outside of the system. So a lot of my work is also working with schools to challenge that. And then ultimately, you know, I took on a role last year to be the artist in residence for the West Midlands Police, which has never happened for a police force in the UK before. So I did that role for a year, really challenging the West Midlands Police to really look at the systems that create the outcomes that disproportionately impact black kids. So I work on them for a year with that, really working with young people who have had negative experiences in the police, and then challenging the police to really respond honestly and vulnerably to those things and think about how they need to change those systems specifically to those young people's experiences that they had. So so that was a really learning experience for me. Again, as an abolitionist who doesn't believe in police, but I recognize that I needed to work to challenge those systems because they still exist. Yeah. So I can be an abolitionist and say police don't need to exist, but I know that they do exist. And while they exist, they create harm. So actually, how can I use this opportunity to really infiltrate the system in a way that really challenges them, but also doesn't do it from a place where they just close off, you know? And I needed to find that middle ground where I was able to get, you know, from the most senior person in the West Midlands Police, you know, the chief superintendent, because he had to call me in to say, you know, I want you to do this role, and these are the parameters that I want you to get free reign, and to, you know, any officer you want to talk to, you get the option to do that, you know. So even the gangs team, all of those guys that watch YouTube videos and say, yeah, he said ops here, all right, cool. He's probably, you know what I mean, them guys. I had to, you know, engage with them and really challenge those narratives and really get them to really start to understand how the stereotypes that exist about black children inform their policing tactics and the biases that they uphold when they come in and show up to any incident. So that was really interesting. So that's, I guess, all the work that I've been doing today.
I think that's so interesting, because even you saying, like, I feel like you going to Ethiopia, experiencing life outside of what it is that how you've been brought up, how socialized. What kind of self-work, because I can imagine it's a lot of unlearning you've had to do. What did that process look like for you when you got back?
It was mind-blowing, because, you know, all these things about, like, understanding, like, so there was a rites of passage that I saw out there, which blew my mind, right? Because when I saw it in real life, I was like, why? That's so bad. That's so wrong. That's so backward. That was my first feeling. So the rite of passage is before this guy turns 18, he has to do this challenge where they kind of line up 5 bulls, right? And then 2 people are holding the bull and the horn and on the tail, right? And then they line 5 of them up. So he has to jump on these bulls' backs 5 times without falling down. And if he falls down, he's basically proven that he's not a man, and he has to be banished from the village. And then he has to become tougher and try to do that again. But while he does that challenge, the women in his life, so his mothers, his sisters, his aunties, have to go around in the village and get the men to whip them on the back as hard as they can to prove how much they believe that the boy will become a man today.
As in they whip the women on the back?
Yes. So the women's backs is like something you've seen out of Kunta Kinte, you know, like the backs of the whips. Like, I mean, I have images that, you know, are not the most pleasant to see, but they are so visceral and so, you know, powerful. And when I witnessed those things, I was thinking, nah, this is so backward. Like, why would you do that? Like, that's so like, all these thoughts I was having coming from like a Western perspective.
Mindset,
But what then I had to do when I stepped away from that was really reflect and think, do we have similar rites of passage in the Western world where I live? And I had to deep down, I thought, like, we definitely have that. Because I had to realize that, you know, for a lot of boys to become a man, a lot of things that we feel like we need to do in the society is, you know, we got to make money, we have to be tougher, we have to show that
girls.
we are. Exactly. But actually, most of the time, the outcomes of those things, for example, the idea of trying to make money, a lot of men sometimes choose to do things illegally because that's the only way that it's the quickest route to make money. So they out here trapping or doing all these other things. Some of the consequences of that is like you probably go jail, you get killed or whatnot. But who are the people that actually, because when you check out visiting days in prison, it's not man them that come and check the guys in prison the most. 90% of the people in the waiting room in prisons are women. Mainly mothers, girlfriends, aunties, sisters. The man them are not there. So actually realizing that the sacrifices that people in the lives of boys that make decisions to prove that they're men. So for example, boys in school that really get involved in fights because they're like, raw, he's not going to chat to me like I'm some dickhead and I bang him just to show that I'm a big guy, but then you get excluded. But the person that's actually trying to find you another school and trying to beg for you to come back to the school, 9 times out of 10 is your moms and your sisters. So actually, when I started to deep that connection, I was like, raw, the same sacrifice happens here. Women are just not getting whipped on the back physically, but actually mentally and emotionally, women are out here that getting to become a man. Most of the people who make the sacrifices are the women in the lives of a lot of these boys. Because there's a lot of boys in Penn that are telling me, yo, I can firm a 10-year bid. It's a light bird. I'll do 5, I'll do 10. But actually, who cannot do 10 is the mom that's out there that's coming to see you every day. Your girlfriend who's out here raising a daughter. They're the ones that's really they can't do the 10-year bird. But in your head, you're thinking for you to survive, you need to just think like it's light work. I'll do 5 and I'll probably get free and I'll come out on good behavior or whatever. But the people who are actually who are equally serving that sentence with you are the mothers in your lives and the aunties and the girlfriends and those people who are really making a sacrifice and actually realizing that that's really the parallel, So even though I was displeased by the idea of seeing women getting their backs whipped for the boys in those villages, I had to sit with the fact that we do the same here.
We're just a different,
but we just don't see the emotional turmoil and the emotional sacrifices in the same way because it's not physical blood in the back. And that really is one of the biggest tools that I use to actually work with the boys that I work with to see those parallels and start to make those decisions that actually impact the people in their lives because they realize in their head, you often think it's just me. I could do a 10-year bid. I could do whatever. But actually when you realize the ripple effect on the most important people in your life and how you are actually making those people's lives worse than yours. So when we talk about the incident that happened in Croydon, that's why it's important to look at him as a victim too, because the extended family in his life are now destroyed.
That's the whole thing, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's important to always look at those things in that way. So
That's so interesting.
So that's one thing that definitely shifted in my mind when I was out there, just realizing that like a lot of the things I've been taught about, like what it means to be a man are rooted on these same principles, which are problematic, and which are things that allow me to realize that, this story of what it means to be a man it's been missold to us, and patriarchy has done a number on us by trying to trick us to think this is the goal, because the goal doesn't benefit nobody, and that's part of the journey that I was on, and really trying to understand those things. And then over the years, again, just like really trying to understand how the way that is set up for men so far is not helping us. So I had to really figure out what's the new blueprint. Just like what Yusuf was saying, what are the spaces that we're creating where we can have dialogues and conversations that are not about football, that are not about just, body counts and all these types of things, which are like standard conversations and making bread and all of these things. Actually, how can we have more robust conversations that most men want to have, but don't have the spaces to really even talk about those things because they think that they're going to get clowned, they're going to get, belittled, they're going to get all of these things, which do happen.
When did you start the Smiling Boys project?
Yeah, about 5 years ago.
I see.
Yeah.
And did you so this was after Ethiopia, of course. And did you have to do like any additional like kind of learning around like mental health, how you could speak to them, kind of like courses as well to help with that?
So again, back to the full-time job that I had. That's what I was working with young people. I've been working with young people for like, I don't know, 10 years, 11 years at this point. So I've been a facilitator. I've been somebody who created programs. So when it came to, that year when I was on my mom's couch, that's what I was doing. I was ideating, I was researching, I was doing a lot of work. And when I got the funding, that allowed me to actually do some real research and go to the Happiness Research Institute in Denmark and spend time with the scientists and social scientists and really spend a lot of time doing a lot of work, reading a lot of books, theorizing, all these different things. So when I created the program, I did a pilot first in Brixton. And that pilot was a year long, about 6 to 8 months long. And that allowed me to really ideate a lot of things and learn what was working and what wasn't working.
A pilot of the Smiling Project.
Yeah. So that was the first one I did was in Brixton, and then from then on, I kind of formulated the program in a way that, you know, had all the pillars intact. And then over the years, again, just been adding and learning. You know, I just brought in a therapist, a black male therapist, to be on our program, to also now, through a therapeutic lens, inform the design output of the program to support the boys. Because one of the biggest triggers for me in that regard is when I lost the first young boy on my program to violence. You know, that broke me. You know, it broke me so badly. It broke my whole team. I have 2 black men that work with me on the program.
This is the guy from a few months ago, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember seeing that.
Right. And we were all just crying. We would be together in the sessions, and we were just like, every young boy just reminded us of him. You know, when we went back into the session, you know, went to his funeral, you know, like it was, there's nothing like it. And I'm not even his parent, you know. But yeah, so that to me just made me realize that, you know, we needed to have, especially when I heard the experience of those boys with the therapist in the school, I was like, yeah, we need to have our own shit. We need to have a black therapist that's culturally aware, understands what the experience of these young boys are, but actually also has therapeutic insight. You know, it's probably somebody from ends or whatever, but, you know, he's got a PhD. So the guy that we have right now he's that guy. You know what I mean? And that's amazing to have that. So yeah, so I just continually add things that add value to the program. So it's consistently growing. I just did a partnership with Jordan Brand right now about doing an alumni program, which we've co-designed with GWAP and JD Sports. So that's something that I just piloted. I'm doing a pilot. I did the first session yesterday. So we just, you know, I just designed that to provide further opportunities for these boys. Because obviously the 8-week program is about them and their self and their mentality and all of these things. But what I realized is after that, then what? You know what I mean? Because these men still need to, you know, they still need to make money. They still, this idea of like, oh, what's pulling them outside is much bigger. So I had to think about, okay, what else can we do to actually provide them opportunities for social mobility, to give them insights, so maybe they can get an internship in Jordan and see actually it's not just about being on the banners outside and just being in a JD or Jordan ad. It's like actually think about all the jobs behind the scene. There's bear man that's designing sneakers. There's bear man that's marketing the thing. Like think about how you can actually use all these skill sets that you're good at. Like no one can finesse anything better than you. That's a real skill. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you can translate that into XYZ. So like that's what this second kind of alumni partnership is designed to do, to provide opportunities into various creative industries. So that's that. So we're gonna have like a lot of incredible black creative mentors who are gonna come in, you know, show them all the jobs that they do and talk about how, you know, they got into those spaces, give them insights, provide opportunities for them to really, you know, to really just learn a lot of things and potentially get opportunities to even get internships and potential full-time employment in the long term.
And with the programs, is it like, so it's 8 weeks, right? And then do you have like what's the group number? Or is it like a
15 to 18 usually, depending on the kind of rambunctious energy of each individual boy. So that's what determines the max. The max is usually 18, but if we have a lot of guys that are on just high energy excitement, I wouldn't have 18 of them. Like I would probably bring that number down to like 15. But if it's a mix, because I always like to get a mix, because you know, what is it to be black? And that's why with every group that I work with year 9s and year 10s only, so 13 and 14. Just because of where they are cognitively, where they're still really taking in new information about who they are. So I get the teacher to really select all of all the types of black boys in the room. So like the neurodiverse black boy, the guy who likes anime, the guy who's on drill, the guy who's probably on crud, the guy who, you know, gets top A's all the time. So to have all these mix of black boys in one room, and you know, light skin, mixed race, dark skin, the ones that when they're in the room, they make these jokes, say, oh, don't turn the light off, bro, we can't see Jermaine. Like start to then actually dig into the fact that what do we think about that conversation? Like, you know, so they can have a safe space where we can actually tackle these things in a healthy way, you know. And that's what the whole program is really designed to, not shame young black boys, but create a safe space for us to really unpick all of the real things that actually impact them as black boys in this world, where they're also victims of, but also perpetrators of it.
So you said you get the teachers to pick. So are you working with schools, or do you do independently and with schools as well?
Only schools, because we realized that for us, again, I realized because I've done a lot of work with prison and PRUs, I thought my best use is to be where they're still at. Where they're still in the system. They're not, because there's so much more that's affecting them outside. And I think actually I'm not best placed to do that work. Where they're already, you know, going conch and, you know, holding mad weapons like that. That's not my strength. You know, I've done that work, but it's sad for me because, you know, when I leave the prison, I'm like, there's too many things that's happening that's going to make this work that I'm doing negated. Do you know what I mean? Because when he comes out, someone needs to find him a job before I even try to tell him about what he needs to be doing about, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I know that that's not what my best use is. So I need to hope that some other people are doing that job.
Yeah.
So I decided to go 5 steps behind. Like where they're still 13. And there's opportunity to put things in place to
Before
support.
they can get
exactly.
there. Yeah, that's smart.
So that's why I work with that age group, and I make sure that they're still in school so that I don't have to worry about their attendance. Do you know what I mean? Like I come into school, it's not after school, it's during school. So instead of maths or instead of geography or whatever it is, they do the Smiling Boy sessions, which is like, you know, something that a school have to sign up to because they understand the real value of it. It's not an extracurricular thing. It's going to impact their education as well. So it has to also be within term time.
So you have to, you would reach out to schools and kind of pitch this to them, and then hopefully they come on board.
So that's what I was doing the first 2 years. Now I haven't reached out to any school in the last 4 years because the list is long. Yeah. You know, for multiple reasons, you know, because the project is got a lot of media attention. It's been really successful in like kind of, you know, exhibition level, you know, nationally and internationally. So a lot of head teachers just be sliding in the DMs and saying this would be really great for our boys, which on the surface of it, it's like they like the visual element of it because it makes them look like they're a progressive school.
Yeah.
But what I then challenge them to do is like, they can't get the project without doing the teacher training program because that's the part where they have to submit the policies for me. I have to review those policies and design a program to actually respond. So on the 6th week, which is about democracy, I get the boys to say what rules they have to follow in the school that they think is disproportionately affecting them as black boys. So they talk about the teachers that be calling them gang members just because they spotted each other on the corridor. Yeah. They talk about the fact that every time they wear a hood, the teacher's like, oh, you look like a gang member. All these types of rules. So then I come into the training with these receipts and say, actually, this is why your school actually is constituting to the harm that these black boys are facing outside. The fact that you have a police coming to school and search them on a regular basis, that's creating consistent harm for them. You know, and actually you have to realize that if you're trying to provide an opportunity where black boys feel like they're safe, they're able to thrive, then you need to recognize that you're also contributing to the lack of safety that they feel in the spaces with these things that you have, which are policies, which are meant to keep everybody safe, but actually they're disproportionately impacting your black children. So, so schools be definitely getting in touch, and I don't be taking every school that comes on board because every school has to really sign up to the systemic investment in what the work requires before I do the program in those schools.
So how many schools will say that they don't want to do that?
They don't say it outright. I just never get a response email. So that's what because I list out all of the criteria and I say what they have to commit to.
I think it's too much work.
And then they just say, oh, we'll get back my head a year to get back to you, and then crickets.
What do you think are some of the challenging things on that list that you think made them say, this is long?
Firstly, they have to show me their policy.
Okay.
And that's often like, I mean, the policies are there, but it's like, for them to give it to me and say to me, like, look through our policy and tell us what you think is not really slapping like that. That's one thing. Secondly, like, to some schools, I asked them, do you have a school police officer? And if you do, can you list out what are the rules, what are the outputs, the outcomes that you have for having a police in the school? Okay. And list those out to me to say what are the desired outcomes, why you have a police in the school, and what are the reasons why they come into the school, and what are the powers that they have while they're in the school. So they have to list those things out to me. So I have to come back and say, and then challenge those things. And that, obviously, some schools are wedded to the fact that they don't even want anyone to ask them about the fact that they have police in schools, because that's something they're unwilling to change.
Are you against having police in schools?
Yes.
I think it's because sometimes with school, that's like your safe space. Especially kids that come from like a troubled home. School is their safe, is like away from all of that I'd have to deal with consistently. And so when they're then at school and then you've got something else that makes them feel safe and unsafe in the society, I can imagine like how traumatic that is. But I was going to ask, with the schools that you work with, are there currently any like boards or any organizations that keep them accountable for the work that's been done?
What work? The work?
That's like so you see how with them they have to do like some teacher training, all that kind of stuff as well, in terms of changing the language and whatever else that comes up, you feed back to them. Is there anything that keeps them accountable to the changes that should be made that will help these young boys?
I mean, there's definitely not one rule fits all. There's some schools that I have a long relationship with that it's an ongoing thing. So I do the first training, which is a day long, and then I work with them consistently to really look at, okay, instead of police, these are the outcomes you want a police to achieve. Who else can do that job that creates less harm?
Okay.
Right? So there's a lot of community organizations, there's a lot of all these other things that can tick these boxes of what you want a police to do, but actually they don't create the same harm. You know what I mean? So like working with them to really look at that and really think, okay, if you're willing now to really address these things because you identify that it's actually creating more harm than good, then we're working together to find solutions. You know, so there's some schools that we work on a long-term basis of really having a back and forth dialogue and continually working with them. Some schools, I just catch up with them annually to say, okay, where are we at with this? You know, and then in some schools, I have no idea. I just hope that they took that on and they move forward with it.
You mentioned earlier that during the program, you asked the boys to kind of write down or tell you what makes them happy. What are some of the common things that they state? And also, what do you do with that information? How do you use that information to kind of help them, I guess?
I mean, so each week they explore particular themes about the elements of that week. So for example, a week around money and happiness, you know, that week is definitely curated to understand their relationship with money. A certain man at the age of 14 is like, yeah, I want to get a richer milli. I want to do this. That's going to make me happy. You know, so the actual kind of ongoing debate question for that week is money equal happiness? So we have a lot of kind of exercises that help them engage in that concept. You know, so we have different examples of people who have had bare money and actually talk about, you know, the outcomes of their lives and actually think if someone had, I don't know, however much money, you know, sometimes we use someone like Mac Miller as an example. You know what I mean? He had, he had a baddie on his arm. He had a lot of money, but he still took his life through overdose. You know what I'm saying? Like, if your ideal in the world is to have the best girl in your hand and then have bare bread and you think your life will be sorted out, like, there's a lot of examples to suggest those things don't happen. So a lot of them think money makes them happy. And I understand that to a certain degree because money brings you a quality of life, right? But money in and of itself doesn't bring you happiness. It's really helping them understand that. Because if you don't do something that's passion driven, because they look at me and you know, everything I do is absolutely conscious. Because even the way I dress, not necessarily because I'm trying to do it for them to have a response to it. That's my journey as a black man to really challenge the way people perceive black men and how people perceive how we have the license to express ourselves in particular ways. Yeah. But I know that even while I'm in the room, I get them to be honest. They're like, bro, why you wearing pink, bro? Are you gay? Are you this? And I entertain those conversations because it's important for them to be able to say those things out loud. Yeah. So I get them to understand, you know, the idea of the freedom, the happiness that comes with freedom. So I asked them, you know, because you like to listen to whatever it is that you like to listen to, you like to wear tech fleeces. Is that the only thing that you think you brings you? Are there some days you just don't? Because some of them will be like, "Bro, I really rate that drip," you know, and I'll be like, "Oh, you rate it? Yeah. What would you wear?" It's like, "No, bro, I never wear that." You know what I mean? And it's like getting them to see the conflation between some things that they admire and lack of license for them to have the freedom to be those things. You know, because some of them will be like, "Oh, I love," you know, for example, this is a case in point about, you know, Old Town Road. You know, Lil Nas X, they banged that tune when they was in year 7. They loved it. But now I can't even listen to that guy because he's gay. And I'm like, what? So the song that he made that he was banging, that song is not hard anymore. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, but the point is you still like that tune, but you wouldn't play that out loud on your speakerphone when man would be like, raw, you listen to, do you know what I mean? It's like getting them to understand the license that those are the things that actually genuinely are them. But actually, the world doesn't give them freedom. And whatever the world is, the world could be their friendship group, the world could be their family, the world could be patriarchy, all these other things. Don't give them freedom to be themselves. And ultimately, sometimes, you know, they talk about how they just want to make money. They want to, you know, have the best girls on their arms. Yeah. They want to be able to live a life, you know. So they look at me and sometimes they be like, "Oh, you're rich, innit?" And I'm like, I'm not poor. You know what I'm saying? But the things that I do, I wake up and I did them when no one paid me for it. And the fact that I make money from it now and I'm super comfortable, you're missing the point. The point is I did it for all these years when no one was paying me. Yeah. So the fact that you think I'm rich now and I have a good life, you're focusing on the output. And the output is not what brought me happiness. It's the fact that I found something that brings me so much joy and passion I was doing for free and I will continually do for free. But it's a benefit now that I make so much money from doing it. Yeah. So yeah.
Do you feel like some of these, like the freedoms that you're trying to instill in them, right? Do you feel like a lot of times that comes with age? and that at a certain age, the propensity for you to feel like you need to conform to what your friends do, to be in, to be popular, not to step outside the box and be 100% yourself. Do you think that journey does actually happen with age? As the old, for example, the older you get, the more free you become. The more you become your actual self, as opposed to you just pandering and just being like your friends because you want to fit in.
I hear that. In theory, there is an argument that suggests that with age, there is a propensity for that to become your mindset. But in reality, we know that there are a lot of black men that consistently live in an incarcerated life.
Yeah,
where they want to be something, they want to do something, they want to be some way, but they can't because it's not your school friends anymore. It's more about like the world, this perception, the women, whoever. So I feel like that cage just becomes bigger and bigger in different ways. So I think, there's an opportunity when you get older that you interrogate these things and you start to do it. But there's a lot of men that look at me and say, bro, why you dressed like that? Guys that don't know me, they're like, bro, are you gay? Are you faggot? All these kinds of things. Like they say those things and they're grown men. Do you know what I'm saying? And certain people who are, again, not attached to me in any way, I see different things that they respond to about like, even just like road life, and the idea that that's their image. And as a big man, you're still that guy, like for ratings and for all of these things, like you're not free because you're not that guy. Do you know what I'm saying? But you walk around with that because that's what gives your self-esteem a boost. So actually, I don't think with age, those things are just a byproduct of just getting older. If you're not actively doing the work, now you be 50 and you still be that guy.
I agree.
That's a word. I was gonna say when you went on when you did the Happy program, that's what it's called, right?
With the Smile program.
No, when you went to when you got the grant.
Yeah, no, that was just to do research on happiness.
Yes, I wanted to know what did you find? What was your findings about what makes people happy?
So those 8 pillars that I highlighted are the 8 pillars that they use to measure happiness in the OCR countries. So every human being, those 8 things in their life, if any of those things are out of balance, you're going to register on an unhappy life. So if you don't have people in your life that you can trust, you're not going to register highly on a happiness level. If your ability to feel like you can make money to have a good living is impeded on, you will not have a happy life. If you don't have your voice being heard either at home, in your partnership, within your family, in school, at work, it would affect your happiness. So that's the element of democracy, the fact that everybody's voice counts. Those types of things constitute to happiness. So when you put all those 8 things together, every human being has to be able to register highly in those 8 things to actually have a life that is considered happy.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. So, do you have a question?
No, I can wait.
I was gonna say with the obviously do a lot of work with mental health, culturally, because that's a difficult thing. Like culturally, growing up, we believe Nigerian culture anyway. If someone has some kind of thing to do with mental health, you're just labeled as mad, and you're just a society reject now.
Right.
You're just a person that people have to avoid. But obviously, with the work you do, you meet people from different cultures and also different generations. I don't know if the younger generation think of mental health the way I was brought up to think about mental health. How do you navigate that?
That's interesting. I mean, obviously, with the context that I also do the program in America as well. So I do it in Compton and in Watts, which again, is like such an interesting cultural shift in both countries of just how people engage with that same theme. And even the concept of blackness, But if I, keep it particularly to like the London context, majority of black boys in London are Caribbean or African. That's just it. Those are the 2 biggest kind of populations of black identity in the UK. So those 2 cultures are cultures that are historically on or opposed to the concept of mental health and therapy and things like that. So a lot of the work is really like, because a lot of schools try to do work on mental health, but a lot of the black kids just think that's a white person problem because we don't really do mental health. So my big job is really making them understand what things are mental health. So I made a short film about one of the black boys in my program who during the pandemic, he lives like in Kennington, a really hot block in Kennington. And he was talking about how he just used to see people get chefed up from his block. Like he would just look out the window and it's just like a couple guys just rush certain people and then, they get chefed up. And then a week before he sent me that voice note, he got attacked by certain guys who was just looking for some guy and they just thought it was him because he was on his bike, he had his hood up and then he was lucky to not get chefed that day. But his whole front teeth was, taken off. So he's been wearing dentures. He's 16, 17 now, you know. So I made a film about that story because he said, I'm trapped in the house, bro. I can't even be coming out like that because it's just hot on the block. So every time I step out, I'm just worried that certain people are going to do that to me, especially because they did that to me the other time. So in there's isolation, there's paranoia. So I had to get them to understand that all these things are mental health issues. But to you, man, you just look at it, that's just me living on the blocks. Right? But actually, living on the blocks, when we break down actually what happens, there's a lot of mental health issues in there. But you're just taught to just think, why are you acting like you're unique, bro? Like, that's just what happens to every man on here. But yeah, that means every man here is struggling. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's a word, you know, because people love that one. Like, oh, never. I was like, nah, there's problem. That, you know what I mean? Problem, see problem.
Exactly.
Kind of
exactly. You're not taught them kind of things, so you don't look at it to know that there's even a problem there. You get what I'm trying to say? Like you're not educated, so it's not even that they can't see it in themselves. They can't see it in anybody. This is their normal, This is their normal way of life.
Exactly.
You know what I'm trying to say? You won't notice until you take yourself out of a situation and you look back and think to yourself, okay, cool, that's like not normal.
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say that.
That's what I always say about like the older generation as well. Because like sometimes mom told me stories about like her friends and stuff. I'm like, that person's bipolar.
Right.
Yeah.
Like not even an insulting, but I'm like, that was an alcoholic. She had him. That was when you're saying, oh, she just one day she just changed. I'm like, no, she had a mental breakdown.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a mental breakdown. Yeah.
Language. That's the thing. It's like we don't have culturally, don't have the language even to identify those things that are happening. You know, because we just use. Again, my mom is like, I love her to bits, but you know, everything's like, oh, it's that woman, your dad's ex auntie. Like she's the one
Someone
that's
in the village somewhere.
she was doing that to him. She's the one that made his life bad. I'm like,
she didn't like me.
no
I'm like,
accountability
no,
here. Oh, do you know what I mean? So it's like everything is like someone is doing it to you. Do you know what I'm saying? As opposed to actually recognizing that's the actual conditions in his life that are actually contributing to this output. It's not the fact that someone in a village just said he's going to turn mad and that's it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so really helping them really, and again, religion plays a really interesting part, you know, because a lot of these boys are raised, you know, Christian, you know, Muslim or whatever, and in their head, they just think God has got it. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's just it. God just says he's going to try, you know, trials and tribulation, all of that stuff. And I'm just like, I mean, there's that, but there's also like recognizing that God doesn't just come down in it. Like if you recognize that these things are causing you PTSD or anxiety, then that's a real issue.
That's a real thing.
And it's not because God just said, oh, you're going to come out of the ends and not be killed. Yeah. And that's success. You know what I'm saying? It's like you actually also have to thrive, you know? So yeah, so that's a big job, really getting them to understand how mental health relates to their experience. And it's not every, majority of black boys are not on road. So there's a lot of other ways in which, you know, anxiety and other mental health issues affect black children. That it's not just like trauma related in terms of like violence, you know? So it's really helping them understand that in terms of like so one of the things that we do every time when they come into the session, I give them a card, a colorful card where they have to write how they feel. It's anonymous, but they have to write longer than a word. That's the only thing I check to make sure that it's longer than a word. So you can't just say
angry.
Yeah, exactly. You have to expand on that. Like, why are you feeling angry today? Because Miss said I was the one that stood up and threw a paper in the classroom, and she's actually chatting glass because it wasn't me. Like, so they have an opportunity to vent that out. So actually, one of the big things in the program is giving them opportunity to recognize that if you don't have an outlet, these things could really boil up, and then Miss says something, so, oh, you're a fucking dickhead, Miss. And then that's it. You're being put in the ISO. Do you know what I'm saying? And from ISO, you know, you're not willing to apologize because she really was a dickhead. Do you know what I'm saying? Exactly. And then that's a spiral there. You know what I'm saying? So just getting them to understand the power of having language to express their emotions, and actually at that point then seeking what they need, which is where I work with the school. So for example, if there's a kid that, and that's the thing about diagnosis. You know, there's a lot of children that are not diagnosed, black children that have ADHD and have all these particular needs, right? So they're in school and the school just only want to see that as challenging behavior, not knowing there's certain kids that actually sometimes need to stand up and have a walk around in the classroom because the way that the ADHD works, they can't just be sitting there for time. So if the child is not having the language to do, but he's just kicking the other guy because he really needs to move his body, right? But the teacher's like, oh, why are you doing this?
And disruptive.
So working with the school to think, actually, how can we create an EHCP plan for certain young people where they have opportunities where they could get like a timeout pass and just walk around for 10 minutes, you know, because then that actually you would see that would reduce the challenging behavior more than you putting them in isolation.
What's the acronym?
Huh?
What?
CP.
EHCP.
What's that?
It's a help and care plan, something. I can't remember the first few words.
Educational help and care plan.
I think so. Don't quote us.
I made that. Don't definitely.
But it's
I just learned what it was.
Yeah. So
that's so productive.
Yeah.
That's very productive.
You know how you mentioned how obviously like it gets to a point where, especially when you're dealing with people in prison, right, you feel like maybe you'll be more productive if you start at an earlier point in their lives, right? Does some of your work tie in with the parents as well? Do you speak to the parents? How much do you bring the parents involved?
That's a very good point. So with where we are right now, when I got the therapist in, that was one of the biggest things I needed to do, because I've had sessions, because after the program, I have a celebration event where the family come in. And that's the first time that the family even hear what their children have been doing, because they just know their child has been doing this thing in school that's about black guys. And that's all they know, because most boys don't even say more than that. So actually in that moment, I get them to understand the work that's happened in those 8 weeks and how I'm now given the rest of the opportunity for them to carry on that work. So I did want, as I said, I had a session yesterday, a celebration event where Nigerian mother was there. And she said, you were talking to me. Because I realized how actually I don't create a space for him to even just tell me. Because I said, you know, the biggest mistake that a lot of African parents, and probably Caribbean parents too, but I know for sure African because that's my first experience, that once your grades are good,
that's the main thing.
That's it. Like, I don't really want, like, how's your grades? Are you doing well in school? That's it. But there's other things that happen. There's so many boys in prison that were predicted 9s, bro. Like, they were on a course to getting straight GCSE 9s, intelligent dons. And it's not surprising, because the most intelligent kids are the ones that do the best in the streets. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
skills.
So they was under the radar of their parents, because the only thing their parents were looking out for was,
you're doing well in school, you're reading your books.
Do you know what I'm saying? But then there's other things that are happening. So for me, it's like really empowering parents to understand and recognize the whole child. You know, to recognize that sometimes your children, especially this society that we live in, want to talk about things that you don't want to hear. But you need to create a safe space where they can even say that. To say, Mom, this guy said he gave me some trainers because he told me to just do this the other day. And I didn't even know what I was doing. But now he gave me some trainers, and I saw him on the road, and he's like, yo, you're going to do that other thing for me. Like, he needs to be able to say that to his mom.
Yeah.
Even though you don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? Because for me, if I ever said something like that, bro, it's bear slaps and just all these things.
They like, land the point.
Exactly. And then she shipped me to
They're
Nigeria.
selling drugs.
You know, because that's what she did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's going to solve the issue. You know what I'm saying? So it's like providing parents the opportunity and the language and the tools. So that's why I brought a therapist in also, because again, like, you know, I had, and I still have the ongoing distress of having conversations with the mother of this boy that got killed. I got in touch with her just the other day, just to touch base on what she needs and where she's at. And I'm just like,
that's horrible, man.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was just like, there's so much that we need to be doing. You know what I mean? Because now the dust is settled. Everybody's moved on. There's another kid that's been killed now. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, she's still needing so many things. So like, for me, that's the big part. It's like creating and designing a parent program that actually supports them with these tools and have ongoing support from a therapeutic standpoint to really, provide them with those tools to navigate some of the challenges that they have raising black boys and black children, really.
Obviously, like, I don't want to generalize here, right? But there would be some sort of a correlation between maybe the amount of parents in the home, the amount of time that parent maybe spending working, all the struggles that working class people we faced, right? How do you relay I guess suggestions to that parent to do certain things, also bearing in mind the struggles that they live on a day-to-day?
That's a very big challenge, and that's true, because that's where cultural awareness comes into play, because you can't just say a blanket thing and say, oh, you need to try and dedicate 2 hours a day at home when you come back, because, bro, I'm doing night shifts, bro, back to back. Like, you know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? But it's about getting them to understand the principles.
Okay. Right?
And however within your context, you can find ways to bring these principles into your relationship. You know, creating a safe space for your child doesn't look one way. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, when you come home, because that's the thing, you know, it's like, you know, when I talk about adultification, like a lot of working class parents unknowingly adultificate their children. Like at the age of 13, there's certain boys that have to go home straight after school to go pick their brother up and then make him dinner because mom is not at home.
It's everybody. It's everybody.
It's not everybody. It's every working class kid you're talking about.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Right.
But that's the thing. As much as it becomes our norm, right? It's because obviously, like you're pretty much relaying, the parents need to provide for the family, right? And so you're just stuck in this kind of situation. So, like, how do you get over the hump when you look at the reality, a bleak reality sometimes, right? And say to yourself, there's still a point in me trying. When you know you need to relay information to this parent, and you know the parent, as much as they want to try, their hands are tied because they need to be at work.
And then the thing about that is then figuring out what do they need, who can support them, and it's just this context of really understanding that, you know, like where your ability ends is thinking about the collective village, like who and what does that support look like. But it's being able to understand that there's a need there that maybe because of these other reasons you can't meet those needs. You have to articulate those. You have to articulate that to the son and say, you know what, I want to be able to XYZ. And that's where vulnerability comes in, which a lot of parents, especially African parents and Caribbean parents, they're not good at doing that. You know, to say actually like being vulnerable to their child, to say, you know what, I know you need certain things right now. I wish my mother ever did that to me, because those was times when I was struggling. I was doing all these other things as a way to gain attention from her, to be able to see what can she support me with. But she just missed all those signs, and she never. Now as an adult, I have so much more grace and compassion for her because I understand that she was struggling. At the time, I was like, how are you not even doing all these things that I need from me? Because you're a mother, you're supposed to be doing X, Y, Z. But I realize now, and that's the thing is, if she was able to even articulate that to me, I would have been able to it would have done so much more for me, you know what I mean? And it would have allowed me to even really also feel ownership for how she felt, you know, and see how I can also support her through some of my behaviors and my actions, you know, and then that became a two-way street, you know. But yes, I think it's just even those simple things of just being able to be vulnerable, being able to provide an opportunity to have honest dialogue with your children, to be able to just be aware of how some of the things that you maybe feel like you have to do because of the socioeconomic needs also have a negative impact on your child. So being aware is the first part, because then you think, okay, at least I know that this is the challenge. And then you can articulate that for maybe the next 3 years.
I was going to say that's such a, I love the fact that the parents are involved in that way, in that, I love the fact that parents are involved in that way, because really and truly is that though. Yes, obviously there's the economic situation may not change, but I think acknowledging that this child is helping you with that, just a thank you. Again, that acknowledgement can go a long way with the kids. That's so healthy. Yeah. Absolutely. And that's the thing, you know, that, you know, I somewhat operate as a pseudo parent, you know, because when I'm in those rooms, because I'm old, that's how I know I'm an old guy. Yeah. I'm 39 years old. You know, most of the boys in those sessions, I'm older than their parents. Some of them, you know, 13-year-olds. If they're the only children, like at this age, that's how I know we're big men. You know what I'm saying? Because there's people that their parents are just 34, 35. Like I'm gonna be 40 in December. You know, so when I tell them how old I am, they're like, raw. Like they're surprised. You know what I'm saying? Like, wow, but I didn't want to say it out loud.
Yeah, really good for your age. You know, so it's like they're mad surprised, thinking, oh, you're like pretty much. Don't do that. You're pretty much as old as my dad, or even older than my dad. And that's the way they look at it. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, raw. So if someone as old as my dad can actually have this kind of mindset, and it's actually providing space for us to talk about these things honestly, like they just be like raw. Like that just blows their mind. So they're just so open. They talk about the things that they would probably talk about with their parents, but they know they don't have that space to do that because it's being held by someone that still reminds them of somebody that could be a father somewhat, you know?
Unfortunately, yeah, we do have to wrap up here. But I do want to kind of list some of your accolades, man, so people understand that you're not just talking. You are talking, but you're walking, and you're being recognized for it. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate I wish I had a long list of stuff, but you didn't want to give it to me. But obviously, a lot of your award-winning work has been featured on BBC, Channel 5 News, it's been in The Guardian, it's been in the Huffington Post, and we did a TED Talk as well. How was the TED Talk, by the way?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, the theme of that was about why we need to humanize Black boys, and I think that was really, you know, really important and really great, and it was really well received. And yeah, I mean, it was just an opportunity for me to really take that message to that stage where you know there's a lot of thinkers, there's a lot of people from different industries who were able to really, you know, engage with that, but not just engage, but actually use that to really shape the industries that they're in. So that was really powerful.
Sick. And obviously, I'm not trying to throw shade on nobody at all, right? But just to say that a lot of your work is not just local, it's here, it's around the world. Like literally, every now and again we're catching up and I'm finding out this guy's in LA or he's in one next country I've never heard of, or, you know what I'm saying? All over doing something, you know what I'm saying? Like always doing certain things, right? Obviously, your work, you had an exhibition at the Barbican, City Hall, Tower Bridge, Royal Court, Battersea Art Centre. There was the next one that you did, I don't think it's here, that I went to.
Piccadilly Circus? No?
Might have been. You did something in Suffolk as well.
In Southwark.
Is it Southwark?
Yeah, I did multiple things in Southwark. But yeah, the one by the river.
Yes.
The Oxo Gallery, Oxo Tower. Yeah.
Long story short, you're doing loads of work there, man. And obviously we're seeing the effects of that, man. So we just wanted to give you some flowers, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Can I quickly ask though? Sorry, how do you take care of yourself in terms of
That's a beautiful question.
What do you do for yourself?
That's an ongoing journey for me to even acknowledge that I need to be doing that because, there's this, like emotional labor with this work, and it's very difficult sometimes to just put it down because it's not a job for me. It's like my life, like literally when I go Tesco, because I live near Old Kent Road, like, I'm always looking out for all the boys on the bikes and just thinking who's out here. And sometimes I see some of the boys, I'm like, what are you doing out here, bro? It's 11:30. It's like, man's not doing nothing.
Man's
go home.
Do
you know what I'm saying? So, and that's the thing. I'm always looking. Every time there's a little scuffle everywhere, I probably know the boys because I work, majority of my schools are in Southeast. So every time there's something happening, like, so my brain is always
hyper-aware,
so I actively have to. So travel is a big thing for me. I love traveling and just like removing myself from like the world and the work and just really do traveling in a way that brings me joy. I kind of live halfway between LA and London, so the beauty of like escaping to LA as well. Even though I still do the work in LA, it's like there's like a lot of beautiful hikes, like beaches, all that kind of stuff that I get to also prioritize a little bit. Music is definitely a safe haven for me, so I really actively create time to just actually listen to music. And just kind of remove myself from like this like workaholism, like this, divorce myself from this idea of like productivity equals success. Like you have to be doing, it's this level up season, all of this language that everyone's just dropping because that's attached to capitalism. For me, it's like really reminding myself that my value doesn't lie in my outputs. My value lies in me having a really like balanced life and that doesn't because there's so many things always put on my table like in terms of a lot of people get in touch with me, a lot of brands, and sometimes they throw a lot of big money, and I have to ask myself, taking this on to the world looks like, oh my gosh, you've done this big thing, but actually what does that do for the amount of time I would have for myself? Do you know what I'm saying? So those are the decisions that I've been making to really center my actual like well-being and my self-care, to recognize that I need these things. I went and had a manicure the other day for the first time in my life. I was like, rah, that's what are living like.
It's great. Cool. Having manicure days are my best days, man.
But that was my first time. I'm 39 years old.
Looking at his hands.
That was a long time ago.
Well, do you get manicures, Brent?
No, because I know you buy snails all the time, innit?
I used to, bro.
No real estate.
That's the old hair. Let me bring up old shit.
The man never missing the trick because pedicures are the truth.
They're the truth. Thank you very much.
How long have you been getting pedicures for?
Couple years.
That's live.
How frequent?
I was doing because obviously my feet are in good condition anyway. So I'm not one of them walking to Jericho, man. So I'm straight. So I was trying to do like once a fortnight.
Okay,
love that.
That's not bad.
And I kept that up for a little bit, but that falls down sometimes. So obviously I had a spot that I go, but I haven't been so long that I got to find a new spot.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, because I can't go back. Can't let her know I ain't dealt with my foot for 8 months and things. That's embarrassing. I got to go find a new spot. You get me? I go, yeah.
But so funny.
I tried it, yeah.
Pedicure?
Yeah.
Are you laughing? I do that. Brent is giving you evils.
He's waiting for you to learn.
But I felt like I kind of wasted my money, innit? Because I don't have none of the
bunions,
the issues. Yeah, I don't have the issues with my feet, innit? So
no, but everyone's got dead skin cells.
Exactly. No, but when they were doing it, like, hardly nothing. Like when I look to the left or the right of me, I'm seeing issues, like real problems.
You worry about yourself, bro. Why are you looking at other people?
But then I thought to myself, like, I don't need this, like, because nothing's coming up.
But did it feel good?
It did,
and that's what it is.
And it's the thing. So effectively, I'm paying for the massage chair, and I thought, why am I paying this much for the massage chair? Because when they were done, they wanted me to get up.
They beat you up. They're very uncomfortable.
I liked it.
Yeah, I'm not really rating them.
I'm more of a hot stone massage kind of girl. I don't like all this punching up.
Go like a day after a back day at the gym, and then later need it.
No, because that's the thing. Because I get massages, but I've realized what I like, and what I like is what I like. A hot stone. When you massage me with a hot stone, that's my bag. See the deep tissue makes me feel like I've been working out in the gym. I don't like that. Swedish. They're just oiling my body up. I don't need to do all that stuff. Hot stone, that is the perfect in between for me. But it's good, man. It's good vibes. But no, this has been a really, really good conversation. I hope you come back because I've got like.
Thank you. I know, one thing I touched on before about like, what Mark said that caught heat and stuff about young people and grooming and that.
Let me guess.
I don't know if I want to bring that one back to life, but I think
they ain't never gonna let me slide.
Don't you be the face of grooming. You got to do anti-grooming campaign.
Yeah, because
you know why that whole day was lost, and everybody forgets, the reason why I acted like that, is because remember, we was bigging up my man who was the one who changed his life around, innit, and trying to do the work in the community and went back to prison by accident and all these kind of things. And he's actually out here doing good works and stuff like that. So I actually took the moment to big him up. And then in that, one of the girls started talking about, I heard he got what his previous crime was and
like kidnapping something like that.
It's like calling him a groomer and all these things. So I'm like, whoa. First of all, we don't even know this. You get me? We don't know the context of the things that he was doing. So just throw a groomer on him, it's crazy. And that's not what we're doing here at the moment. We're trying to champion him, trying to big him up, but we can't do all that. So that's why I got my back up and spoke about what we're doing, innit? But people actually forget that.
But that's the thing that people would not. When people see a clip, unfortunately, they just run with it. So what you got to do, right, to come back from this, right, you got to do an anti-grooming campaign.
I'm not anti. You know what it is? Like I said, there is definitely times where kids are getting groomed. You get me? There's definitely times where people are being taken advantage of and all these kind of things. This is true. But the people from the outside who don't know that life, tarring everybody with the same brush and having the same conversations and doing the same things, it's just way more nuanced than that.
There is.
And that's the problem that people don't want to admit. And also, I'm never going to take back what I said. If you take it wrong or took it however, it is what it is. If you want to have a conversation with me and understand why my mindset is how it is, we can always do that. I ain't taking back what I said.
Yeah, I think my own question about that is, I guess, what our definitions of grooming is. And it's like, if a person is a child, then they are forever groomed. No matter what their actions are, they are groomed because they are a child. That's it. So if a child came to you and say, yo, bro, put me on, bro, man, I would put that work in, I'll go punch for you. Yeah, he came to you. That doesn't constitute the fact that you didn't take advantage of his capacity to make decisions based upon the development of his frontal lobe. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you're an adult. You know that benefits you because he's a young kid. So if he gets caught, he's getting less time than you. So you've taken advantage of that situation, even if they were the person that chose to make the initiation. So that's me still constitutes grooming. So if a girl that's 14 years old likes a guy that's 19 years old, and he's like, yo, she was the one that was following me in my DMs, and she was like, bro, but at the end of the day, if you do pursue that, we'll still say that's somebody that took advantage of the girl, even if she was the one that was coming through with all of the things. So that's the same concept. So for me, a child is forever groomed. And that's how I think is the most helpful way to look at it, because then we can understand the nuance of what grooming looks like, as opposed to a kid who's just at home and some random guy just pops up on his messenger and says, do you want to do this for me? You know what I mean? Like, that's a very clear grooming situation, or someone who's just walking on the block and someone's like, yo, bro, do this for me and blah, 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 who had no interest perhaps in the beginning. So I think for me, it's understanding that grooming is so nuanced. But as long as we understand the power dynamic at play in any grooming, then we can address the situation from a perspective of information. That's kind of all I wanted to say on that, really.
Yeah, I hear you. Makes sense.
All right, we have 2 questions we ask our guests. So first is for you to tell us something that nobody knows about you. We just want to bury it all. And the second is the most important life lesson you've learned.
Jeez.
You've had experiences, so I can imagine.
What someone doesn't know about me, I have a Africa birthmark on my top shot. Everyone's going to say, let me see it, but no, that's not going to happen.
What do you mean Africa birthmark?
It's a birthmark.
But shaped
of Africa on my top right of my shoulder.
Is it?
Didn't I see that when it's a film you naked?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I'm going to need context.
This was going to say
You did it on purpose.
All right, you dropped mine. That's your brand.
And I wasn't there.
It's like a lighting director in that text.
He just dropped it off and he went.
Like Brent, the poster boy for naked filming. So yes. And then the most important life lesson.
The most important life lesson is that, for me, this helped me significantly, is realizing that there's no good or bad people. There's just people. And that really helps me in my work because, you know, like I could have a kiki with somebody who's murdered somebody. You know what I mean? Because I see the humanity in them and understand if there's accountability, if there's a desire to make change, nobody's above, redemption.
Yeah.
So for me, that's like one of the most significant like life lessons because it allows me to really operate in a space that a lot of humans don't give themselves the license to.
Yeah.
You know, someone's like, I can never talk to a racist. I can never talk to someone who likes, you know, Trump. I can never talk to somebody who, you know, I'm like, your world is narrow, you know, and that's not how I operate, you know, because there's no people are, you know, based upon the summation of the life options they think they have, they create their mindsets and make decisions based on that, and that's how we all need to see the world, because it allows us to really not be polarized in the way that we look at things.
I love that.
A couple of people asked, well, they suggested that you become a rapper. I said, been there, done that.
That was the beginning of my life. Not beginning of my life, but that was the beginning of my artistic journey. I was in music for some years, and then came out of that realizing that, that was not the journey that was going to bring me to where I'm at right now. So
I feel like the way you speak so passionate about what you do, it's like you're really living in your purpose, and I really, really love that. I really, really love that for you.
Thank you.
Like, I think that's just so amazing. Like being able to live in your purpose and just continue to excel and elevate in that. That is priceless.
Thank you, man. It means a lot.
That's really good. So congratulations and well done.
Can I leave something quickly on a cliffhanger? Yeah, because again, like I was saying, this guy has done a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah.
You kind of touched on the music thing, and obviously everyone in the room here knows I'm not gassing because Yusuf was there, Brent was there, I was there. He's done a track with Ed Sheeran, man.
Love that.
Yeah, I brought him into the studio.
Right here.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I'm saying? And that part of your life we'll get into another day.
Part 2. You owe us a part 2, by the way. You don't owe us, to be fair. I don't like that language. But I hope you will come back for part 2 because it's very, very interesting. What you do is so interesting.
I was his manager for a brief.
Yeah, that's the thing. We didn't even
I've
mention
been
it.
quiet about the whole time.
I know. You saw my manager.
I don't know if he wants to bring that stuff up, innit? Because he's on a new journey, new path.
That's lit.
Yeah, no, Yusuf's my manager. That's why this is like home to me. Like just the other people that are in here are people I had mad history with in such incredible ways. Yusuf was that guy who was riding for me. He was just, he was my manager for a while.
That's so lit.
A couple of years even. Yeah.
That's lit, man. But yeah, thank you so much for... Do you want to say something, Brent?
Just the hat. They want to know where you got it from.
So I have a hat maker. And she makes the hats for me.
That's lit.
The colors that I want, the shapes, the sizes. But yeah.
Is it
Her name is
it something that you can actually share?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she has a brand called BYJSU. So it's called By Sue. She's based in Czech Republic. And she's a super dope hat maker. She has a history. Her grandfather taught her how to make hats. So it's like a way of keeping his legacy alive. She became a hat maker. She kind of created her own brand from that. So she works specifically with like, very individualized artists, and then she kind of crafts what really speaks to their style. So we actually have a collaboration in the pipeline. But it's just called By Sue.
That's sick. How many hats do you own?
At this point, last time I counted, probably like 20. Yeah,
it's growing.
Yeah, no.
I love that. That's
it's just all the shades of colors that I just imagine. Like, it's like rainbow doesn't even do it justice because rainbow only got how many colors? 12 or 8?
I thought it was 7 when I was growing up.
Yeah. They like to change things, innit? Yeah.
They do discover new things.
Exactly. New planets and all sorts.
No, it's wild. I guess it's
I love
7.
that. But no, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
We
you
really, really
for having
appreciate
me.
it. This has been a really, really great, insightful, and inspiring conversation.
Thank you.
What would you
What
next?
about you guys, man? You bring the topics to life.
Thank you. Let's continue.
I asked me to play this today, but I didn't watch it.
Same here.
That's a shame.
You didn't watch it? No way.
Well, you heard it here first. No reaction today.
I don't mind at all.
It was a decent game. Bro.
Yeah, we played well, man. It wasn't our first string.
Ramsdale was in goal this time.
Yeah.
But just merge everything into one.
Exactly. What's the score?
Right. And that's that done.
I need to know.
Get your deadline prepared while he finishes the headline. Get it sorted out.
Alright, so not to change the mood, but trigger warning.
Oh, City got knocked out though.
Huh?
Yeah, you're not saying this. Wait.
Wait for what,
Okay,
man? Finish your sentence.
I'm confused.
City got knocked out. It's very sad.
By Newcastle, 1-0.
Oh, that's a shame. All the reactions done. Thank you very much. So let's wait,
So our headline, right? According to local officials and emergency services. Again, trigger warning. At least 113 people had been killed and more than 150 people injured in a fire that ripped through a wedding celebration in Iraq's northern Nineveh province. The deputy governor confirmed the death toll, which may yet still rise. The fire was reported to have been started approximately 10:45 in the evening. The fire engulfed the wedding hall in the district where the celebration was taking place. It's a majority Christian town, for those who, you want to know. And it's located outside of the northern city of Mosul, which is some 400 kilometers northwest of the capital, Baghdad. The health ministry spokesperson, Saif al-Badir, said that all efforts are being made to provide relief to those affected by the unfortunate incident. On Wednesday, funerals were already taking place for the victims of the fire as mourning relatives gathered outside of the morgue in Mosul. Next headline, and this one was going to be a potential woke joke, right? And according to reports, a herd of sheep struggling to find fresh grass for food due to extreme flooding started behaving strangely because they started eating large parts of a cannabis crop. So the sheep invaded the greenhouse producing medicinal cannabis in Greece. The owner said that the crop had already been badly damaged by a heat wave and Storm Daniel, and the sheep basically went in there and finished the job. The herd had been grazing in the flooded plains of Thessaly in central Greece before heading to the greenhouse near the town of Almeros to eat about 100 kilos of
That's
cannabis.
wow. They must have been high off. They must have been in heaven.
Crazy.
That's a lot
Crazy.
of cannabis.
Yikes.
They must have enjoyed it because they kept eating it.
Hey, for real.
Mate, the sheep are dumb anyway.
Tasty.
The owner of the crop told the website that he was speaking to, the newspaper.gr, that I don't know if it's for laughing or crying. We had the heat wave and we lost a lot of production. We had the floods, we lost almost everything. And now this, the herd entered the greenhouse and they ate what was left. I don't know what to say, honestly. Yeah, that's pretty much it, man. And the last thing was Meta has announced a series of new chatbots to be used in its messenger service. And basically, long story short, the chatbots will have a personality and specialize in certain subjects like holidays or cooking advice. So it's the latest salvo in a chatbot arms race between tech companies desperate to produce more accurate and personalized artificial intelligence. The chatbots are still a work in progress with limitations, this is according to Zuckerberg. But yeah, they're working on it. And yeah, you may get your personalized chatbots sooner than you think, man, with personalities and all sorts.
Did Snapchat do that already?
It might be much more than that, man. Much more.
Crazy.
But yeah, that's pretty much it for the headlines. And we got to pay some bills.
Nice. So, what are we doing?
You're leading it, you tell me.
Let's get into dinner.
Let's do it.
I don't know why you didn't ask me that when it is. You guys were taking bare time to finish. Mr. Monologue.
You know what? This is light-hearted. Just quickly, let's just get in and out. This it's not even in England. This is what's this? Pennsylvania. This is dumb. Why did you put this in there?
It's mad.
No, this is just about police abusing this power. You get what I'm saying? So basically, there's a police officer. Yeah. Is he married?
Yeah.
So this weren't his wife. This was his gal.
This is his ex. Yeah.
Gosh.
His ex-girl.
Mm-hmm.
So he's currently got a new wife.
Mm-hmm.
No, but he was dating this thing and he started breaking out. He wanted to break it off with her.
Mm.
So there's a police officer. Obviously, he's married. He's got to have his gal on the side. You know, it's a stressful job. Like, basically, he wanted to break up with his gal wanted to break up with him. You get me? For whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe if it was her conscience was kicking in, but like, yeah, she was done with him, and I don't think he was done with her. So then he wanted to arrest her, and I think he tried to get her committed into a mental hospital.
Stop it.
Can you imagine?
He tried to say she's a mad woman. He tried to say she's mad. They had to hold her. I think they held her for like 4 or 5 days. Yeah, done all their tests. And then they released her to realise, this ain't it. This is the racist man.
Oh, you're on the wrong one, bro.
We can talk about this too.
What am I looking at then?
Number 3.
Oh, number 3.
Do you want to see the video of him? Because he was off. If you see him badding up his cat. Brother, you know what it is, yeah? It's not like people are crazy. Oh, yeah, that's where he's got.
It's white.
Oh, yeah, it's white on white crime. What are you saying? Like,
No, run it. Run it. It's not role play, yeah?
This guy looks like a crackhead. Can you play that video, or is it going to be too thing?
It's going to get pulled.
Oh, do you think?
It will.
Oh, you need to see the way he's
Like
bad.
Britney.
I was just about to say that.
All right, get to outro.
I was just about to say that.
Ruined it now.
She does look
Ruined
like
it now.
She does look like one of them, to be fair. Like, I don't even know what he is.
Yeah, I know what the PC words he is. Though. We know what you're saying.
So there's Britney, bitch.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's what he really tackled her to the floor.
Yeah, because he was struggling to restrain her.
How? She's not even like the size difference is mad between both of them.
Look at him though, this piece of shit. He's younger than me. Nah, this man is finished.
What's it? 37.
Yikes. He had a tough life.
Life's cruel to some people,
No,
isn't it?
very cruel. Very cruel. Been through it.
Yeah, but he
horrible, man.
detained her. Said he's gonna make her look like a mad woman. Because I think he was chatting shit. She wanted to break up with him. He was chatting shit about her. No, then I think she might have been doing the whole, you know what? I'll just blow up everything, whatnot. He's like, no, you ain't.
Not on my watch.
Not on my watch. You get me? Because I'll let the whole world know you're a psychopath, bitch.
Then here we are.
He locked her up and tried to get her committed.
That's wild, man. That's so scary.
Huh?
That's one of my worst fears, you know.
Misogyny we're talking about.
Full circle women.
Yeah.
Full circle. That's all tied in. I know what I'm doing here. Get what I'm saying? Hey, death to the misogynist, man. That is crazy. But basically, why are you laughing at death to the misogynist?
You know what?
Was it yesterday?
Nah, I was going to do something so silly. I was going to pretend like I was choking.
This guy.
Don't play games like that. People might pray that you check for real.
Wow. So
I'm not a misogynist.
That's the accountability piece right there.
100%.
You is what you is. You need to talk to him.
Oh, he's too funny. But yeah, death to the misogynist. He's definitely done it here. Let's take this one home, Esther.
Please. You know that?
I can't believe it. I mean, giggle, yeah? And then say, I'll talk afterwards.
Right. Oh, man. You know how mad that is? The fact that you were fall by it.
Sorry.
That's very sorry to your spirit.
Entertainment purposes, guys.
Yeah, of
just
course.
entertainment.
LOL and such. Love that.
That's hilarious.
Well, guys, thank you for tuning in. And of course, big thank you to our lovely, lovely guest today. We appreciate you. Can you please let people know your social media pages, please?
Smiling Boys Project is the Instagram handle, and then Universal, but soul with the SOUL, Universal Artist. That's my personal. www.smilingboys.com. But yeah, once you just type in Smiling Boys on any platform, it will always come up. So yeah.
Love that.
He's single, but he's busy.
I'm not actually single.
Oh, crap.
Taken.
Period. Love that.
I don't know what's got into Rebecca M, but she's been killing me recently.
No, she's too funny.
Her commentary.
She's always like that.
She's always like that. She was just.
Oh, it's been heightened this week, though.
No, I think she's been soft launching it.
You
think so?
Yeah, she's been soft launching it.
She's got better, man.
You
Like,
got-
something's
you got-
happened.
No, she's always like that.
She's always been like that. But you just have to like. It was very selective. Now she's just on.
Yeah,
She's on.
we made it feel safe. She's like,
She's all right.
Yeah, for real.
there you go.
I love it.
She's hilarious.
Great content. But thank you, of course, to our listeners, everyone that's tuned in the whole time. If you're here at this point and you've been here since the beginning, you're a real one. You're one of the realest ones. Also, big thank you to our researchers as well for helping us put the show together. We appreciate you. Please kindly follow us on our social media platforms. We're on Twitter, Instagram, and on TikTok as well at The Day After TNB. Kindly like this
Follow me.
video.
I want to get to 50k followers on Instagram. Follow me, everyone.
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? Yes, what?
Yes, follow me.
First of all, well, you do this in your own time.
This is my own time.
You should have done out here.
No.
I need 1K, guys.
If they follow you, will you stop your misogynistic?
Yes, I will.
Posts. All right, let's do it then. All right, guys, run out.
If he gets a fan base, he's going to go crazy.
I don't want. Did I be honest? I'm so honest. I don't want to see that. I feel like if it happens, I don't want anyone to ever tell me about it. I couldn't see that. I couldn't see Iman walking in that light. I couldn't. But yes, please follow us on our social media platforms the day after TNB. Follow Margs as well, because he's trying to get to 50k. So let's do that.
Please.
But subscribe to the channel as you're following him as well. Follow Iman as well. Let's take a shot. Let's try and trust him and see if when we get to 1k, he can dial this foolishness down a little bit. What else is there? Sorry, 1 second. If you would like to inquire about the show or feature on the show, our email address is thedayafter@thenewblack.com. And as Brent mentioned at the top of the show, if you would like to be a researcher, please DM Emmanuel.
Yes.
DM him and let him contact him. Ask if you want to ask as well what it's about, blah blah, all that kind of stuff. Just send it his way. That's it. We'll see you guys tomorrow for a very 30-minute show.
Facts.
Goodbye.
Peace.